Chapter 1681. At the end of the day, all the forces were plotting against the 9 underworlds. Sometimes he tolerated 9 Nether for the sake of the future, and he would even take the initiative to make things easier for 9 Nether, knowing that 9 Nether also had her own plans, and everyone was making their own preparations. It was for the same reason that Feng Yunsheng had given up a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon's authority to the 9 underworlds. Otherwise, if all the forces joined forces to seal the 9 underworlds, even if they didn't besiege it, they could still turn the 9 underworlds into a pool of stagnant water. Previously, when they were fighting for the Buddha's Saraira, 9 Nether had suddenly helped the demon race. She must have obtained some benefits from the demon race. To be precise, this was also the demon race giving the 9 Nether some convenience. Of course, their ultimate goal was still for their own convenience. At the moment, everyone was taking what they needed from the transaction. The demon race could gain some benefits immediately, but on a deeper level, they were still planning for a longer period of time. What Yan Zhaoga and the others were doing now was somewhat similar to this. To a certain extent, the moment the 9 underworlds agreed to the trade, it was no longer a matter between Yu Yi and Nie Jingshan. Instead, it was a matter between the entire Taoism and the 9 underworlds. In fact, other forces might even be involved, which would affect the overall situation in the future. After the discussion, everyone began to contact their own people. The first person he contacted was the incongruence Divine Mother, who was currently in charge of the Immortal Extermination Formation. The incongruence Divine Mother had no objections. She and the Immortal Extermination Formation fused with the void, as if they were hovering above the heavens. Previously, she had been paying more attention to the battle between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Now, she shifted her attention towards the 9 underworlds. The formless changes were hard for others to sense, but as a Tao Realm Almighty, the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon would definitely sense it. Yang Jian also received the same notification. Although he did not return, he sent a message back saying that he would pay attention to the matter. Perhaps he wouldn't personally participate in the transaction and confrontation between the Tao sect and the 9 underworlds, but Yang Jian would naturally pay attention to the movements of the demon race, the Western Pure Land, and the other forces to prevent others from benefiting from it. The news was also sent to the great Taoist Master Xian Du in the Tishita Palace. The other party would also pay attention to it. On the other side, Sua Mingzhang sealed the Great Peace Imperial Cliff Heaven and went out. Having come out this time, he had also brought the cleansed green lotus flag with him, returning it to Yan Zhaoga. While facing the 9 underworlds, the green lotus flag would most likely not be of much use. Yan Zhaoga still happily accepted such a precious treasure. After everyone finished packing up, Yan Zhaoga let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei's calm expressions. Let's go. The group left the Tao heavens and traversed through the endless void. For Feng Zai and the others, they didn't need to look for him. It might be difficult for martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases to find it. However, Yan Zhaoga and the others soon arrived at the land of Tranquil Stream. With the cultivation bases of Yan Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, and Sua Mingzhang, it was not impossible for them to break through the 9 underworlds' devilish qi that was corroding space. However, there was no need for them to do so now. Standing on the pitch-black territory, Yu Yi didn't appear to be daydreaming like she usually did. Instead, her expression was focused, and her eyes were brimming with vigor. On the contrary, as Yan Zhaoga surveyed the surrounding tranquil stream, his gaze was unfocused, as if his mind was wandering. Feng Yunsheng concealed her aura. In the land of Tranquil Stream, she seemed to be like a fish in water, as if she had completely blended into the darkness, making it difficult for others to detect her. On the other hand, as Sua Mingzhang stood there, he seemed to be the center of the cosmos. Even if he was in the land of Tranquil Stream, filled with devilish qi, it was still a shocking sight. You're taking a risk by coming here. Do you know that? Sua Mingzhang stood there calmly and suddenly asked Yi, I know. Yu Yi answered. Zhaoga and the others warned me. She was the one and only cultivator of the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. As long as she was still alive, even if others obtained the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. If not, she wouldn't have been hunted by Zhang Buxu in the past. The chaos-extinguishing origin scripture's existence was also an eyesore to the 9 underworlds and the doomsday heavenly devil. Even if Yu Yi perished, Yan Zhaoga, the incongruence divine mother, Gao Qingxian, and the others still possessed the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. However, due to Zhang Buxu perishing in the 9 underworlds, the 9 underworlds' devilish Dao also possessed the scripture. If they were to be careless, the 9 underworlds' devilish Dao might take the initiative and suppress the cultivator's cultivation to a lower level, which would make it easier to deal with them later. They had to guard against this. As such, Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng had warned Yu Yi from the very beginning. Other than Feng Yunsheng, Yu Yi was also bearing some risks in coming here. However, Yu Yi didn't stop because of this. Instead, she insisted on coming here. Far away, amidst the greasy and filthy dark, tranquil stream, human silhouettes suddenly appeared. There weren't many of them, only 2. One was a tall youth with a cold expression, while the other was a benevolent old man with a leisurely expression. Their appearance caused Yan Zhaoga's gaze to focus once again. He was very familiar with both of them, Nia Jingxin and the primordial heart devil. The two's aura was calm, without any devilish intent. One was like a sheathed sword, while the other was like an ordinary old man that could be found anywhere in the mundane world. Thank you for coming here. The primordial heart devil smiled warmly and cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoga and the others. Yu Yi ignored the primordial heart devil and stared straight at Nia Jingxin. Nia Jingxin calmly looked over and stared at her. Yu Ye's lips moved, but no sound came out. Her gaze towards the man in front of her was filled with ripples. On the contrary, the calm-looking Nia Jingxin greeted first. Long time no see. It seems like your injuries are completely healed. Congratulations. Hearing his indifferent tone, Yu Ye's breathing became stifled, and she became even more speechless. Nia Jingxin calmly looked towards Yu Jinbei and nodded. Long time no see. How are you? After a brief silence, Yu Jinbei slowly said, I'm fine, but not you. I'm fine as well. Nia Jingxin's expression remained calm. After saying that, he shut his mouth. He had always been cold and quiet, but he was mostly directed towards his enemies and outsiders. In Yu Ye's and Yu Jinbei's eyes, they only felt that he was familiar, yet also unfamiliar. Chills filled their hearts. May I know about our previous agreement? Asked the primordial heart devil with a smile. Yan Zhaoga was also looking at Nia Jingxin. He retracted his gaze and turned towards the primordial heart devil. He said plainly, How about you express your sincerity first? Of course. The primordial heart devil nodded and pointed his finger forward. Streams of black water flowed across the skies of the land of Tranquil Stream, instantly transforming into a vast ocean. The ocean water wasn't as filthy as the Tranquil Stream. Although it was pitch black like ink, it looked clean and radiant, without any impurities. Chapter 1682. Although the water was clear and without any ripples, it originated from the 9 underworld's core, the devilish sea. It was the dirtiest thing under the heavens, surpassing even the surging blood river and the filthy soil. Treasures like the green lotus flag and the white cloud boundary flag excelled in defense. However, they couldn't withstand the seawater's contamination. Even the 9 underworld's devils didn't dare to approach the devilish sea's abyss. The seawater was right in front of them. To many people, using a container to store it was a serious problem. However, it wasn't a problem for Taoism's people. Sua Mingzhang opened his palm, and specks of starlight shone on his palm. As the radiance expanded, it enveloped the black seawater. The primordial heart devil smiled and nodded, as expected of Taoist Sua's heaven culmination title. "You're flattering me," Sua Mingzhang replied plainly. The primordial heart devil turned to look at Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. "Now, can we begin?" "Yunsheng?" Yan Zhaoge looked towards Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng nodded and calmly looked at the primordial heart devil. On the other side, Yu Yi looked at Nie Jingshin with a face filled with worry. Although Yu Jinbei's expression was solemn, his gaze was also fixated on the familiar figure. Nie Jingshin's face remained expressionless. He no longer looked at Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei. Instead, he turned around and entered the darkness, disappearing into the depths of the tranquil stream. Seeing how he didn't have any reluctance to leave, Yu Yi opened her mouth, but no sound came out. A hint of pain appeared within Yu Jinbei's gaze. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng squinted their eyes. "Should we keep him here?" asked Sua Mingzhang. He didn't care about the primordial heart devil's presence. "We can't," answered Yan Zhaoge softly as Nie Jingshin disappeared. If Nie Jingshin didn't stay, forcefully bringing him out of the 9 underworlds would be too difficult. After all, he was a grand heavenly immortal who was an extremely powerful extinct fiend sovereign with extraordinary strength. Moreover, the primordial heart devil and the other 9 underworlds' great devils were present. Even if the orthodox Taoism gathered all their experts, the vast freedom heavenly devil would still appear. At that time, even with the immortal extermination formation, both sides would suffer great losses, and the Western Pure Lands, the demon race, and the heretics would benefit from it. Most importantly, it was meaningless for both sides to suffer. Nie Jingshin would still not be able to return. Instead, Yan Zhaoge made a mental note of his current act of disappearing, as though he was deep in thought. "Let's talk when we get back." As Yan Zhaoge spoke, the North Ocean clone and Pan Pan simultaneously appeared by the side, bringing Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei away from this place. The primordial heart devil was still smiling, as if he didn't mind Sua Mingzhang's suggestion or Yan Zhaoge's actions. He only smiled and nodded towards Feng Yunsheng. "If that's the case, let's begin." As he spoke, colorful auspicious clouds appeared above the old man's head. A spot of black blossomed in the center of the auspicious clouds. It was evil and pure, like ink, and quickly spread out in the auspicious clouds. The auspicious clouds were instantly dyed black, but they were still emitting light. Gazing carefully, Yan Zhaoge and the others vaguely saw that a deep abyss was vaguely reflected within those black auspicious clouds. An oppressive and frenzied aura permeated the air. Even with Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Sua Mingzhang's cultivation, they felt slightly agitated, as if the deepest abyss of the 9 underworlds' devilish sea had descended right in front of them. Within the depths of the devilish sea, 12 pillars vaguely appeared. They were scattered all over the place, and their arrangement wasn't orderly. Their heights and thicknesses were also different, as if there wasn't any pattern to them at all. However, different concepts were naturally contained within. They were profound and unfathomable, and went against the laws of the world. They formed their own style and constantly clashed with each other. On top of the 12 pillars, some of them were empty, while some of them had silhouettes faintly discernible. On top of one of the empty pillars, a blood fog gradually arose. The blood fog was chaotic and blurry, making it hard to discern what was happening. However, the blood fog slowly floated and flew out of the black 9 underworld's devilish sea's abyss. It seeped out of the black auspicious clouds and materialized closer to Yan Zhaoge and the others. "Taoist Feng, please," said the primordial heart devil politely. Feng Yunqing's expression didn't change. A chaotic abyss manifested above her head. It looked somewhat similar to the 9 underworlds' devilish sea's abyss and the primordial chaos before the world was split apart. The dark, chaotic abyss expanded outwards, and its blurry boundary came in contact with the blood fog. A clear silhouette started forming. Feng Yunqing's body trembled slightly. The originally dark and obscure chaos started becoming more and more concrete. In the end, it was like boiling water, constantly rumbling and boiling. "Hu!" Feng Yunsheng let out a long sigh. She shook her head towards Yan Zhaoge and Sua Mingzhang, indicating that she was fine. On the other side, the black, auspicious clouds above the primordial heart devil's head reflected the 9 underworlds' devilish sea's pillar. There was nothing on top of the blood fog's origin pillar. However, from Yan Zhaoge's perspective, the pillar itself seemed to have undergone some changes. The pillar became even more obscure and dim. Within the pitch-black abyss, it became even more blurry, hollow, and hard to observe. As for the blood fog, it became denser and gloomier. It even gradually turned black. "You're asking for too much." Feng Yunsheng suddenly snorted coldly. As the chaotic abyss above her head surged, it gradually regained its calmness and became dark and unpredictable. However, the blood fog didn't seem to give up. It only sucked in the Luo Yuan formed by Feng Yunsheng's martial concept. "Taoist Feng, you're wrong. If we stop now, not only would we not gain anything, but we would also suffer a huge loss." The primordial heart devil was still smiling like a haggling vendor in a market. However, Yan Zhaoge and Sua Mingzhang were aware of how dangerous the transaction was. The slightest mistake could lead to a huge difference. "Are you trying to force a trade?" Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. It could be seen that when Feng Yunsheng returned a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority to the 9 underworlds, she had also gained something else from the 9 underworlds. That was why the primordial heart devil said that if they stopped now, not only would the 9 underworlds not gain anything, but they would also suffer a loss. Yan Zhaoge would naturally be happy to see the 9 underworlds suffer a loss. He immediately extended his hand and placed it on Feng Yunsheng's back. The blood fog existed between reality and illusion. It couldn't be severed externally. Feng Yunsheng would still be the one to compete. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's minds seemed to be connected. Following Feng Yunsheng's will, he seemed to have peeked into some of the 9 underworld's profundities. At this moment, the 12 pillars seemed to be right in front of Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's eyes, yet also seemed to be separated by the horizon. Chapter 1683. The 12 pillars gradually became clearer, and faces seemed to appear within the blood fog. There were male and female faces, old and young faces. Most of them were unfamiliar to Yan Zhaoge. However, to Yan Zhaoge, who had been researching the 9 underworlds' devilish Tao for many years, he was unfamiliar with them because he had never interacted with them. However, he had seen images of some of their faces before. These people were all from the beginning of the primordial epoch when the world was first formed. After experiencing the long years until now, each of them was a heavenly fiend god's body. Eventually, Yan Zhaoge's acquaintances appeared. Yin Shiyang, Chu Lily's father, Chu Heng, Chu Lily, Qin Xuanzong, and Shi Jun's mother in Yuzhen. The last person that appeared in front of Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng was Nie Jingshan. However, unlike the others, Nie Jingshan's image gradually materialized and stood between the 12 pillars. Beside him, there was an even dimmer black shadow that stood shoulder to shoulder with him. As expected, the Wood Devil and the Devil of Aged Metal, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, weren't surprised. The Doomsday Heavenly Devil hadn't truly been born yet. Naturally, other great devils had to arrange for him to fight against Feng Yunsheng. The vast Freedom Heavenly Devil, who was a Tao ancestor, was wary of the other Tao ancestors and the immortal extermination formation. As such, the one hosting the ritual against Feng Yunsheng would definitely be one of the 6 extinct devils. The Shadow Devil's situation was special, and he could only assist from the side. The main force was naturally Nie Jingshan. At this moment, Feng Yunsheng even felt like she was standing face to face with Nie Jingshan. The two were staring at each other. Within the 9 underworlds abyss sea, dark golden sword lights shot into the sky around Nie Jingshan's body. From its ordinary appearance, it instantly became sharp. The vigorous sword lights condensed. At this moment, they were infinitely compressed and lost their sharpness. However, they were still extremely solemn. From a certain perspective, it was similar to Feng Yunqing's Luo Yuan. They were opponents. With the help of the shadow demon from the side, Feng Yunqing also felt that she was alone when they worked together. Fortunately, Yan Zhaoge was facing this threat together with her. However, when Yan Zhaoge moved, the primordial heart devil also moved. This was the reason why Nie Jingxin and the shadow devil were the ones in charge of the ritual against Feng Yunqing and not him, the leader of the 6 great extinct demons. You and your wife have always been straightforward people. Since we've agreed on an exchange beforehand, why are you being so hesitant now? The old man said with a smile. As he spoke, a 5-colored radiance appeared between his eyes. In almost an instant, Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunqing, and Sua Mingzhang all vaguely felt impatient, their minds becoming unstable. You must be joking. Of course, we have already agreed on a deal. However, exchanging for more and exchanging for less are 2 different things. If you want to forcefully buy and sell, aren't you being too greedy? Yan Zhaoge said mildly. Sua Mingzhang snorted coldly and punched the primordial heart devil without saying anything. His fists and palms seemed to be moving together with the entire galaxy. They charged at the primordial heart devil in an overwhelming manner that spanned across the universe and the entire universe. The primordial heart devil smiled and didn't move. He didn't evade, nor did he resist. However, his figure seemed to have become illusory at this moment. He was isolated from everything in this world, and they didn't come into contact with each other. Sua Mingzhang's destructive, majestic power lost its target and passed through the primordial heart devil's illusory figure. Sua Mingzhang's punch missed, and he immediately retracted his power. His palm seemed to have pierced through the primordial heart devil's chest and stopped there. The old man in front of him was still standing there with a smile on his face. He's healed. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing's gaze flickered. The primordial heart devil's abilities were profound. He was neither alive nor dead, and he was everlasting and indestructible. Most existences in this world, including other grand heavenly realm experts, couldn't injure him. This great devil had countless clones, and he seemed to be everywhere. He didn't exist in space. Instead, he existed in every sentient life form's heart. Only some could materialize and some couldn't. However, nothing was absolute in this world. There would always be a minority that could truly injure the primordial heart devil. Especially when the primordial heart devil was gravely injured, he was even more vulnerable to attacks. Sua Mingzhang's supreme martial art, all-seeing heaven and earth, had already seen through the principles of illusory and real. During the transformation of illusory and real, even the primordial heart devil couldn't avoid his attacks. Unless the primordial heart devil's injuries were healed, and he returned to his peak state, this old devil was faking it. The smile on the primordial heart devil's face didn't diminish. However, the 5-colored radiance in his eyes gradually converged. It was no longer dazzling, and it was no longer colorful. The radiance in his eyes was like the usual sunlight. It was inconspicuous, but it was warm and natural. As soon as this gaze appeared, the pressure in Yan Zhaoge and the others' hearts skyrocketed. They were all perturbed, and distracting thoughts filled their minds. At this moment, Xiao Juanhuang's figure seemed to be flickering in front of Sua Mingzhang's eyes. As the two interacted with each other, the scenes of the past flashed through their minds. In the end, they parted without saying a word. Who knew that it would be an eternal farewell after this parting? When they met again, she was already gone. Only the Tsanghua divine tree that bloomed quietly was left in front of them, leaving behind only loneliness. Xiao Juanhuang's voice and smile on the Tsanghua divine tree before her death kept resounding in Sua Mingzhang's heart, lingering for a long time. In the end, The face that appeared in front of Suo Mingjiang was his expressionless self. The face that looked exactly the same as him looked at him calmly and asked, "She's no longer here, and you changed yourself for her. If so, why didn't you compromise back then? She's already dead. What's the point of doing this now? Is it just to make yourself feel better?" Feng Yunqing's heart was also fluctuating. The memories of her life kept appearing in her mind. When she was young, her fate in the Eight Extremities world fluctuated greatly. After arriving at the world beyond worlds, she went on a long journey and fell into the 9 underworlds. She narrowly escaped death. Although she was blessed after surviving the calamity, there were still hidden dangers under the blessings. She felt like she was treading on thin ice. Up until today, she was conscientious and diligent. She could be considered to have reached the peak. However, where was the path ahead? There was a face that looked exactly the same as her. With a calm expression, she asked, "Is this the life you want? Revitalize Taoism? That's the ambition of Yen Zhaoge or others. What's your ambition? Is your life's goal now to support your partner? Will you only live for others forever?" Yen Zhaoge didn't know what situation Suo Mingjiang and Feng Yunqing were in, but he guessed that they were in a similar situation. At this moment, he was in a trance, and the scene in front of him was also changing. Chapter 1684. Heavy traffic, high-rise buildings. In front of him was a world of concrete, and in his ears was the sound of cars honking. Yen Zhaoge looked at this scene quietly and narrowed his eyes. It wasn't the scene of the great calamity that he had been dreaming about. Instead, it was something buried deep in his memory, as if he had forgotten about it. It was too long ago. Previously, he would only think about the great sage equaling heavens, Erlang God Yongjian, Third Prince Neza, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and other familiar names. However, he would only think about some myths, legends, documents, movies, and so on. He would only think about those things that were related to his current life. Most of the information that was not related to the current life would float to the surface of his heart and then sink to the bottom of the sea in the next moment. It had been too long. Sometimes Yen Zhaoge would subconsciously think that the experience he had in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace before the Great Calamity was his own past. However, many things, although they had been settled for a while, they were still there and had never been forgotten. Yen Zhaoge blinked his eyes and looked at the face in front of him that was exactly the same as his. Have you ever suspected that everything in front of you isn't real? The other person said calmly, "This world is similar to the legends in your memory, but also different. Have you ever thought about why? Could it be that this is just your own dream? Here, you have mixed your memories and diverged your thoughts, causing the legends in your memory to change? Or everything in the past was just a dream? Zhuang Sheng dreamt of a butterfly. Zhuang Zhou dreamt of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreamt of Zhuang Zhou. Who is real and who is fake?" Before the voice finished, the scene in front of him suddenly began to shake. Tall buildings collapsed, the streets were distorted, and the heavens fell, and the earth cracked. Everything was like a pile of sand and began to disintegrate, turning into grains of fine sand. The other him, in front of him, disappeared. After a slight daze, Yen Zhaoge regained his senses, and the scene in front of him returned to normal, just like before. He was still standing beside Feng Yunqing with one hand on her back. Above Feng Yunqing's head, a luo yuan condensed, and a blood mist lingered. The source of the blood mist was the old man standing in front of him. The black, auspicious cloud above his head fluctuated, and the scene changed. In front of the old man stood Suo Mingjiang. Suo Mingjiang's palm was still inside the old man's chest. However, the current Suo Mingjiang's entire body was emitting a faint radiance. The radiance condensed into numerous inscriptions. Under the arrangement of the inscriptions, they transformed into layers upon layers of barriers. As they enveloped Suo Mingjiang, they also enveloped Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing. The tall, short-haired man stared at the primordial heart devil coldly. The old man sighed, "Heaven interception, It lives up to its name. Sua Mingzhang didn't say a word. His entire body was enveloped by a radiance that seemed to separate the world from the outside. It began to expand and move towards the surroundings. Wherever the barrier of light passed through, there would be faint streams of illusory light that were constantly being cut off, isolating the inside from the outside. At this moment, the primordial heart devil's body started to shake like water ripples. During this process, his dreamlike body that did not seem to belong to this world seemed to gradually become solid, allowing the people of this world to truly come into contact with him. Sua Mingzhang's fist, which had penetrated into his chest, was still surging with endless starlight and blazing sun. At this moment, the old man frowned slightly as if he finally felt uncomfortable. He could feel the scorching heat from Sua Mingzhang's fist, as well as the destructive power contained within. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The primordial heart devil sighed softly. His body gradually became transparent, as if it was about to disintegrate into a stream of light. However, Sua Mingzhang clenched his fist tightly, as if it had turned into a bottomless black hole. Even light couldn't escape from it, and the primordial heart devil's current body didn't dissipate. The primordial heart devil's gaze flickered. His body seemed to have a watery glow, which seeped into Sua Mingzhang's arm. Sua Mingzhang let out a groan. The heaven interception scriptures, profundities, circulated, blocking the primordial heart devil's counterattack. The battle between the two wasn't like the battle between ordinary martial art practitioners. However, the intensity of the battle wasn't any weaker. In fact, it was even stronger. The primordial heart devil continued to attack Sua Mingzhang's heart. As long as it broke through, the inside and outside would fuse together. Not only would it know what Sua Mingzhang was thinking, it would also push Sua Mingzhang into the abyss of the heart devil, making it hard for him to extricate himself. While Sua Mingzhang was resisting the heart devil's attack, he was also restraining the primordial heart devil's marvelous ability. He forcefully dragged the primordial heart devil out from the illusion into the real world, and then heavily injured it. In the battle for the immortal extermination array, Sua Mingzhang forcefully resisted the Dipankara ancient Buddha with the 24 heavens sea calming pearl and became famous again. However, because of his personal experience, the primordial heart devil had an opportunity to take advantage of. In fact, among the experts of the same level, the primordial heart devil was indeed a more difficult opponent for Sua Mingzhang to deal with. A zenith heaven immortal state of mind was naturally stable, and few could shake it. However, if someone had to be able to do it, it would be the primordial heart devil, the source of the world's inner demons. Especially the primordial heart devil, who had recovered from his injuries and returned to his peak state. Under the attack of the primordial heart devil at his peak state, even a zenith heaven realm expert could be broken in an extremely short time if there was a flaw in his state of mind. The primordial heart devil had always been known as the leader of the extinct demons, the number one demon below the Tao realm. It wasn't just because he was immortal. However, the primordial heart devil was facing Sua Mingzhang, whose heaven interception Tao was boundless, and it was difficult for the primordial heart devil to win. However, the primordial heart devil wasn't in a hurry. Although Sua Mingzhang's heaven interception divine light was currently protecting Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng, that moment of absent-mindedness was already sufficient for Nie Jingxin and the shadow devil to gain the upper hand. As the blood fog swept over, Feng Yunsheng let out a groan. The chaotic abyss above her head trembled again, and its miraculousness dissipated like boiling water. Within the pitch-black auspicious clouds, within the dark sea of the abyss, among the 12 pillars, the pillar that represented the doomsday heavenly devil became more and more illusory, but also more and more ferocious. Feng Yunsheng was disturbed by the primordial heart devil and lost the initiative, causing the situation to worsen. Even if she came back to her senses in time and wanted to stop it, she couldn't stop herself. The Luo Yuan above her head showed signs of disintegration, and the blood fog continued to spread towards her. From the looks of it, It seemed like it wanted to suck her into the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge's palm was pressed against Feng Yunqing's back, and he naturally understood the changes in the situation. His other hand immediately started drawing in the void and wrote numerous talismans. "Senior Suo," Yan Zhaoge called out softly. From Suo Mingzhang's sleeve, a starlight automatically flew towards Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 1685. The cluster of starlight that flew out from Suo Mingzhang's sleeve was currently enveloping the 9 underworlds, devilish seas, abyss seawater. Yan Zhaoge had mentioned his plan to Suo Mingzhang before, so Suo Mingzhang was already prepared for it. Now, there was no need for Suo Mingzhang to be distracted. When he kept the seawater, he had already made the necessary arrangements. Under Yan Zhaoge's command, the starlight enveloping the seawater flew out. The starlight landed in front of Yan Zhaoge. One of Yan Zhaoge's hands was still pressed against Feng Yunqing's back, while the other hand reached into the starlight. As the radiance circulated, it became slightly dimmer. Then, the pitch-black seawater flew out from within. The handwriting that Yan Zhaoge left behind by writing in the void now resembled a ravine. The seawater poured into it, filling up the empty space, forming a network of interconnected water veins. At this moment, all of these talismans had become completely pitch-black like black jade, and they flickered with a clear and glossy sheen. Upon seeing this, the primordial heart devil frowned even more. He recalled the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual, which had never appeared before. It was a unique ritual created by Yan Zhaoge himself. In the past, the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual mainly targeted his heart devil. However, the primordial heart devil's injuries had yet to fully recover, so he didn't dare to make any big moves. Now that he had returned to his peak, the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual's effects became limited. As such, even if he knew that Yan Zhaoge possessed such a unique ritual, the primordial heart devil didn't care about it. However, this matter was still lingering in his mind. Through the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual, he could easily imagine if Yan Zhaoge had any other new things. 200 years had passed since then. While the primordial heart devil's injuries had healed, the ever-changing Yan Zhaoge might have even more changes. After noticing Yan Zhaoge's actions, the primordial heart devil secretly felt the talismans fused with the devilish abyss's seawater. He instantly noticed some profundities within. He wanted to stop Yan Zhaoge, but he couldn't afford to be distracted. Suo Mingzhang was closing in on him. Under the effect of the heaven-severing scripture, he wanted to forcefully drag the primordial heart devil from the illusory realm into reality. The terrifying surging power was like a raging sea tide, crashing towards the primordial heart devil one after another. The primordial heart devil could only watch as the pure black talismans flew into the encompassing yuan above Feng Yunqing's head under Yan Zhaoge's control. The bloody mist was still wreaking havoc, seeming illusory yet real. It was difficult to sever or erase. However, the dark cloud above the primordial heart devil's head suddenly trembled and began to roll. The dark cloud surged, becoming denser and denser, expanding more and more. However, they were also gradually losing control of themselves. Even Nie Jingxin, the shadow devil, and the others in the 9 underworlds felt the ritual becoming unstable and out of control. This sudden change, in turn, affected the blood mist that extended from the black cloud. It was as if the foundation of the pavilion had been shaken and it had become suspended in the air. Naturally, it would become unstable. Although the surface of the tranquil 9 underworld's demon sea was still as a statue without any ripples, there seemed to be undercurrents gradually surging within it. In the deep sea, between the 12 pillars, Nie Jingxin frowned as he watched everything that was happening in front of him. Suddenly, it was as if he had become the center of an undercurrent. Waves of energy pressed down on him. Then, something happened that surprised him. Feng Yunqing's Luo Yuan seemed to directly pass through the blood mist and black clouds, the boundary between the real and the illusory. the layers of the void, and directly came into contact with the sword light that had condensed into a single point. When the two sides collided, the jet-black talismans also passed through and revolved around Nie Jingshin, causing him to be in a trance for a moment. The shadow devil beside him immediately felt something was wrong and exerted his strength to shake. Nie Jingshin let out a muffled groan as he stumbled backward to avoid the black talisman. The pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil's appearance started becoming clear again. It was no longer as profound as before, and its malevolent nature had also decreased. There were other great devils in the 9 underworlds helping them. At the same time, other devils came out from the 9 underworlds and intended to descend upon the land of the tranquil stream. Almost at the same time, in the boundless void outside of the land of the tranquil stream, many powerful auras also manifested. They were naturally the Taoism's people who were already prepared. The war between the two sides was about to erupt, and it could erupt at any time. In the land of the tranquil stream, the primordial heart devil also frowned. He shook his head and sighed, "What a great move you've made. It seems like we have to stop here today." His eyes flickered slightly, and the black, auspicious clouds above his head started dissipating. The blood mist also became rootless duckweed and was about to disperse. However, while the devils retreated, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing didn't. The encompassing yuan above Feng Yunxing's head started expanding and shrouded the primordial heart devil's head. Moreover, it gathered the blood mist and black clouds so that they wouldn't dissipate immediately. Among the 12 pillars of the Abyss Sea, the pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil even started shaking slightly. Sua Mingzhang also grabbed the primordial heart devil tightly and didn't give him any chance to retreat. Rays of radiance shone in all directions. Sua Mingzhang continued exerting his strength, and the remaining might shook the land of the tranquil stream to the point that it started disintegrating. The gloomy filth kept fading away, and the desolate void was restored. Taoism kept pushing forward, forcing the 9 underworld's devils to retreat step by step. The void started opening, and one after another horrifying, great devils appeared. They were about to take action. On the other side, the Taoism bigwigs started manifesting their silhouettes in the void and were about to descend. At this moment, within Feng Yunqing's vision of the 9 underworld's abyss sea, a pitch-black ancient mirror suddenly appeared above one of the 12 pillars. As soon as the mirror appeared, the abyss sea instantly stabilized, and the powerful pressure was directed towards Feng Yunqing's encompassing yuan. Devil ancestor, vast freedom, heavenly devil. Yan Zhaoge also saw the pitch-black mirror. At the same time, faint golden radiances could be vaguely seen above the boundless void. Dense yellow smoke permeated the air, as if they had arrived above the 9 underworlds. The extremely ferocious evil qi was hidden within. Feng Yunxing let out a long breath, and the encompassing yuan above her head dissipated. She let go of the primordial heart devil's black clouds and blood fog, completely cutting off the connection with the 9 underworlds. Within the 9 underworlds, the black ancient mirror didn't make any other movements and allowed Feng Yunxing to retreat. At the same time, above the 9 underworlds, outside the void, the rumbling yellow dust and golden radiances also disappeared and completely concealed within the void. The primordial heart devil wanted to leave, but Sua Mingzhang didn't let him go. He forced the old devil to materialize from illusory, and he had no choice but to take a punch from Sua Mingzhang. The other great devils went forward to receive the primordial heart devil and retreated towards the 9 underworlds. "I hope we can fight again." Sua Mingzhang stared at the primordial heart devil with a cold gaze. The old devil coughed a few times, perhaps. He turned his head and looked at Yan Zhaoge deeply. "The young heavenly lord is truly capable of making others look at you in a different light. There are only things that we can't think of, but there's nothing you can't do." Yan Zhaoge moved his palm away from Feng Yunqing's back. He looked at the primordial heart devil and said, "Thank you for your praise. Although I admit that I'm not at that level yet, since you've said so, I'll continue to work hard. Chapter 1686. Hearing Yen Zhaoge's sarcastic words, the primordial heart devil wasn't angered. He only stared at Yen Zhaoge once again. Due to the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, he was prepared for Yen Zhaoge's sudden attack. He had been thinking about it for a long time and constantly perfected his own technique to prevent Yen Zhaoge from exploiting any loopholes. However, he didn't expect Yen Zhaoge to use the seawater that he had just obtained. Now that he thought about it, Yen Zhaoge's request for the 9 underworlds, devilish seawater wasn't to deal with the Wuji apricot yellow flag and other treasures. Instead, it was to deal with today. The primordial heart devil didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When they first met, he had personally given the 9 underworlds devilish seawater to Yen Zhaoge and the others. In the end, it was akin to giving aid to the enemy, which helped Feng Yunxing gain an advantage in the previous confrontation. Sua Mingzhang even kept the seawater at the start, which served as a diversion. The primordial heart devil wasn't enraged. However, his gaze towards Yen Zhaoge became even more cautious. After his gaze swept past Yen Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, and Sua Mingzhang, the primordial heart devil led the other devils and disappeared within the darkness. Yen Zhaoge and the others didn't chase after them. Instead, they looked towards another direction. From afar, Buddha light and demonic qi were faintly discernible. Although they were wary of each other, most of their attention was placed on Taoism and the 9 underworlds. Seeing that Taoism and the 9 underworlds couldn't continue fighting, the Buddha light and demonic qi gradually dispersed. At the same time, the other Taoism, heavenly immortal bigwigs, also disappeared and stopped descending. As this concerned the overall situation, Yen Zhaoge and the others would naturally inform everyone about their gains. As a result, the space that had still been surging with winds and clouds a moment ago became empty at this moment, with only Yen Zhaoge and the other 2 remaining. The original land of Tranquil Stream was shattered and no longer existed. Yen Zhaoge looked towards Feng Yunxing and Sua Mingzhang. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Sua Mingzhang raised his right hand, which was still tainted with a layer of watery radiance. The previously transparent and colorless watery light had now become multicolored and overflowing with light and color. However, under Sua Mingzhang's circulation of the heaven-severing scripture, the colorful watery radiance gradually faded and finally disappeared. Feng Yunxing closed her eyes and remained motionless as she stood stiffly in the void. Her face didn't show any strange or painful expression. It was more like she was in deep thought. After a long time, Feng Yunxing opened her eyes and nodded to Yen Zhaoge and Sua Mingzhang. "I'm fine too." After a brief pause, what she said next was earth-shattering. 9 Nether wants to break the seal that suppresses the primordial heaven devil. Oh! Yen Zhaoge and Sua Mingzhang both narrowed their eyes. Although it had been sealed during the immemorial epoch and had never reappeared, the existence of the primordial heavenly demon still made everyone wary. He was the true leader of the fiendish Tao, the source, the ancestor, the number 1 existence among the 12 devilish gods and fiends, the first ancestral fiend, the leader of all fiends. His original title should have been Primordial Demon. It was only after he was defeated by the Taoism's Jade, Clear, Grandmaster, the primordial heavenly lord of primordial beginning, that he changed his name to Primordial Heavenly Devil. Even so, this number 1 Grandmaster of the fiendish Tao was extremely powerful. Even after thousands of years, he was still feared and praised by everyone. Although he had been suppressed by the primordial heavenly lord until now, it was mostly due to him being defeated in the battle for the title of Primordial Beginning. As the victor, the primordial heavenly lord naturally suppressed the primordial heavenly devil. Otherwise, as fellow Tao realm bigwigs, even if the victor could be determined, how could he be suppressed for so long? After the primordial heavenly lord's transcendence, the difficulty of the primordial heavenly devil regaining his freedom increased. Unlike the great sage equaling heavens who was suppressed by the Tathagata Buddha, everyone was wary of the Tathagata Buddha. With how important the primordial heavenly devil was to the fiendish Tao, the 9 underworld's devils would naturally try to help him break the seal regardless of the consequences. Although the fiendish Tao was often suppressed, there was still the vast freedom heavenly devil. However, breaking the seal of the primordial heavenly Lord wasn't solely based on one's strength. There were other considerations as well. I see. Yen Jiaoge let out a sigh. The reason why senior apprentice brother Nye entered the fiendish Tao wasn't because of the devil of aged metal, but the primordial heavenly devil. Sua Mingzhang raised his brows. Earlier heaven nascent form? Yen Jiaoge nodded. The earlier heaven nascent form isn't inferior to later heaven. It's the beginning of all things, and it coincides with the primordial peerless form. As such, Nye Jingshin's path of comprehending the secrets of peerless infinity wouldn't be as rough as Yin Tianxia's. If Yin Tianxia or the others didn't have the jade-clear primordial heavenly scriptures, peerless heavenly scripture as their foundation, their path would become more and more difficult. The tranquil, profound, immortal might very well be their end. Cultivating the grand, clear Tai Fist or the prime, clear, chaos-extinguishing origin scripture was another matter altogether. While the principles were the same, it was a different path, which was equivalent to changing one's foundation. Even if Nye Jingshin didn't have the peerless heavenly scripture, it wouldn't be as difficult for him to comprehend the jade illusory, peerless infinity sword like others. While it was impossible for him to reach the Tao realm, he had hope of reaching the grand heavenly realm as long as he had the capabilities to do so. His path was correct and smooth. This was one of the miraculous aspects of his earlier heaven nascent form. This was the main reason why he was targeted by the 9 underworlds. The physique suitable for the devil of aged metal's rebirth was merely incidental. This is the 9 underworld's true plan. Feng Yunqing said faintly, not only is senior apprentice brother Nye a suitable physique for the devil of aged metal, but he's also a suitable physique for the primordial heavenly devil. Nye Jingshin isn't the first person born with the earlier heaven nascent form. While this physique is extremely rare, it isn't unique in history. Sua Mingzhang said slowly, why didn't the 9 underworlds do anything before? It seems like this isn't the only condition required for the primordial heavenly devil to break out of the seal. It needs to be close to the doomsday heavenly devil's birth. Feng Yunqing sighed, the end is also the beginning. Sua Mingzhang's expression remained calm. He nodded, I see. It seems like the 9 underworlds is really aiming for the 12 devilish grand formation. The 12 devilish grand formation. Yen Jiaoge said slowly, everyone is plotting against the 9 underworlds, and the same goes for the 9 underworlds. The moment they are closest to success is also the moment they are closest to failure and vice versa. Hearing Yen Jiaoge's words, Feng Yunqing nodded. Indeed, from the looks of it, the final conclusion between her and the 9 underworlds would be decided here as well. She already knew that there would be a tribulation, and now she was slowly getting a glimpse of its true nature. Yen Jiaoge's next word suddenly changed. Everyone is plotting against this. Back then, how many of them knew about your matter and senior apprentice brother Nye's matter? How many of them watched everything happen, and even went along with the flow? His gaze was faint, and a cold intent leaked out. Chapter 1687. Yen Jiaoge's gaze was currently filled with coldness. Just like how the Xuandu, great Taoist, helped the 9 underworlds obtain the grand heavenly devil's authority from the Elder Lord, the Western Pure Lands also returned the 9 underworlds' faceless heavenly devil's authority. To a certain extent, those plotting against the 9 underworlds were condoning the 9 underworlds. Making things convenient for others was convenient for oneself. In the end, of course, it was still for one's own gains. Previously, the Tashita Palace exchanged for the immortal exterminating sword, and the Western Pure Lands used it to exchange for the vast freedom Heavenly Devil's assistance during the immortal extermination formation. While these were part of the deal, in the end, it was still related to the upcoming battle. It was related to the 9 underworlds' fate, as well as the few grand Heavenly Realm pinnacle experts' opportunities to ascend into the Tao realm. The 9 underworlds wanted the primordial Heavenly Devil to break free from the seal, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil to be born in advance, and the 12 devilish heavenly formation to appear within the world, dominating the entire world. However, when they were the closest to success, it was also the opportunity that others were waiting for. As for who would emerge victorious in the end, it would depend on whose methods were more brilliant. Before this, other than being on guard, resisting and restraining the 9 underworlds, the other forces would also condone the 9 underworlds. In fact, they would even help and cooperate with them. From the Grand Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil, it was hard for Yan Zhaoge to not link it to Feng Yunsheng and Nie Jingsheng. He looked towards Feng Yunsheng. In the past, the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua, faked her death to plot against the 9 underworlds under the help of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor. Gao Han, Ling Qing, and the others seemed to know about this matter. Only, their understanding of the details was limited. However, from what they knew, the great devil that Jian Shanhua was plotting against was the devil of aged metal. Who would have thought that it was the Tao realm's doomsday heavenly devil? As such, when Ling Qing first saw Feng Yunsheng returning from the 9 underworlds, she was extremely shocked. Yan Zhaoge assumed that Ling Qing wasn't acting. However, who could be sure that what the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor told her was the truth? In the past, whether Jian Shanhua acted according to the plan or changed the plan on her own accord, only the people involved would know. The roles that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor played were also worth pondering. Was it their plan from the very beginning, or was it because Jian Shanhua acted on her own? Or was it because the 9 nether darkness did something on its own, and they just let it be? If they were merely insiders, then to what extent did they understand all of this? Because of the Rahu saber, Feng Yunsheng was involved in this matter. Was it the result of someone's intentional arrangement, or was it an accident? Apart from Feng Yunsheng, Jian Shanhua, and the Doomsday Heavenly Demon, how much did these Taoism bigwigs know about Nie Jingsheng, the primordial heavenly demon, and the devil of aged metal? Especially the great Taoist master Xiandu. After all, he was on the same level as the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others. All of them were specifically plotting against the 9 underworlds in order to obtain the opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm. He was currently one of the people closest to the Tao realm. These peak powerhouses had all experienced too many endless years, so they all knew how precious opportunities were. They were extremely rare, hard to come by even in an epoch. When the opportunity came, in order to seize the opportunity, there was nothing that could not be used and sacrificed. The example of the future Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the central blessed lands of Saha's great tribulation and great calamity was right before their eyes. How many lives were lost and how many experts perished in those 2 calamities? There were countless of them. If they knew too little, they would be tricked to death without knowing why. The more they knew, the more they understood that the truth was often cruel. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. From a certain perspective, the revival of Taoism and the birth of a new Tao ancestor at all costs was an urgent matter. In other words, a certain Taoism, heavenly immortal bigwigs, desire to ascend to the Tao realm coincided with the orthodox Taoism's current objective needs. Especially if one's own sect didn't succeed, another Tao ancestor might appear on the opposing side. In order to achieve a result, some sacrifices might be unavoidable. However, the outcome would be the same if an individual understood the cause and effect and willingly sacrificed himself. Compared to being thrown into the chessboard like a chess piece, or even being sacrificed as a pawn, the outcome would be the same. However, the feeling it gave to the person involved would be completely different. It's often said to dispel the false and retain the true, to see the truth, to not be confused by the heart, and to not be confused by the emotions. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, however, it seems like my cultivation is still lacking. Feng Yunsheng and Sua Mingzhang remained silent. They could sense the emotions contained within Yan Zhaoge's words. Yan Zhaoge didn't hide his words from them. Needless to say, Feng Yunsheng and Sua Mingzhang could be trusted as well. Although their current strength was ranked amongst the top of the grand heavenly immortals, there were also chess pieces that had just jumped out of the chessboard like Yan Zhaoge. However, just like Yan Zhaoge, there were chess pieces that had just started jumping out of the chessboard. Even if they were to start their own schemes, they were not the ones who had been scheming for the 9 underworlds all along. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was dim as he looked at the dark, boundless void. He didn't know how deeply involved the great Taoist Xiandu was and how much he knew. However, with the great Taoist Xiandu returning the supreme heavenly devil's authority to the 9 underworlds despite the elder lord's inaction, Yan Zhaoge found it hard to believe that he didn't know anything about the doomsday heavenly devil and the primordial heavenly devil. Whoever was plotting against the 9 underworlds next round wouldn't be able to escape suspicion. At most, it would only be a difference of how deep they were. Would they personally take action, or would they silently allow it? Whether the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor, who plotted against Jian Shanhua to the 9 underworlds in the past, knew nothing about it. However, on the other hand, if they were also players of chess, what was their motive? Was it to help the great Taoist Xiandu, or were they plotting against the 9 underworlds next round? Did this mean that under such a low-profile and secretive situation, there were also people nearing the Tao realm, waiting for the final opportunity? Only, unlike the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Mahamayuri, Taoist Luya, and the great Taoist Xiandu, they weren't known by others. In order to prevent others from obstructing their path, everyone kept their own path of cultivation a secret. Only none of them were easy to deal with, especially the Tao ancestors. Although most of them wanted to hide it, they were still exposed. However, nothing was absolute in this world. There might be someone who slipped through the net. From the outside, it seemed like there was no way to enter the Tao realm. In fact, only he knew about it. He had even secretly made preparations, and was only left with one last step. Yan Zhaoge sighed and turned his head to look at Feng Yunsheng and Sua Mingzhang. A bitter smile appeared on his face. I feel like cursing. I can't help but suspect if the 9 underworlds purposely leaked this information to us in order to sow discord among us and cause chaos among us. The information was real. It wasn't fake. However, it was precisely because it was real that it had such lethality. Chapter 1688. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Sua Mingzhang said quietly, "Only time will tell us the answer. If someone personally arranged it, then there might be evidence. However, it would be hard to prove if someone knew about it or how much they knew. Only when the outcome was revealed would they be able to see some clues. Perhaps it won't take too long." Yan Zhaoge pondered and looked towards the distant starry sky. After a while, he retracted his gaze and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, we did gain something else this time. He raised his hand and wrote something in the air. Black runes appeared once again and circulated within the void. As radiance flickered, the black 9 underworld sea's water was extracted once again. Feng Yunsheng opened her palm and kept the seawater. Then, she looked towards those runes together with Sua Mingzhang. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered. The runes transformed and rearranged themselves in midair, transforming into a profound scripture. When they gathered together, they resembled a huge rune formation. Within the rune formation, many profound concepts were revealed. Yan Zhaoge stared at the rune formation and felt the changes within. He said softly, "It's a little rushed. Although we stopped the primordial heart devil from interfering, we can't do anything about the 9 underworld's great devils." Feng Yunsheng said, The Wood Devil reacted very quickly. "We don't have much time." "Yeah, that's right." Yan Zhaoga nodded. However, it also proved one thing. Because of his earlier heaven nascent form, Senior Apprentice Brother Nie's incarnation of the Devil of Aged Metal isn't stable. Unfortunately, our true opponent isn't the Devil of Aged Metal, but the Primordial Heaven Devil. Yan Zhaoga let out a breath. We still have to wait for the final moment. That's when everything will be revealed. Those of Taoism might have their own plans. Even if Yan Zhaoga could gather all the forces of orthodox Taoism and rush to the 9 underworlds, his opponents might not just be the devils of the 9 underworlds. He would also have to face Buddhism, the demon race, and many other bigwigs. Yan Zhaoga felt that the 9 underworlds, which had always been the public enemy, had now become the target of everyone's tacit understanding. Yan Zhaoga felt that the world was unpredictable. Absurdity and truth were often separated by a thin line, and one standpoint determined right and wrong. This chess game is huge." Yan Zhaoga suddenly laughed. "If it really is the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demon formation, and this matter involves the Primordial Heavenly Demon and the Doomsday Heavenly Demon, then the situation isn't something that Dipankara Ancient Buddha and the others can control." Sua Mingzhang said slowly, "If the ancient Dipankara Buddha and the others want to gain something, they must have the support of a few Tao ancestors." His gaze swept past Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunqing's faces. "However, are the Tao ancestors really willing to see the birth of a new Tao realm?" The competition between Tao realm almighties against transcendence would only be crueler and more intense than the competition between grand heavenly immortals. If there was no special reason, one more Tao realm expert of the same level meant more competition. To others, it meant one less chance. It was true that those who were first had a huge advantage, but there was no guarantee that they would be the first to take that final step. There was also the possibility of those who came later catching up. From a certain perspective, even though the current Tao realm experts were in constant conflict with each other and were rivals with each other, they would naturally reject the birth of a new Tao ancestor. The contradiction was that the grand heavenly realm experts under them definitely had their own goals and demands. Of course, his core goal was to reach the Tao realm. This conflict was inevitable. How to balance and overcome it was a problem that had to be considered. Find a successor for yourself. Yan Zhaoga looked at Sua Mingzhang and nodded. Transcend by yourself and let your subordinate take over this position. Indeed, there could only be one position. However, only a limited number of people were prepared for it. If one's own faction took over this position, they could continue to protect others of the same path, lest they ended up like Taoism in the past. Sua Mingzhang nodded and remained silent. So in the 9 underworlds, not only is the Dipankara Buddha and the others fighting for the opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm, but might also be the opportunity for the Tao ancestors to transcend. Not necessarily, Yan Zhaoga said. Only this is the best outcome for the Western Pure Lands, Astro Mountain Starry Seas, and the other forces. Back then, while the future Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had their own reasons for being born, the other Tao ancestors had tacitly agreed to it. They might even have their own considerations, which resulted in the current situation. However, without a doubt, if there wasn't a valid reason, they wouldn't allow such situations to happen. I wonder what's the opportunity for the Tao ancestors to transcend. Otherwise, it would be much easier to make a judgment. Yan Zhaoga lightly rubbed his temples. Feng Yunsheng smiled. This isn't easy to guess. After smiling, she softly muttered to herself, other than the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoga said, while there are many clues regarding the 9 underworlds, it's hard to come to a conclusion. Let's see what they're trying to do by heading towards the 12 devilish god formation. Let's return first, said Feng Yunsheng. Yan Zhaoga and Sua Mingzhang nodded slightly. The 3 turned around and returned to the universe domain. There, Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei were anxiously waiting alongside Pan Pan and the North Ocean clone. While the two's expressions seemed calm, their gazes were fixated on Yen Zhaoga's group the moment they appeared. "Senior apprentice brother Nie's situation is rather complicated," said Yen Zhaoga. When Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei heard it, they felt relieved, and some hope appeared in their hearts. If it were truly hopeless, Yen Zhaoga wouldn't use such words. Seeing their expressions, Yen Zhaoga sighed in his heart and said, "It's still too early to tell if senior apprentice brother Nie would fall into the devil's Tao. However, even if he doesn't end up like other devils, his situation isn't optimistic." After a slight pause, he continued, "This matter involves the ancestral devils." When Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei heard it, their expressions changed slightly. They were aware of the difference between a Tao realm ancestral devil and a grand heavenly realm extinct devil. However, the two quickly calmed themselves down, and their expressions returned to normal. "Junior apprentice brother Yen, junior apprentice sister Feng, senior Suo, thank you for your efforts." Yu Yi took a deep breath and thanked Yen Zhaoga and the others. Then she stopped speaking and only stood there quietly. Her gaze, that was always distracted and unfocused, was now as calm as water. However, she was extremely focused. Yen Zhaoga observed her. Although he couldn't tell what she was thinking, he could feel that Yu Ye's state of mind was still rather calm. On the other side, Yu Jinbei's deep voice resounded. "Life can't be forced. However, even if you know that there's no hope, you still have to try. Moreover, thanks to your kind intentions, Zhaoga Jingxin, it's still not the time to despair." Chapter 1689. Facing Yu Jinbei, Yen Zhaoga nodded slightly. "We'll do our best." Everyone bade farewell and dispersed. Yu Yi returned to the roving jade heavens within the crimson radiance and yang heaven. Suo Mingzhang returned to the grand peace royal cliff heaven, and Yen Zhaoga and the others returned to the vermilion royal reed heaven and the sky beyond skies. Yen Zhaoga's North Ocean clone secretly watched Yu Yi enter the roving jade heavens. Only then did he feel relieved and left. After returning to the sky beyond skies, Yu Jinbei went to the jade capital crag, while Yen Zhaoga and the others returned to the broad Creed Mountain. Everyone on the broad Creed Mountain was worried for Nie Jingxin after hearing about what had happened. However, since things had progressed to this point, they could only take it slow. Everyone knew that they couldn't rush things. After Yen Zhaoga returned to the mountain, he cultivated by himself. Feng Yunsheng was guarding the vermilion royal reed heaven, while Su Fei was in charge of the broad Creed Mountain. Unless something special happened, Yen Zhaoga didn't have to worry about it. He cultivated the 3 flowers above the head and condensed the essence of divinity in order to facilitate his future cultivation. After the solitary flower converged crown, Yen Zhaoga continuously battled against the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, and the others. Putting aside the fact that the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha Lord was a mighty Buddha who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism, even if the Dingguang Joyous Buddha had joined the heretics due to historical reasons, his strength was still extraordinary among the grand heavenly realm heretics. Although he didn't improve as much as Feng Yunsheng, fighting against these grand heavenly realm experts gave Yen Zhaoga a lot of benefits. These accumulated benefits would aid Yen Zhaoga's progress. He needed time to analyze and accumulate. After thoroughly understanding the various principles, he would use them for his own use. While walking on the path of cultivating the 3 clear lineages would bring him limitless glory, the higher he went, the more difficult it would be. Yen Zhaoga lacked references and had to constantly comprehend it himself. There was no sun or moon in the mountain. For those who were immersed in cultivation, time would pass quickly without them noticing. Yen Zhaoga wasn't an exception. As he was fully focused, he didn't pay much attention to the outside world. Only when something extremely important or special happened would he be alerted. For example, in the limitless cloud Oath, the Tai Immortal finally succeeded in purifying Neza's fiendish aura. guiding the historical god of the three altars, sea meeting, to truly revive from the calamity of the great calamity and return to this world. Having received this news, Yen Zhaoge was also overjoyed. The true deity Tai and Neza had specially come to the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven to bid farewell to Yen Zhaoge and the others. Since Neza had recovered, it was not appropriate for the master and disciple to occupy the universe of Wuji Tan Tian anymore. They had somewhere to go. Other than bidding farewell, they had also come to thank Yen Zhaoge. I've already heard about what happened from my master. My heart was confused, and I let go of my restraint. I've really made a fool of myself in front of fellow Taoist. I still have to thank fellow Taoist for your help so that I can return to my true self. This great divinity of the three altars, sea gathering, had the appearance of a youth with delicate features of the past, an air of arrogance vaguely visible between his brows. However, as he spoke to Yen Zhaoge now, he was extremely polite and sincere. After experiencing the great calamity back then, after experiencing so many years of torment after his rebirth and awakening, he seemed to be more stable than the rumors said. At the very least, as far as Yen Zhaoge knew, this person was definitely not someone who would stay put. Even though he had become a grand heavenly immortal, and even though he had looked down upon the world for more than an era, he still did not change his youthful temper. He was famous for being hot-tempered and unreasonable. To put it bluntly, he was just an overaged brat. Not only was he overbearing, but his destructive prowess was also extremely shocking. Only a few people could restrain him. Fortunately, Neza seemed to be much more stable than Yen Zhaoge's impression of him. You're being too polite. We're on the same side. If I can help you, I'll naturally do so, said Yen Zhaoge. I still have to thank little friend Yen. The Tai cultivated deity smiled and said, You've been forgiving us for a long time. It's time for us to leave. With the current situation, we might have the chance to help each other in the future. If little friend Yen has any issues, you can contact us. Of course, Yen Zhaoge asked. What do you plan to do next? I'm planning to make a trip to the Western Pure Lands. Neza said, Although I've already ended the grudge between me and Li Jing, this matter still has to be traced back to that baldy Dipankara. Within these few sentences, Neza revealed his arrogance from back then. Li Jing's actions were related to the Dipankara ancient Buddha. In the past, when I fought with Li Jing, that baldy Dipankara bullied me and used the pagoda to suppress and refine me. During the great calamity, he was also related to it. If I don't take revenge, how can I let this matter rest? Neza's gaze was filled with hatred and anger. Yen Zhaoge stroked his chin. He didn't think that Neza was being reckless. Great deity three altars, are you planning to directly challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha? Neza nodded, that's right. The existence of the immortal extermination formation had completely changed the living environment of the orthodox Taoism's descendants. If there wasn't the immortal extermination formation, even if Neza was an expert of the Jade, clear lineage's third generation, he wouldn't have a good ending if he dared to directly challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha. However, if he directly went to the Western Pure Lands to challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the worst outcome would be him losing to the Dipankara ancient Buddha in a one-on-one battle. Whether he lived or died would depend on his own capabilities. At the very least, the conflict would be resolved between him and the Dipankara ancient Buddha. It wouldn't be like the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, the North Star Emperor, and the others who had to bear the risk of facing the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the future Buddha, and other Tao ancestors at any time. Of course, this didn't mean that Taoism's outstanding figures like Yang Jian, Sua Mingzhang, Feng Yinsheng, or Neza could openly challenge the other forces' grand heavenly immortals, which were weaker than them, and kill their opponents. The few Tao ancestors wouldn't tolerate it. It was just like how Mahamayuri, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, and Tao Lord Lu, you wouldn't do such a thing. If they really did so, it would be no different from starting an all-out war, where both sides would perish together. At the end of the day, the so-called openly issuing a challenge could only be done between two opponents who are on the same level. In fact, it might even be the weak challenging the strong. Such a problem didn't exist between Neza and the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. First of all, their grudges were extremely deep, far surpassing the norm. Due to various reasons, they had been suppressing their grudges for a long period of time. In fact, the grudges only grew more and more complicated. Secondly, in terms of age and seniority, Neza was far inferior to the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. The younger wasn't bullying the younger by challenging the older. Moreover, they had already broken off their relationship and weren't on the same path. Thus, it wasn't rude or disrespectful. Lastly, and most importantly, according to their past impressions and performance, the disparity between the two wasn't too huge. The victor would only be determined after they fought. In fact, some people even thought highly of the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. Neza's initiative to challenge him wasn't to bully the weak. Instead, he might end up kicking a steel plate. Undeniably, the possibility of the Western Pure Lands taking advantage of the situation to kill Neza still existed. However, the current orthodox Taoism had the capital to take precautions and take revenge. However, I feel that the Dipamkara ancient Buddha might not accept your challenge, said Yen Zhaoge as he looked at Neza. Chapter 1690. Yen Zhaoge supported Neza's challenge against the Dipamkara ancient Buddha, no matter from his personal perspective or the overall benefits of Taoism. After all, the Dipamkara ancient Buddha was the existence closest to the Tao realm among all the Buddhism bigwigs. Although his strength wasn't as strong as Mahamayuri, he was much closer to the Tao realm than Mahamayuri in terms of cultivation. Even if the Dipamkara ancient Buddha won the battle against Neza, it wouldn't be safe. He had to achieve a complete victory, even if it was a Pyrrhic victory. If his foundation was harmed, it might affect his breakthrough into the Tao realm. As for the outcome of losing, it was obvious. The benefits of winning were limited. At most, he would be able to kill Neza and eliminate one of the top-notch bigwigs of orthodox Taoism. However, although Neza was strong, he wasn't the current pillar of orthodox Taoism. Therefore, it wasn't worth it for the Dipamkara ancient Buddha to fight against Neza. After all, Neza was the one who held a deep grudge against him. He didn't suffer any losses from Neza. Of course, not accepting the challenge wasn't without its disadvantages. At the very least, it would greatly damage the Dipamkara ancient Buddha's reputation and prestige. Although this bigwig of Buddhism had a good mental state and wouldn't panic because of this, it would still hurt his pride. Buddhism's Zen cultivation emphasized on the cultivation of one's temperament, such as not being angry, not being humiliated by external objects, and remaining calm. However, it could also be said that one's heart was filled with fear and stubbornness in order to ascend to the Tao realm. If one's thoughts were too heavy, they would no longer be empty. The subtlety of this was a test for the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. If it were someone else, it would be fine if he didn't accept the challenge. However, not only was Neza Jr., he even had a deep grudge against him. If Neza came to his doorstep and scolded him, it would be troublesome. If that baldy Dipamkara doesn't accept the challenge, I'll stay by the Western Pure Lands entrance and challenge him. Neza sneered. He can afford to lose his face. I'd like to see if the other people in the Western Pure Lands have such thick skin. Yen Zhaoge gave Neza a thumbs up. No matter what, I still wish you success. However, you have to be wary of the other party's dirty tricks. You also have to pay attention to the demon race and the 9 underworlds movements. I've contacted Senior Brother South Pole and Yang Jian. When the time comes, I'll go with my disciple and take care of them in secret. Perfected Tai smiled and said, I believe fellow Taoist Wudong and fellow Taoist Yin Shao will take care of me since they are in charge of the immortal vanquishing array. Yen Zhaoge smiled. If that is so, it would naturally be for the best. If I am free, I might also go and join in the fun. At that time, I hope that the 3 altars sea gathering deities will allow us to spectate the battle. It's great that you want to go. Neza said, I'm just afraid that the old thieving Baldy won't accept the challenge." With that, he bade farewell to Yen Jiaoge along with the Tai spiritual master and left the vermilion sovereign reed heaven, disappearing amidst the void's boundless outskirts. Neza had a firecracker temper. He would do whatever he wanted. Very quickly, Yen Jiaoge received news from the outside world. Taoism's Three Altars Sea Meeting's great divinity Neza had officially issued a challenge outside the Western Pure Lands, challenging the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The Dipankara ancient Buddha would decide the location, and Yen Jiaoge only wished for it to happen as soon as possible. The moment the news spread, it wasn't just the Western Pure Lands that were shaken. The Astro Mountain Starry Seas, the Immortal Court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were also interested, paying close attention to this matter. It had been many years since something like this happened. Although the Western Pure Lands and the demon race often fought against each other, they were all battles that concerned the whole. There were rarely any private battles. On the contrary, the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus would occasionally fight against each other in order to obtain more worshippers and establish their own prestige. Now that Neza suddenly mentioned it, everyone was a little surprised. However, after thinking about it carefully, they realized that it was within reason. To the ancient Dipankar Buddha, it was a problem that was neither big nor small. The previous contact with the 9 underworlds was only the beginning. Now, the 3 clear lineages, first step of counterattacking. Within the Astro Mountain Starry Seas grand essence heaven, Taoist Luya shook his head and smiled. How could something like this happen before the immortal vanquishing array reappeared? If Neza had reappeared, the 3 clear lineage wouldn't have such a good candidate. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles said, "As for the others, Dipankara doesn't have to accept the challenge." Not accepting a challenge from his peers meant that he had no grudges against them. Not accepting a challenge from his juniors meant that he was magnanimous. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' expression wasn't pleasant. His son, Fuluazi, had died by the hands of Yen Jiaoge and the others. He wanted to use an official challenge to settle his grudges. However, it wasn't easy to pick an opponent. Yen Jiaoge and the others who laid down the incomplete immortal extermination formation to kill Fuluazi had yet to reach the grand heavenly realm. A grand Luo challenging a grand void? Only the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles would make people laugh. Even if Yen Jiaoge, Yen Di, and the others weren't ordinary grand virtual immortals, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles wasn't a heretic grand heavenly realm. Pull one hair, an entire body will be affected. Whether or not Randang accepts the challenge will change many things. Tao Lord Luya smiled. Let's pay close attention. We might be able to learn something. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles nodded. Not bad. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the final result was that the Dipankara ancient Buddha did not accept the challenge. Whether he was rational or cowardly, one of the oldest Buddhas in the world refused Neza's challenge. Although he displayed a magnanimity that didn't bother with his juniors, those who were aware of the grudges between him and Neza didn't find his demeanor convincing at all. As expected, Neza did as he told Yen Jiaoge. He blocked the Western Pure Lands entrance and challenged them to a duel. Unless the Dipankara ancient Buddha can invite Mahamayuri to take action again, he would have a headache. Yen Jiaoge smiled and said to Feng Yinsheng, Buddhism had many experts, and not all of them were afraid of Neza. However, only a limited number of people could chase Neza away on behalf of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. A tie was useless. One had to win steadily. Without the Amitabha Buddha's interference, only Kong Xian had the confidence to take down Neza in the entire Western Pure Lands. Other than that, they could only gang up on him. However, if that happened, the outcome might turn into a brawl between the Western Pure Lands and Taoism's lineage, allowing the demon race to reap the benefits. In the end, the Dipankara ancient Buddha had no choice but to keep the duel free. In the Western Pure Lands, Guanyin Bodhisattva secretly contacted the Tai, cultivated deity, and Neza, hoping to ease their relationship and persuade Neza to leave. Unfortunately, Neza was stubborn. He only wanted to settle the score with the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Even the Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't do anything about it. Both sides were in a stalemate. In the end, the Guanyin Bodhisattva helped the Dipankara ancient Buddha to fight against Neza. In the end, she set up a difficult problem and forced Neza to retreat temporarily. Neza wasn't willing to give up. After he returned, he thought hard and finally found a way to break through the Guanyin Bodhisattva's mystic art. As such, he went to the Dipankara ancient Buddha's door again and continued challenging them. Chapter 1691. Neza was stumped by Guanyin Bodhisattva's Dharma access. Although he lost the bet and had to retreat temporarily, he was not willing to lose once and never come back again. After temporarily leaving, he racked his brains to think of a way to solve the problem. He wasn't fighting alone. On the surface, it was Neza challenging the Dipankara ancient Buddha alone. However, this matter concerned the entire Orthodox, Taoism, and the Western Pure Lands. Yang Jian, perfected Tai, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other Taoism bigwigs all offered their assistance. Yen Zhaoge, who was watching the show, would naturally lend a hand as well. Soon, Neza came again. Although the people from the Western Pure Lands wanted nothing more than to slap him to death, they had no choice but to deal with him. Guanyin Bodhisattva was the one who blocked the Dipankara ancient Buddha on the stage. Naturally, there were also many people standing behind her. After Neza solved it for a while, there were new problems waiting for him. Both sides exchanged blows, each resorting to their own tricks. Just like that, the battle dragged on endlessly, wrangling all day long. Although Neza was a little impatient, he knew that it would not be bad for him and the Orthodox Taoism to continue the stalemate. It seemed that he was blocked and could not see the face of the ancient Dipankara Buddha, but the person who blocked him was also a senior Guanyin Bodhisattva, so it did not hurt Neza's face. After all, the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss was Amitabha's Pure Land. Neza couldn't really barge in and find trouble with the ancient Dipankara Buddha. However, the ancient Buddha, Randang, had been avoiding him. Others had to bear the burden for him. To Randang, his prestige would always be damaged. Not only Guanyin Bodhisattva, but the other Buddhist powerhouses were also implicated and put in a lot of effort. In the long run, it was inevitable that he would be dissatisfied. Although Neza had a domineering personality, he wasn't overly impudent. He didn't interfere with the others in the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss and only stared at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The Dipankara ancient Buddha was rather calm. He stayed in the Western Pure Land and didn't come out. This wasn't a difficult task for him. However, Neza challenged them every day. In the end, Guanyin Bodhisattva was also at her wit's end. It was useless to mediate and mediate. She could only return to the Western Pure Land and avoid meeting them. Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva, came to mediate. Both sides went back and forth, entangling endlessly. Time flew by in this process. During this period, even the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had engaged in a few battles. Although Neza was only targeting the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Western Pure Land's energy would inevitably be greatly implicated by the Taoist sects. Under the demon race's support, the blessed lands of the White Lotus immediately suppressed the Immortal Court, unleashing wave after wave of attacks. In the end, the Western Pure Lands had no choice but to temporarily put aside Neza's matter and contact the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The Dipankara ancient Buddha rarely took action personally, and it wasn't like he had to leave the Western Pure Lands. It seemed that this ancient Buddha was determined to pretend to be deaf and mute to the end. He just ignored Neza, who was challenging him outside. Neza had a stubborn temper as well. He treated the void outside the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss as his own home and refused to leave. Every day, he would curse the ancient Dipankara Buddha. Yen Zhaoge paid attention to the news of the outside world while also concentrating on his cultivation. An immortal realm expert could casually enter seclusion for decades, centuries, or even millennia. Time flew by like water. Counting from the time when Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the others had interacted with the 9 underworlds in the land of Tranquil Stream, 200 years had passed in the blink of an eye. 200 years was enough for a few generations of mortals to change. However, to Yan Zhaoge and the others it was like a dream. Now they had woken up from their dream. Within the Zhuluo royal reed heaven, within the sky beyond skies, within the cave manor behind the broad Creed mountain, the meditating youth slowly opened his eyes and took in a light breath. The vast sky beyond skies was instantly filled with turbulent winds and clouds. The spirit chi circulation between the heavens and earth had come to a standstill. At this moment, most people in the world only felt that the sky beyond skies, which was filled with abundant spirit chi and was a paradise that all martial art practitioners yearned for, had completely disappeared. The heavens and earth were still filled with various phenomena. Only all colors seemed to have vanished. In just an instant, the sky beyond skies, which was originally filled with countless spirits, had suddenly entered the degenerate era and dried up. Not only the sky beyond skies, but even the 8 extremities worlds, the vast ocean world, and other lower realms that were related to the sky beyond skies seemed to have vanished into thin air. Even the entire Zhuluo royal reed heaven was shaking. The jade spring heaven within the Zhuluo royal reed heaven and the various worlds beneath it were affected as well. Within the jade spring heaven, Tong Xinlin, Guangtongzi, and the other bigwigs were all shocked. They felt as if the jade spring heaven's spirit chi was being extracted by the outside world. They hurriedly exited the jade spring heaven and saw that the entire Zhuluo royal reed heaven seemed to have formed a gigantic spirit chi vein that circulated endlessly. All of the spirit chi was converging towards the sky beyond skies. Within the cave manor behind the broad Creed mountain in the sky beyond skies, the meditating youth let out a light breath. In an instant, as if the frozen river had thawed and spring had returned to the earth, the sky beyond skies was filled with spirit chi once again. It circulated on its own and stabilized itself. It was as if the previous scene of spirit chi disappearing was just a hallucination. It was the same in the other worlds as well. Tong Xinlin and the others stood outside the jade spring heaven. Within the cosmic void of the Zhuluo royal reed heaven, they watched as the massive spirit chi circulation instantly reversed without any obstruction. It was as if the spirit chi circulation had always been circulating in the opposite direction. The spirit chi that was extracted from the jade spring heaven returned to the jade spring heaven and its subordinate worlds. Everything returned to its original state. Tong Xinlin and the others looked at each other and were speechless. After a long while, Guang Tongzi asked, Could it be that the heaven-trampling Lord is going to challenge the origin, heavenly tribulation, and ascend to the grand heavenly realm? No, challenging the origin, heavenly tribulation, and attaining the 3 flowers, converged crowns, immortal body, shouldn't look like this. Tong Xinlin shook her head and paused for a while before saying, This looks like the scene of a virtual immortal condensing the splendor of chi. But, she said with a hesitant expression, but why would there be such a huge commotion? The person beside her continued, Which virtual immortal could have such a commotion? At this point, the person suddenly shut his mouth, and his voice stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at each other. After a long while, they spoke in unison. Young Heavenly Lord, Yan Zhaoge! At this moment, within the sky beyond skies, within the broad Creed mountain, Yan Di was conversing with Xue Fei and Yuan Jingfeng, while Xue Chuqing accompanied him by the side. After feeling that the spiritual chi flow between the heaven and earth had returned to normal, Yan Di held Xue Chuqing's hand, and the couple smiled at each other. Congratulations, congratulations. Xue Fei and Yuan Zhengfeng were full of smiles as they congratulated Yan Di and his wife. Within the cave manor at the back of the mountain, a formless darkness appeared. No one noticed it, as if it came from the faraway skies, or as if it had always been here. Feng Yunqing's figure appeared from the darkness. She pushed open the cave manor's door, and the youth inside welcomed her with a face full of smiles. Above the youth's head, two radiances converged. One divine ability world. The other chi shook the heavens. Chapter 1692. After the first flower of divinity, another flower of chi appeared above Yen Zhaoga's head. The duo flowers converged crown as he stepped into the grand virtual realm. He smiled as he looked at Feng Yunsheng, blinking his eyes. "Look at how arrogant you are." Feng Yunsheng could not help but laugh. "Am I not arrogant right now?" The two flowers above Yen Zhaoga's head slowly retracted, falling back into his Naiwen palace. He did not move as he sat on the cushion, instead spreading his arms to the sides, making a hugging gesture towards Feng Yunsheng as he chuckled. "Little lady, it's time for you to repay your debt." "You," always suddenly not being serious. Feng Yunsheng was not bashful as she directly walked forward and sat in Yen Zhaoga's embrace, leaning her back against his chest. Yen Zhaoga hugged her tightly, laughing lightly beside her ear. "This is a serious matter." "If you say so." Feng Yunsheng finally could not take it anymore as she unconsciously shrunk her neck, but immediately relaxed again, leaning her neck back against Yen Zhaoga's shoulder, looking at her slightly red ear. Yen Zhaoga could not help but lightly nibble on that tender, round earlobe. The body of the woman in his embrace softened a little. However, Yen Zhaoga did not continue teasing Feng Yunsheng. He had just come out of seclusion, his cultivation having advanced a step further. Whether it was his fellow disciples of Broad Creed Mountain or others, they would definitely come to congratulate him. Now, it was just that Yen Di and the others had specially left some time for the two of them to talk, and they would quickly come over. However, Yen Zhaoga still did not let go of Feng Yunsheng as he only smiled. Although we have always said that we are old husband and wife, not only did we not enter the bridal chamber, we actually did not even go through the ceremony of marriage. Feng Yunsheng smiled. "It's not too late if you want to regret." "Silly girl." Yen Zhaoga chuckled with ill intentions. "If I really want to regret, I'll first eat you up and take advantage of you enough. We haven't even started yet. How can we finally give up so easily, don't you think?" Yes, if I knew that you are even more intelligent than a monkey. How would I do something so disadvantageous?" Feng Yunsheng lazily leaned against Yen Zhaoga's embrace. "I've always been looking forward to the moment when I personally lift the veil of my bride." Yen Zhaoga stopped smiling as he hugged her, saying softly, "I've never experienced something like this before. I wonder what it feels like." Feng Yunsheng didn't mind being teased by Yen Zhaoga, but now that he was speaking seriously, her ears turned even redder. She murmured, "I also want to know." The two of them didn't say anything. They just sat there quietly in each other's arms. Although it was silent, their hearts were warm. After a short while, Yen Zhaoga suddenly sighed. The person who spoils the fun has come. While he still wanted to hug Feng Yunsheng and not let go, in front of her seniors, Feng Yunsheng still couldn't sit still as she stood up from Yen Zhaoga's embrace. Then, a few figures appeared at the entrance of the cave manor. They were none other than Yen Di, Xue Chuqing, Su Fei, and Yuan Zhengfeng. "We are indeed a killjoy," Yuan Zhengfeng said with a smile as soon as they met. Yen Zhaoga's earlier words had not been hidden from anyone at all, as his voice had been specifically sent into their ears. "However, I still have to come. There are some urgent matters that I need to discuss with you first." The old sect master said, "Not long from now, the battle between our Taoism's 3 altars Great Divinity and the Western Pure Land's Dipankara Ancient Buddha will begin." "Oh, does that mean that the Dipankara Ancient Buddha has accepted the 3 altars Great Divinity's challenge?" Yen Zhaoga raised his brows. For close to 200 years, no matter how Neza challenged him, the Dipankara Ancient Buddha refused to accept the challenge. If he didn't accept Neza's challenge, Neza wouldn't barge into the Western Pure Land's Buddha Kingdom to capture him and force him to fight. 200 years was undoubtedly a long period of time for mortals. However, to experts like the Dipankara ancient Buddha and Neza, it was merely a snap of a finger. If they cultivated by themselves, their seclusion might not even last that long. The Dipankara ancient Buddha had always been living in seclusion in the Western Pure Lands. He rarely left the Buddha kingdom. Now, other than embarrassing himself, the influence it had on him was rather limited. At most, the other Buddhist Bantis within the Western Pure Lands had some doubts about him. However, the Dipankara ancient Buddha was still able to hold his ground. Although Yen Jiaoge was in seclusion, the Broad Creed Mountains people would copy the latest information of the outside world to him every once in a while for him to study. This time, although Yen Jiaoge didn't completely isolate himself from the outside world, during the process of condensing the essence of qi, he had been in seclusion for a long period of time. As such, Feng Yunshen, Yen Di, and the others didn't disturb him during this period of time. Regarding the latest developments of the outside world, his knowledge was limited. Now that the Dipankara ancient Buddha had suddenly changed his mind and accepted Neza's challenge, Yen Jiaoge was naturally curious about the reason. Feng Yunshen had already calmed down. She nodded and answered his question. Taoist Neza killed the White Xiong. Yen Jiaoge touched his chin. The White Xiong was the personal disciple of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He was often dispatched by the Dipankara ancient Buddha to travel outside. Logically speaking, with a fiendish god like Neza blocking the door, the White Xiong should avoid going out as much as possible. Neza didn't look for trouble with others, but he might look for trouble with him. Although Yen Jiaoge still didn't know how the White Xiong died under Neza's fire-tipped spear, this outcome would undoubtedly affect the situation. Regardless of what the Dipankara ancient Buddha was thinking, he couldn't sit still anymore. Regarding the grudges between him and Neza, he was the one who gained the upper hand. He didn't suffer any losses, while Neza was the one who lost out. Naturally, Neza wouldn't forget about it, while the Dipankara ancient Buddha didn't care about it. However, his personal disciple, the White Xiong, had died in Neza's hands. If he didn't accept the challenge, his reputation and prestige would be shaken even further. The situation of the White Xiong and Li Jing were different. Li Jing and Neza had a messy relationship. They were still father and son in name. The conflict between the two could be considered a family matter. If the ancient Buddha Randang stood up for Li Jing because of Neza's patricide, he would actually be the culprit of the human tragedy back then. Other than Neza, everyone had selectively lost their memories. However, now that the White Xiong had died in Neza's hands, the Dipankara ancient Buddha would be forced to accept the challenge. It would be great if they could fight for real. Yen Jiaoge pondered and said, "The sea-calming pearls of the Dipankara ancient Buddha aren't complete. With the strength of the three altars, there's a high chance of winning. Even if he loses, his life wouldn't be in danger. The Dipankara ancient Buddha would feel terrible no matter who wins or loses." Chapter 1693. Dipankara ancient Buddha definitely didn't want to fight this battle if he could avoid it. Perhaps he was happy that the orthodox Tao sect did not have an expert like Neza, but the ancient Dipankara Buddha never planned to fight Neza one-on-one. After all, Neza was extremely powerful, and he wasn't easy to deal with. More importantly, even if he defeated Neza, the gains would be limited, and the losses would outweigh the gains. However, if the ancient Dipankara Buddha was seriously injured in the process of fighting with Neza, it might affect the game about the Nine Nether in the future. Back in the early years of the Middle Era, the ancient Dipankara Buddha, who was already prepared to break through to the Tao realm, had been waiting for this for too long. If he missed this opportunity, he would really go crazy. What was even more worrying was that he did not know when he would get another opportunity. Back then, the battle at the Immortal Extermination Formation was of great importance, so they had to fight for it. Now that he was challenged by Neza, it was obvious that it would cause more trouble. For Orthodox Taoism, if there was a chance to cause trouble for the ancient Dipankara Buddha, they would naturally be happy to do so. However, Yenjiaoga felt that the ancient Dipankar Buddha was famous for being thick-skinned and black-hearted. The fact that Neza had killed White Xiong might not be enough to provoke him into accepting the challenge. Beware of any tricks or the other party trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Yenjiaoga said, "That's why I came to inform you as soon as you came out of seclusion. Let's discuss the rules together." Xue Chuqing smiled and said, "Fortunately, you came out of seclusion before this battle began, so you wouldn't have missed it." Yenjiaoga glanced at Feng Yunsheng, sighing, "I suddenly feel that it's also not good. Let's deal with fellow Taoist Neza first." Feng Yunsheng smiled at him and said, "As you said, the battle with the ancient Dipankar Buddha might not be that simple." Yenjiaoga glanced at her exasperatedly before saying, "Since time is tight, let's talk on the way." A battle between golden immortal realm experts, especially the top figures amongst them, was undoubtedly a grand event, and it had enormous reference value to others. Even if Yenjiaoga and the others weren't here to support Neza and were merely spectators, they wouldn't miss it. However, even a grand virtual immortal would find it difficult to watch the battle between grand heavenly realm experts. Even though Xue Chuqing and Yuan Zhenfeng yearned to hear it, they did not have the strength to do so. They could only wait for the capable spectators to return and tell them about it. While Yenjiaoga, Yendi, and Su Fei weren't grand heavenly realm, they were capable of spectating the battle. However, as the current sect leader, Su Fei still decided to stay. Zhu Luo, Royal Reed Heaven, and Sky Beyond Heaven also needed experts to hold down the fort. In the end, Yenjiaoga, Feng Yunsheng, and Yendi left the Sky Beyond Skies, left the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, and entered the Void's boundless outskirts. When Neza challenged him, he had said that the location would be decided by the ancient Dipankara Buddha. Now that the Dipankara ancient Buddha had accepted the challenge, he naturally had to decide on the location of the challenge. This ancient Buddha was really thick-skinned and black-hearted. He didn't hold back and directly chose to stay in the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. He just wanted to see if Neza dared to come. While the ancient Dipankara Buddha firmly occupied the home ground, he was also preventing the people of the Tao sect from supporting Neza. Neza agreed immediately. Yenjiaoga and the others, on the other hand, had no choice but to consider this a little more. The good thing is, with this stance, we can basically be sure that Amitabha Buddha won't intervene. Otherwise, the outcome would be the immortal extermination formation descending upon the Western Pure Land, and the two factions would start an all-out war. The bad thing, there are plenty of bad things happening. Yenjiaoga waved his hands as he walked. If it's a one-on-one fight, there shouldn't be any problems. However, after the one-on-one fight, not to mention losing, even if we win, we might not be able to leave easily. Even if we help, it'll be difficult. The other party's home ground advantage is too huge. He smiled. Moreover, if I really enter the Western Pure Land, the Buddhist sect would probably think of keeping me and the 3C Association, great divinities, here. Now that you have the Duo Flowers Converged Crown and the Spirit and Chi Flowers, it won't be that easy to keep you here. Besides, you're not going alone. Feng Yunxing shook her head and said, "As for me, if I enter the Western Pure Land, it'll be hard for me to ambush my opponents like before." After all, the owner of the Western Pure Land was the Amitabha Buddha. The Buddha's radiance was grand, and it shone upon millions of Buddhist lands. It would be hard for Feng Yunxing to hide her tracks. However, she wasn't discouraged. With her current cultivation, even if she didn't ambush her opponents and attack them openly, she would still be top-notch in the world. Although her threat level had decreased, it was only compared to her original level. It's a pity that we can't bring the green lotus flag with us this time. Although Amitabha Buddha has already bestowed the flag to Guanyin Bodhisattva, we're practically forcing Amitabha Buddha to take action if we bring the green lotus flag to fend off the Buddhist experts in the Western Pure Land. Yenjiaoga said with pity, "He doesn't have to make things difficult for us. He just needs to take the flag away. If we could use the green lotus flag, The 3C Association great divinities would be invincible against the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Yendi said, not to mention the Western Pure Land, even if we were to use the green lotus flag to fight against the Buddhist sect experts other than the Mahamayuri, it's still a provocation to the Amitabha Buddha. Indeed, after thinking for a while, Yen Zhaoge asked, "Will Taoist Yang come this time?" "He'll come according to the news," answered Feng Yinsheng. Yen Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. "If that's the case," after pondering for a while, he said, "when the time comes, we'll have to count our manpower. Of course, we can't send everyone in. Not only do we have to wait outside, but we also have to be wary of the demon race and the 9 underworlds. The Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus were currently waging war against each other. The Western Pure Land's attention was occupied by the orthodox Taoism, and the demon race was free. How could the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus not seize the chance to attack the Immortal Court? Of course, the demon race wouldn't personally attack the Immortal Court. That would be equivalent to forcing Taoism to temporarily let Buddhism go and stop Neza's challenge, giving Buddhism a chance to reinforce them. Although Yen Zhaoge and the others hated the Immortal Court heretics to the core, it wasn't the time to eliminate them yet, unless they could kill the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Otherwise, if the immeasurable Heavenly Lord didn't die, and the Immortal Court was destroyed, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord might as well go all out, and the Immortal Extermination Formation wouldn't be able to restrain him anymore. The Blessed Lands of the White Lotus suppressing the Immortal Court was something that Taoism would be happy to see. However, beating them to death was an entirely different matter. Even if they wanted to beat them up, Yen Zhaoge and the others would do it after they became stronger and no longer had anything to fear. Then they would personally confront the Immortal Court about who was the orthodox and who was the heretic. This time, although the Dipankara ancient Buddha had the upper hand, and Yen Zhaoge and the others were quite cautious about it, they weren't too worried about it. After all, the demon race was still eyeing them. The Western Pure Land's Orthodox Buddhism wouldn't fight against Taoism to the death. Only they couldn't let their guard down. Who knew if Buddhism and the demon race would suddenly make peace and plot against Taoism together? The group discussed as they walked and gradually approached the Western Pure Lands. Chapter 1694. As they approached the Western Pure Lands, Yen Zhaoge's group saw Neza, the Tai cultivated deity, and the others. "Thank you, fellow Taoists, for coming here to assist me. I will never forget this favor." Neza first thanked Yen Zhaoge and the others. "You're being too courteous. However, the location of this battle is within the Western Pure Lands. The Dipankara ancient Buddha was already strong to begin with. Now that he has the geographical advantage, it wouldn't be easy for him to deal with him," said Yen Zhaoge. "Hey, why should I be afraid of him? It's just the Dinghai Pearl that's tricky," Neza sneered. Yen Zhaoge nodded and looked at the Tai cultivated deity. "I heard that Taoist Yang would be coming." Perfected Tai smiled and answered, "I heard from Yang Jian that he will come after he finishes dealing with the matters at hand. He should be here soon." The old Taoist asked again, "Little friend Yen, will the 3 of you stay outside or enter with my disciple?" "My wife will stay outside. I will enter with my father to spectate the battle," Yen Zhaoge answered. Feng Yinsheng nodded. Since Yang Jian was coming, he would definitely enter the Western Pure Lands when the time came. As such, she might as well stay outside and provide support. After all, her presence outside the Western Pure Lands was a greater deterrent to all enemies. As for Sua Mingzhang, he did not come. He was still in Great Peace Emperor Cliff Heaven. His existence was also to ensure that the Taoist heavens would not be empty and would not be taken advantage of by others to create chaos. I heard from Senior Brother South Pole and Yang Jian that little friend Yen can manifest the true body of the great sage, Heaven's equal, if he joins forces with his fellow disciples. I wonder if those fellow Taoists are with him? Perfected Tai asked again. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Rest assured, Taoist. Actually, it wasn't just Xue Fei who didn't come. Pan also didn't come. They were both still in the sky beyond heaven. Only Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone had come along with a Ru-E golden cudgel. About 300 years ago, in the battle for the Celestial Extermination Formation, the three golden bodies of the great sage merged into one, manifesting the true body of the great sage, heaven's equal. Finally, they merged with the Earth Essence Stone, which consumed a lot of energy. To this day, although Su Fei and the other two could manifest the golden body of the great sage separately, they were still not strong enough to manifest the true body of the great sage equaling heaven, let alone carrying the Earth Essence Stone. They still needed to continue cultivating. Everyone could guess that the golden body of the great sage had been greatly damaged, and it would take some time for it to recover. However, the details were hard to estimate. Still, only Yen Zhaoge and the others knew the specifics of the situation. Others had no way of knowing. 300 years had already passed, at the very least. For the sake of prudence, everyone naturally had to be more careful. After all, even without using the earthly essence stone, the great sage equaling heaven true body of the three golden bodies of the great sage would still be extremely terrifying. Back then, Tao Lord Lu Ya had been forced to flee at the mere sight of him. Shui, Fei, and Pan remained in the sky beyond heaven. They would not go out, nor would they show themselves easily. As long as their positions were not confirmed, as long as they were not together with Yen Zhaoge, the opponent would have no choice but to be wary of them, constantly on guard. Yen Zhaoge's empty fort strategy still held great deterrence. However, there was no need to talk to perfected Tai and the others. It wasn't that he didn't trust the other party, but the fewer people who knew about the matter, the better. Since that's the case, it couldn't be better. Then I and senior brother Nanzong will stay outside as well. Perfected Tai smiled and said, Lord Lu Ya is ready now. It's hard to say if the demons will make a move. Yen Zhaoge nodded. While he was cultivating in seclusion, Neza blocked the door, and the Buddha on the lamp pretended to be deaf and mute. Time passed, and the world was in chaos. However, there were many eye-catching incidents. The first to bear the brunt was one of the 12 devilish gods. One of the 6 extinct devils, the devil of fire, had been successfully reborn. After the devil of aged metal's rebirth, the grand, exalted, and formless heavenly devil's authorities were reclaimed by the 9 underworlds. A new generation of fire devil had also returned to the 9 underworlds. Within the heavens and earth, there seemed to be a trend of Taoism weakening and devils growing. However, what Yen Zhaoge and the others truly cared about was that the reincarnation of the devil of fire and the reincarnation of a new generation of fire devil came from the demon race. Generally speaking, there were successes and failures when a great devil was reborn. After a few eras, strictly speaking, failures were the majority, due to the devil Tao's hatred. Even if a great devil found a suitable reincarnation body, he would be easily eliminated. If one's cultivation was low after being reborn, they would be even weaker. It would be hard for them to leave the environment and return to the 9 underworlds to recuperate. Although it was a little cruel, most of the great devil's reincarnation bodies were executed as soon as they were discovered. People like Chen Xuanzong, Chu Lili, and Yin Yuzhen were extremely rare. This time, the devil of fire's rebirth seemed to be rather easy. In the past, the 9 underworlds helped the demon race to defile the green lotus flag and snatch the Buddha Sarira in exchange for the devil of fire's safe rebirth. Yen Di said, however, Taoist Lu Ya must have obtained what he wanted. Although he was secretly indulging the 9 underworlds, he still had the devil race's weakness in his hands. Naturally, Taoist Lu Ya had to obtain benefits for himself and the demon race. Fattening the 9 underworlds was for the convenience of harvesting. It wasn't because Taoist Lu Ya wanted the 9 underworlds to grow stronger. This was basically the same thought shared by the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the great Taoist Xuandu, and the others. While indulging the 9 underworlds, they were also making their own arrangements so that they could restrict the 9 underworlds to a certain extent when the opportunity presented itself. Even if Yen Zhaoge used his knees to think, he would be able to guess that this new generation devil of fires returned to the 9 underworlds. In fact, he couldn't help but wonder if Tao Lord Lu Ye had already taken over his body. As the earlier heavenly fire essence, Taoist Lu Ye planned meticulously. Moreover, he took advantage of the gap after the devil of fire's reincarnation. It wasn't like he didn't have the chance to do anything. Of course, while such actions could be hidden from others, it wouldn't be hidden from the primordial heart devil. Even if it was hidden from the primordial heart devil, it wouldn't be hidden from the vast freedom, heavenly devil. However, even if the 9 underworlds knew about it, it was highly likely that he would turn a blind eye to it. The 9 underworlds devils were well aware of Taoist Lu Ye, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, and the others' plans, just like how they indulged the 9 underworlds in secret. Even if the 9 underworlds discovered their tricks, they would also temporarily endure it. Mutual compromise and tacit understanding. Everyone was waiting for the final moment to decide the winner. For the matter regarding the devil of fire, the 9 underworlds' priority was for the devil of fire to be reborn and return to the 9 underworlds. Everything else was secondary. Thinking back to how Taoist Lu Ye used the Fuxi remnant zither to exchange for the fire seed devil spirit from the Taoism's jade illusory glazed lamp, Yen Zhaoge and the others could naturally deduce that Taoist Lu Ye had already completed his preparations for plotting against the devils. With that, he should be like the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the great Taoist Xuandu. Everything was prepared, and he only needed the east wind. Compared to the demon race, the Western Pure Lands lost the green lotus flag and didn't obtain the Buddha's Saraira. The Dipankara ancient Buddha should be more anxious. After thinking for a while, Yen Zhaoge said to the Tai cultivated deity. The Tai cultivated deity stroked his beard and nodded slightly. Chapter 1695. I feel the same way about what you said. Perfected Tai nodded and said, in that case, I'll have to trouble little friend Yen and Yang Jian. I'll be outside and see what Randang plans to do. Yen Zhaoge asked, you're not going to wait for Taoist Yang? There's no need for that. You youngsters have surpassed your predecessors and are even better than us old men. Why would I need to specially wait to give you advice? Perfected Tai smiled and said, it's only my disciple. He's not young anymore, but he's still worrying. Neza was a little awkward at the side. Master, I'm not as bad as you said. You, Duo, you should be more cautious in your actions. Perfected Tai shook his head and said, this time when we arrive at the Western Pure Land of Bliss, we'll fight Randang if we can. If the situation isn't right, we'll act flexibly and cooperate with little friend Yen and the others. We'll talk after we come out. At most, I'll look for Randang if I have the chance in the future. Upon hearing Perfected Tai's words, Neza said angrily, Master, are you trying to provoke me, or are you trying to boost the morale of others and destroy your own prestige? Anyway, be careful. Taoist Tai waved his sleeve and bade farewell to his disciple, Yen Zhaoge and the others. Then he turned around and left. After Perfected Tai left, Neza turned to look at the Western Pure Land and said snappily, as long as Amitba and Mahamiri don't make a move, the Western Pure Land is not a dangerous place. However, it might not be impossible for other enemies to appear, said Yen Zhaoge. He asked Neza with interest, speaking of which, do you have a way to restrain the sea-calming pearl? After I transformed into a lotus, I no longer fear the dazzling light of the sea-calming pearl. I won't be frozen by it, Neza replied. However, apart from that, the sea-calming pearl itself is extremely heavy, and there are many of them. When the time comes, we can only adapt to the situation and look for flaws. There were originally 24 sea-calming pearls. Now that 6 of them are missing, they are no longer complete. I have great potential. Although he was a little hot-tempered, Neza had been through hundreds of battles. In terms of fighting experience, few people in the world could compare to him. He seemed to be stubbornly challenging the ancient Buddha, Randang. However, Neza was not blind. He had a clear understanding of his enemy and himself. On the other hand, the Rui golden pagoda in Li Jing's hands came from the Buddhist sect. However, I have to be careful of that old darn baldy, Randang, and the dermic formulation that restrains my treasure lotus immortal body. Back then, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing was personally killed by Neza. The Rui golden pagoda that restrained his treasure lotus immortal body was also destroyed by Neza. However, it was hard to say whether Buddhism or the ancient Dipankar Buddha still had any treasures that could restrain Neza. Yen Zhaoga also felt that he had to guard against this. If Neza's treasure lotus deity body was broken, even if it was only temporary, Neza would have to face the threat of the sea calming pearl. Being dazzled by the sea calming pearl would suppress one's soul. When the sea calming pearl smashed down, one would not be able to dodge in time and might even be smashed to smithereens. That Rui golden pagoda was destroyed by me, and I vaguely grasped some of the key tricks within. Neza said, "If it's still a technique of the same origin, I'm at least 70% confident that I won't be afraid of their methods." Yen Zhaoga and the others nodded slowly. 70% might sound like a flaw, but it was already a great assurance in a battle between experts of the same level. In the past, it was that old darn baldy Randang who used the Rui golden pagoda to suppress me and then passed it to Li Jing. Neza gritted his teeth. "I'll settle the score with him today. Do whatever you want today, but don't underestimate your enemy." At this moment, a voice rang out in the void, followed by the appearance of a young Taoist priest wearing a cloud crown on his head. He was dressed in a Taoist robe with a silk belt around his waist and hemp shoes on his feet. "Thank you, senior apprentice brother, for helping me hold the line today," Neza said excitedly. "If that's the case, let's go in." Yen Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, Yan Di, and Yang Jian greeted one by one. Feng Yunsheng said, "If that's the case, be careful. I'll stay outside." "Thank you, Taoist." Neza thanked her again and headed towards the western Pure Lands. Yen Zhaoga, Yan Di, and Yang Jian followed behind him. At the same time, Yen Zhaoga told Yang Jian about his conversation with the Tai cultivated deity. "Your worries aren't impossible," Yang Jian nodded. "With senior apprentice Uncle Tai, South Pole, and the others going, there shouldn't be any problems." "Perhaps we're just worrying too much," said Yen Zhaoga. The group approached the western Pure Lands. As Buddhist chants resounded, a great bodhisattva appeared. It was the Bodhisattva Guanyin. She looked at Neza with a compassionate expression. "Why do you have to go to this extent? Now that things have come to this, there's no need for you to say anything more." Neza said calmly, "Musa died in my master's hands, and the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva might not let it go. After Musa entered Buddhism, he had also listened to your teachings. If you want to avenge him, I'll bear the responsibility as well. There's no need to trouble my master anymore." The Bodhisattva Guanyin shook her head lightly and sighed. "Your family? I'm no longer a family with them." Neza interrupted her. "During the great calamity, you two bodhisattvas and Musa didn't participate in it. You still cared about your relationship. However, Dipankara, Li Jing, and his disciple were stirring up trouble. Musa and I didn't have any conflicts. However, after I killed Li Jing, I couldn't even call him second brother anymore. He wasn't wrong, but I wasn't wrong either." Neza said coldly, "Everything can be traced back to its source. Bodhisattva, I'm sure you're aware of who the culprit was. Today's battle is also because of this." The Bodhisattva Guanyin wasn't angered by Neza's words. She said calmly, "You're also a bigwig now. You should know that it's not beneficial for you to have too deep of an obsession." "Today is the day for me to resolve my obsession," said Neza. As they conversed, the group entered the western Pure Lands. Within Yen Zhaoga's vision, the vast void was enveloped by a faint golden radiance. Numerous gigantic green lotuses were hovering within the void. This place seemed like a huge pond. Countless lotuses were blooming on the water surface, and one couldn't see the end of it. Within the western Pure Lands, there were countless Buddhist lands. The other Buddhist bigwigs, who cultivated their own Pure Lands, had also stored their Pure Lands within the Western heavens. Personally speaking, I still hope that the Western Pure Lands can get along well with you. The Bodhisattva Guanyin looked at Yen Zhaoge, Yendi, and Yang Jian. Of course, we also hope to get along well with you, Bodhisattva, said Yang Jian with a smile. Only the hidden meaning hidden within his words was obvious. The Bodhisattva Guanyin naturally understood it. She shook her head slightly and didn't say anything else. She led the group and traversed through the void, filled with green lotuses. As Yen Zhaoge and the others traversed through the void, they could vaguely feel the gazes from the various Buddhist lands that were focused on them. Chapter 1696. The battlefield was within the Western Pure Lands, the Dipankara Ancient Buddha's Buddhist kingdom. The other Buddhist bigwig Bantis would naturally pay attention to this battle as well. At this moment, although they didn't show themselves, the gazes of the Buddhist Bantis landed on Yen Zhaoge and the others. Seeing the outcome of the battle between the Dipankara Ancient Buddha and Neza, these Buddhist Bantis would decide their next move. Yen Zhaoge and Yendi could feel that a considerable portion of gazes were focused on them, compared to Yang Jian and Neza, who had already ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Yen Zhaoge and Yendi, who were two grand virtual immortals, were naturally eye-catching. Moreover, one of them was titled as the Heaven-Trampling Lord, while the other was titled as the Young Heavenly Lord. Neither of them could be compared to others. But the most crucial point was that at this point in time, no one doubted this anymore, nor did they want to measure their ability and see if they were worthy of such an honorific title. On the contrary, even the Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands acknowledged that Yen Zhaoge and Yendi were worthy of their titles, especially Yen Zhaoge, who was publicly acknowledged as the most outstanding martial art practitioner after the Great Calamity. After the Great Calamity, the orthodox Taoism was revived. Even though he hadn't ascended to the grand heavenly realm, he displayed an influence that no one could ignore. Such a person naturally attracted the attention of all the Buddhist great figures, and they paid extra attention to him. However, no one dared to act recklessly. On the surface, Yen Zhaoge was accompanied by Yang Jian, Taoism's current top-notch grand heavenly immortal. Without Mahamayuri, even the Dipankara Ancient Buddha would lose his confidence when facing Yang Jian. Moreover, everyone knew that Yen Zhaoge might be able to summon the great sage equaling heavens. Although this was the Amitabha Buddha's Buddhist kingdom, and the monkey and Yang Jian couldn't wreak havoc here, the Buddhist Bantis knew that the Amitabha Buddha wouldn't interfere in today's matters. The Buddhas who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism could vaguely sense that in the boundless void outside of the Western Pure Lands, there was a hidden force. The sharpness of this force was not released, but it was vaguely pointing towards the Western Pure Lands. It was like a sheathed sword that could reveal its sharpness at any moment. While the Buddhas of the Pure Lands were paying attention to Yen Zhaoge and the others were also paying attention to them. Immortal execution array. This existence completely improved the living environment of the people in the Tao sect. Thinking about how the reappearance of the immortal extermination formation was closely related to Yen Zhaoge, the Buddhist bigwigs couldn't help but feel even more complicated. Yen Zhaoge looked left and right. Although he could feel that many people were paying attention to them, he didn't see any other Buddhas along the way. He was still wondering if he would encounter the victorious fighting Buddha. Compared to the other Buddhist Bantis, the victorious fighting Buddha's master, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, had perished because of Yen Zhaoge's attempt to recreate the great sage equaling heaven's true body. However, the battling Buddha had yet to show himself. Yen Zhaoge vaguely felt that if he didn't show up now, the victorious fighting Buddha wouldn't show up after the battle between Neza and the Dipankara Ancient Buddha was decided. After traversing through the vast universe, Yen Zhaoge, Neza, and the others arrived at a blessed land of Buddhism under the guidance of the Bodhisattva. Here, pagoda after pagoda stood in great numbers. Lotus flowers bloomed, Bodhi trees grew, and lanterns lit up. Radiance shone everywhere. There was no night, only eternal radiance. As Yen Zhaoge and the others stood within, the chanting of Buddhist scriptures resounded in their ears. They could smell the fragrance of sandalwood, which calmed their hearts. Within the blessed land, a temple stood. An ancient Buddha stood by the temple's entrance, smiling at Yen Zhaoge, Neza, and the others. "Everyone, you've come from afar. Welcome, welcome." The Dipankara ancient Buddha's tone was calm, as if he didn't know that Neza had been cursing him outside the Western Pure Lands for almost 200 years. Neza took the lead and stared at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "Dipankara, we're all aware of what happened between us. There's no need for us to talk about such things anymore, right?" His gaze swept across the faces of the Buddhist Bantis beside the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He had already recognized the indestructible Vajra Buddha and the other Buddhist bigwigs. The indestructible Vajra Buddha and the others stood quietly by the side and calmly greeted Yen Zhaoge, Yang Jian, Neza, and Yendi. "What's bound to come will eventually come. It can't be rushed, nor can it be delayed." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and looked at Neza. "This way, please." He turned around and entered the temple. Neza wasn't afraid at all. He followed behind the Dipankara ancient Buddha and entered. Yen Zhaoge and the others also calmly followed behind. After the guests entered, the Guanyin Bodhisattva and the indestructible Vajra Buddha, who were the witnesses of the Dipankara ancient Buddha's side, also entered. After entering the temple, Yen Zhaoge's vision was only filled with radiance. This radiance's color was indescribable. It was only extremely bright and pure. Within it, he couldn't feel any heat or warmth. He only felt like an extra existence that was being rejected by this place. Yen Zhaoge circulated his profound arts, and the radiance in front of him gradually faded away. What was left behind was a boundless, primordial emptiness. He couldn't see the end of it, and it gave off the feeling of the world being born. In this world, there was only a single lamp, and its flames flickered gently. The Dipankara ancient Buddha walked into the lamp and sat in a lotus position. The Buddha light behind his head grew brighter, and the image of a lamp appeared within the Buddha light, which became clearer and clearer. "Neza, it's fine if you want to end your karma with me." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and said, "Only you should already know that the current situation is ever-changing. It's no longer the same as before the great calamity. If the two of us fight too intensely, it might cause a war between the three clear lineage and the blessed lands of Buddhism. By then, others would only benefit from it. If you don't mind, I can compensate you for what happened back then. Let's put aside the danger of our two families fighting each other. What do you think? You have to compete with senior apprentice uncle Xiandu and Taoist Luya for the chance to ascend to the Tao realm. But I don't have to compete with you." Neza stared at him and said coldly, "I don't care about your compensation. What I want can only be obtained with the spear in my hand. Cut the crap. Let's see who's the real deal." After saying that, Neza stepped on the wind fire wheels and raised his fire-tipped spear. Without waiting for Yen Zhaoge, Yang Jian, the Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the other spectators to take their seats, he stabbed his spear towards the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "After so many years, you're still so rash." The Dipankara ancient Buddha laughed and shook his head. He pointed at Neza's head. Then a dazzling golden pagoda filled with relics appeared and descended towards Neza. Yen Zhaoge and the others' worries had come true. Although the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing's Ru-I Golden Pagoda, was destroyed, the Buddhists still had a way to counter Neza's treasured lotus immortal body. Chapter 1697. Ancient Dipankara Buddha pointed, and a pagoda that was even more dazzling than the Ru-I Golden Pagoda that the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing had controlled in the past. The pagoda was embedded with relics. They shone brightly and suppressed Neza's head. The three flowers appeared on Neza's head, and his entire body began to expand. Although he still looked like a young man, he turned into a towering figure. With just that, he seemed to be about to break through the primordial world that everyone was in. In the past, he had once been suppressed by ancient Dipankar Buddha with the pagoda. However, at that time he was only at the Great Void Realm. Now that he had been at the Zenith Heaven for many years, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Even if ancient Dipankar Buddha used the pagoda to suppress him, the effect would be greatly reduced. Compared to when he was filled with hostility and killing intent, Neza was not as violent and stubborn. Instead, he was more agile. He raised the flame-like spear in his hand and blocked the golden pagoda, preventing it from falling. However, at that moment, the boundaries of the world formed by the temple became transparent and blurry. He could see the green lotuses and Buddhist light in the vast Western Pure Land outside. Rays of Buddhist light flowed, and under the guidance of the Sarairas inlaid on the pagoda, they blessed the golden pagoda. The battle venue was set in the Western Pure Land. Ancient Dipankar Buddha's various methods were naturally convenient. Neza immediately felt that the golden pagoda had become even heavier. Although the pagoda was still blocked by him and could not fall, golden flames flowed along the tip of the spear and attacked him. The flames did not have any temperature and did not feel hot. They were clean, transparent, and extremely pure like a light screen. Even though Neza had a defensive treasure, the golden flames were illusory and passed through the obstruction of the heavenly silk. In an instant, Neza's body felt weak. The 3 flowers on his head seemed to dim. At the same time, ancient Dipankar Buddha pointed again. Suddenly, there was a 5-colored glow that dazzled one's eyes and suppressed one's mind. See Calming Pearl. Neza had the treasure lotus immortal body and was naturally immune to most evil arts and special arts in the world. The sea Calming Pearl's 5-colored glow could not be used. Therefore, ancient Dipankar Buddha first used the golden pagoda to break his treasure lotus immortal body. At the same time, he used the sea Calming Pearl to smash it down. As long as Neza's mind was captured by the sea Calming Pearl, he would not have an easy time when the 18 pearls smashed down together. Even if Neza managed to resist the bombardment of the sea Calming Pearl, he would definitely be in a difficult situation. At that time, the ancient Dipankar Buddha would personally take action and finish the job. There was a 90% chance that he would succeed in one battle. In a battle between experts, victory and defeat was often determined by a thin line. If he seized the opportunity, it was very likely that the snowball would grow bigger and bigger like an avalanche. In the end, it would be unstoppable. Although the ancient Dipankar Buddha didn't want to fight with Neza, he had the thought of not fighting as much as possible. But now that he really had to fight, he didn't intend to hold back at all. He simply tried his best to defeat Neza in the fastest and safest way. He didn't want to give Neza a chance to be injured or to fight desperately with Neza, so that he could minimize the risk and damage that might be caused by this battle. As a result, in Yen Zhaoga's eyes, the scene was like an ancient Dipankar Buddha being forced into a battle. He suddenly erupted and unleashed a powerful move without stopping. He instantly erupted with his full strength, wanting to kill Neza with a series of powerful moves. However, Neza was already prepared for this. With the pagoda pressing down and the golden flames surrounding his body, Neza had a complete grasp of the situation after carefully experiencing the changes within. Without giving his opponent any chance to weaken his treasure lotus celestial body, Neza instantly counterattacked. The red heavenly silk on his body shook and turned into a red light. Then Neza swallowed the red light while looking up at the sky. He secretly activated the new technique that he had figured out. A red glow suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, isolating the golden flames outside. Not only that, the red glow even went up the fire-tipped spear's shaft all the way to the tip of the spear, and in turn infected the pagoda. With the 5-colored light enveloping his body, Neza's vision was originally blurred, and his mind was even more sluggish. One after another, the sea Calming Pearl was already smashing down towards Neza. A sea Calming Pearl was like a layer of heavens and a universe. At this moment, it was smashing down from the sky with an extremely vigorous and heavy power. With so many sea Calming Pearls falling together, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Fortunately, Neza had already removed the suppression of the golden pagoda on his body. The treasure lotus celestial body was extremely magical, and his mind was no longer confused by the five-colored light emitted by the sea-calming pearl. At the critical moment, the wind-fire wheels under his feet rotated at an extremely fast speed, helping him to dodge the continuous attacks of the sea-calming pearls one after another. After Neza regained his footing after the initial urgency, he gradually stopped dodging. The fire-tipped spear in his hand was either horizontally or diagonally sweeping, directly facing the terrifying sea-calming pearls head-on. "Seems like I can't subdue you like before." At this moment, the ancient Dipankara Buddha sighed and appeared in front of Neza. The Buddha's palm that was spinning with the swastika symbol seemed slow, but was actually fast. It blurred time and space and attacked Neza. Neza snorted coldly and was not afraid at all. A head and two arms appeared on his shoulder, showing the appearance of two heads and four arms. The fire-tipped spear in his hand also split from 1 to 2. On one hand, he dealt with the attack of the sea-calming pearl, while on the other hand, he raised the tip of the spear. He did not dodge and directly stabbed the swastika symbol in the Buddha's palm. The ancient Dipankara Buddha cared about himself. How would he be willing to fight with Neza in close combat? The Buddha's palm was stabbed by Neza's fire-tipped spear and instantly shattered into a ball of golden flames. Even the body of the Dipankara Buddha, which was also made of flames, also exploded at this moment and turned into a vast sea of flames. As the fire waves swallowed and spat, it burned the heavens and earth, instantly covering the entire temple. Everything seemed to be ignited by the golden flames and turned into its fuel. Even the fire-tipped spear in Neza's hand and the wind-fire wheels under his feet seemed to be engulfed by it. Outside the sea of flames, the real ancient Dipankara Buddha stared at Neza. Behind this ancient Buddha's head, in the perfect Buddha light, there were 3 lights, 1 purple, 1 gold, and 1 gray, shining at the same time. The most famous treasure and method of the ancient Dipankara Buddha was the sea-calming pearl that he obtained from the prime clear bigwig Zhao Gongming. As a result, some people felt that without the sea-calming pearl, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was not worth mentioning. This was not unreasonable. In fact, the sea-calming pearl was indeed the most powerful weapon of the ancient Dipankara Buddha. However, even without the sea-calming pearl, the ancient Dipankara Buddha's strength was also one of the few bigwigs of the Buddhism. At this moment, he exerted his full strength. The golden lights flickered, and the terrifying sea of flames destroyed the heavens and earth. Even a real universe was no different from a piece of paper in front of such power. However, a bit of light suddenly lit up in the surging flames. This bit of red light forcefully pierced through the sea of flames, causing a hole to appear in the golden sky. Chapter 1698. A red light broke a hole in the golden sea of flames. Then a golden light flew out from the red light and shot towards the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Yen Jiaoge looked at it and vaguely saw a golden brick. As the purple lights flickered above the Dipankara ancient Buddha's head, he seemed to have expected it. He waved his hand and a sea-calming pearl shot forward, blocking the golden brick. However, right after the golden brick, Neza rushed out from the hole. Other than the 2 fire-tipped spears, Neza was also holding other treasures in his hands. His appearance also changed from 2 heads and 4 arms to 3 heads and 6 arms. One of his arms held the universe ring, while the other held the yin-yang sword after taking out the golden brick. The 4 arms were still holding 2 fire-tipped spears each. One of them was slashing the sea-calming pearl that was coming towards him. The other fire-tipped spear broke through the sea of flames with an unstoppable momentum and broke out of the encirclement. Heaven-opening scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, aeon light heavenly scripture, spatial heavenly scripture. Yen Jiaoge saw through the profundities of the 4 jade clear, primordial heavenly scriptures from Neza's spear techniques. Neza's strength didn't just lie in his treasures and the treasure Lotus' immortal body. His martial arts were also exquisite. He was a disciple of the Jade, Clear's third generation direct lineage. Not only did he understand the supreme martial arts taught by his master, the Tai cultivated deity, but he also integrated his own unique insights. Although his martial arts concept referred to the profundities of the primordial heavenly scripture, it wasn't a simple fusion. Instead, after mastering it thoroughly, he created his own unique style and formed his own profundities, which were different from his master, the Tai cultivated deity. Neza's martial arts concept was a kind of indomitable spirit and sharpness. It was displayed in his spear technique. It was a sharpness that penetrated a single point as if it could destroy everything. This was the core point. Then, according to the specific situation when facing the enemy, there would be other infinite variations. If he used other martial arts, such as the pure supreme martial arts of the Jade, Clear lineage, he would be able to do it easily. After all, amongst the Jade, Clear third generation direct lineage experts, Neza's attainments in the heaven-opening scripture were publicly acknowledged to be number one. He was even more outstanding than his peers who were bitterly cultivating this supreme martial art. At this moment, he revealed the form of 3 heads and 6 arms. With various treasures in hand, he executed various martial arts and attacked the ancient Dipankar Buddha. With the protection of the lotus deity body and the red armillary sash, the 5-colored rays from the golden pagoda and the sea calming pearl had no effect on him, and the Dipankara ancient Buddha could not trap him. The ancient Buddha's first plan failed, so he came up with another plan. The 18 sea calming pearls enlarged at the same time and manifested the universe. They surrounded Neza from all directions, intending to squeeze him in the middle and slowly wear him down with their domineering, sky-burning golden flames. However, Neza was proficient in the Jade, Clear lineages, Void, heavenly scripture, and the Aeon Light, heavenly scripture. The wind-fire wheels beneath his feet were powerful treasures, and he was rather proficient in movement techniques. Therefore, the ancient Dipankar Buddha was still unable to trap him. Neza jumped out of the encirclement and attacked him again. Neza unleashed consecutive attacks with a spear. However, the perfect Buddha light behind the ancient Dipankar Buddha's head flickered again and again, effectively predicting and capturing Neza's attack route. On the basis of predicting the enemy's moves to a certain extent, with the assistance of the equally outstanding escape art, Lotus Blossoming Steps, the ancient Dipankar Buddha was still able to deal with Neza's storm-like attacks. It's similar to the Jade Clear lineage's origin, heavenly scripture. However, it relies more on the Buddhism's karma as its foundation. Yen Zhaoge watched from the side and thought, however, the ancient Dipankar Buddha's attainments in this Tao were quite deep. Neza revealed 3 heads and 6 arms, and his strength was tyrannical. However, the ancient Dipankar Buddha also had the sea calming pearl with him. The 5-colored rays couldn't stop Neza's mind and actions. However, the sea calming pearl's prowess couldn't be underestimated. Both sides exchanged blows and were locked in a battle. The ancient Dipankara Buddha had the geographical advantage. Every single move of his would affect the vast Buddha light from the western Pure Lands, which boosted his strength, causing his strength to be majestic and boundless. At the same time, under the support of the supreme Buddhist arts, he seemed to possess traces of the Amitabha Buddha's benevolence and majesty. It had an extremely strong suppressive effect on one's spirit, causing others to want to worship him and convert. Even Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di, and the others had to divert their attention to resist the Buddhist art's influence. However, Neza was similar to Feng Yunsheng, Sua Mingzhang, and the others. He was also someone who grew stronger the more he fought. The more he fought in a real battle, the more extraordinary he would be. His opponent seemed to have boundless strength, and the surrounding environment was constantly weakening and suppressing him. Such a situation was naturally disadvantageous to him. However, as time passed, Neza continued to adapt and analyze his surroundings. Moreover, He adjusted and adapted within an extremely short period of time. It sounded simple. However, when he was fighting against a strong opponent like the ancient Dipankar Buddha, he still had to accurately make adjustments. The difficulty of it was imaginable. As the battle progressed, not only did Neza's strength not decrease, but he also adapted to the current environment. Although the ancient Dipankar Buddha still had the geographical advantage, it wasn't as effective as he had hoped. However, this ancient Buddha's expression remained calm, as if he wasn't disappointed at all. Even though his hopes of ending the battle quickly fell through, the ancient Dipankar Buddha wasn't discouraged. Instead, he decisively changed his combat style and slowly fought against Neza. At this moment, he prioritized self-preservation. He didn't want to gain any merits, but he wanted to avoid any mistakes. The ancient Dipankar Buddha, who had the geographical advantage of the Western Pure Lands, put down his pride and adopted such a passive method. Neza couldn't do anything to him. At least, he's still defending and attacking at the same time. The ancient Dipankar Buddha hasn't completely thrown away his pride. Yen Zhaoga stroked his chin. Completely thrown away his pride. Yen Di raised his brows. He's only focused on defending himself. Even the remaining 18C calming pearls manifested the universe and fused them together to protect himself? As the father and son watched the battle from the side, they placed themselves in the opponent's shoes. They imagined themselves facing the opponent and how they would resolve the opponent's attacks or break through the opponent's defenses. Observing the battle between two grand heavenly realm experts gave them a lot of inspiration. Yen Zhaoga noticed that other than the Buddhist bigwigs with higher cultivation, like the Guanyin Bodhisattva and the unbreakable Vajrabuddha, there were also bodhisattvas and arhats with lower cultivation. Although they might not be as clear as Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di, watching the battle was still better than cultivating bitterly. Such a high-level battle with real swords and spears. Even if two Buddhist mighty figures simulated it, it would be difficult for them to achieve such a good effect. It's understandable that the ancient Dipankar Buddha doesn't want to get injured. However, the problem is, how can he win against Neza? As Yen Zhaoga watched, he frowned. Neza wouldn't accept the result of a tie. Could it be that Dipankara wants to continue dragging it out in hopes that he could defeat Neza one day? Chapter 1699. From Yen Zhaoga's perspective, facing the Western Pure Lands Dipankara ancient Buddha, who had the home field advantage, Neza wouldn't be able to defeat him. Although Neza's combat ability was extremely strong, and he had gradually adapted to the environment of the Western Pure Land, he could only avoid being suppressed and subdued by the Pure Land's Buddha light. It wouldn't weaken his combat ability. However, it was difficult for him to cut off the support and blessing of the ancient Dipankar Buddha. In the Western Pure Lands, the ancient Dipankar Buddha's ascension still existed. Neza's adaptability only allowed him to offset part of the difference between the two of them because of the terrain. Therefore, if he couldn't win by surprise, the development of the battle wouldn't be beneficial to Neza. The reason why the ancient Dipankar Buddha was somewhat passive now was mainly because he didn't want to fight Neza head-on. He didn't want to pay too much of a price, so he was slowly wearing down Neza's spirit. It won't be easy. Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di exchanged glances. Neza didn't just want to win by 1 or 2 moves. He wanted to severely injure his opponent, be it to vent his anger or to get rid of a competitor for the great Taoist Master Xian Du in the next round of the 9 Nether. He had to severely injure the ancient Buddha, Randang, to a certain extent. However, looking at the current situation, it would be difficult for Neza to get what he wanted if he didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. After all, the ancient Dipankar Buddha was one of the oldest Buddhas in the world. Throughout the ages, there was always a place for him. When it came to the top-notch grand heavenly realm experts, the old peacock overshadowed the other experts of the Buddhist sect to the point of losing their luster, causing the Dipankara ancient Buddha, who is currently the second in command of the Western Pure Lands, to appear rather awkward and unworthy of his name. But that was because Mahamayuri was too strong. It did not mean that the ancient Dipankar Buddha was weak. At this moment, he was overseeing the Western Pure Lands and had the home advantage against Neza. Up to this point, he was already in an invincible position. In the worst-case scenario, he would completely lose all pretense of cordiality. He would shrink the 18 calming pearls together and defend himself with all his might. In the current situation, it was almost impossible for Neza to break this defense. The Buddha light of the Pure Land continued to strengthen. The ancient Dipankar Buddha was not afraid at all. Of course, the scene would be too unsightly. For Neza, who wanted to severely injure the ancient Dipankar Buddha, he would not be able to achieve his goal. However, in a battle like this, one side was beaten to the point where they could only defend with their lives, unable to fight back at all. The outcome was naturally clear. With how thick-skinned the ancient Dipankar Buddha was, if there was really a need, he definitely wouldn't mind changing his strategy immediately and defending to the end. After all, fundamentally speaking, as long as he wasn't injured in this battle, he would win. Both sides had different strategic goals. Neza insisted on attacking to the end. If this continued for a long time, the ancient Buddha might even have a chance to make a comeback. However, judging from the current situation, although the Dipankara ancient Buddha did not want to get hurt, he was not that conservative. At this moment, he seemed to be at a disadvantage under Neza's strong attack, but he could still persist. He attacked and defended against Neza. Neza was naturally unconvinced. He spread out his 3 heads and 6 arms and became braver and more anxious as he fought. He did not give the ancient Dipankar Buddha any chance to catch his breath. His every move seemed to have the power to shatter heaven and earth. The temple that everyone was in was the core of the Dipankara ancient Buddha's Pure Land. At this moment, under the battle between the two sides, it gradually became riddled with holes and withered. Not to mention the world inside the temple. Even the pagoda forest, bodhi, and flowers outside the temple were mottled and withered. Apart from his astonishing skills, Neza also unleashed all his treasures, other than the armillary sash to protect himself, the universe ring, yin-yang sword, golden brick, and other treasures kept falling towards the ancient Dipankara Buddha. None of his treasures were ordinary. They were either born and destroyed with him back then, or they were obtained when he was reborn for the first time. After experiencing the baptism of the lotus dew, they were different from ordinary immortal treasures. They shared weal and woe with him and complemented each other. These treasures were completely different when used by others and when used by Neza. During the ancient era of the gods, when Neza was still a grand virtual immortal, he dared to compete with Zenith Heaven opponents. Other than his outstanding strength, his treasures also played a huge role. After he ascended to the Zenith Heaven, he refined all his treasures again and improved them to a higher level. Now that all of them were unleashed, even the ancient Dipankar Buddha had to be careful. As Neza fought more and more valiant, the ancient Buddha's 18 calming pearls started being used for defense more than offense. Although he has the upper hand, it's not beneficial for him to continue like this. Yendi frowned and said, the final outcome would only be forcing the ancient Dipankar Buddha to focus on defense. In his opinion, even if Neza didn't have the confidence to win, since he dared to come, he should have more confidence. If that's the case, there might be a chance, said Yang Jian by the side. Oh. Yen Zhaoga and Yin Di looked towards Yang Jian. In terms of understanding towards Neza, the father and son weren't as knowledgeable as Yang Jian, who had been in the same sect as Neza for many years. If the ancient Dipankar Buddha's calming pearls were still intact, junior apprentice brother Neza wouldn't have a high chance of winning against him in the Western Pure Lands. Yang Jian said, however, the ancient Dipankar Buddha's calming pearls aren't complete. If he uses them separately, he might not be able to tell. However, if he focuses on defense, there might be a flaw. Of course, normal people wouldn't be able to grasp this flaw. However, junior apprentice brother Neza can try. Hearing Yang Jian's words, Yendi asked, do we have to wait for the ancient Dipankar Buddha to focus on defense before we can grasp the opportunity? That's right. Yang Jian answered, Neza's technique requires some conditions to be fulfilled. Yen Zhaoge and Yendi nodded slightly. It wasn't that Neza would definitely be able to defeat his enemies. However, as long as the Dipankar Buddha couldn't defend to the end, even with the Blessed Land's Buddha Light's support, victory or defeat would still be uncertain. Neza still had a chance. "Then, what are you worried about?" asked Yen Zhaoge. Although Yang Jian said so, his gaze became more and more solemn. "I feel like something's wrong." Yang Jian observed the battle situation and said thoughtfully, "Neza is getting more and more impatient. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case." Yen Zhaoge and Yendi frowned. Based on Yang Jian's cultivation level and his understanding of Neza, this feeling was most likely not groundless. However, since Neza had the confidence to deal with the ancient Dipankar Buddha's defense, why would he be impatient? Due to the geographical advantage, the ancient Dipankar Buddha was more advantageous in terms of attrition. However, the battle had just started not long ago. This advantage wasn't apparent yet. Although Neza had an unyielding temperament, he was experienced in battles. Logically speaking, he wouldn't blindly advance. Chapter 1700. Realizing that he couldn't win quickly, the ancient Dipankar Buddha switched to fighting with Neza. He had the geographical advantage and was not afraid of a war of attrition. In order to prevent himself from being injured, he prioritized self-protection and slowly wore Neza out. That was understandable. Neza was also a veteran. Of course, he knew that it would be disadvantageous for him in the long run. However, if he advanced blindly and became impatient, not only would it be difficult for him to defeat his opponent, but his opponent might also take advantage of him. Therefore, although he maintained pressure on the Dipankara ancient Buddha and attacked more and more urgently, his mind remained calm and orderly. Although he was fast, he was not in a mess. He looked for the opponent's flaws, and from there, he expanded his advantage and strived to end the battle as soon as possible. At the end of the day, speed was not the goal, but victory. In Yang Jian's eyes, Neza was like that in the beginning, but as time passed, the situation gradually changed. Neza was getting more and more anxious. It was not only in his fighting style, but also in his mentality. This was obviously different from what he had expected. If this continued, he would lose control. Yen Zhaoge, Yendi, and Yang Jian exchanged looks. Being in the midst of the situation, he has discovered something that we bystanders are unable to detect. Yendi frowned. Or is it that he has hidden worries of his own, having no choice but to do so? Yen Zhaoge looked at the battle between Neza and the Dipankara ancient Buddha and murmured, "Taoist Neza was once tainted by the viciousness and killing intent. However, with the help of the Tai cultivated deity, he should have already been purified. There shouldn't be any remnants left. However, from the looks of it, it seems like it's about to relapse. According to perfected Tai, Neza's original problem should not recur. However, the enemy he was facing this time was not ordinary. If he fought with all his strength, it was hard to say whether there would be any special changes. On the one hand, the ancient Dipankar Buddha was strong enough and needed Neza to go all out. On the other hand, Neza hated him to the core. This was one of the reasons why Neza was tainted by his murderous intent. This place is filled with Buddha light. While it would have a suppressive effect on people, there's also an advantage to it. This blessed land's Buddhism is also very effective in suppressing evil qi and killing intent. Yen Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Logically speaking, Neza shouldn't have a relapse. Even if there was a possibility of a relapse, it wouldn't happen in the Western Pure Lands, unless there's another reason. Yang Jian didn't move, but on his forehead, a bright light suddenly appeared, and a vertical crack appeared on his skin. Suddenly, a vertical eye appeared on Yang Jian's forehead, which was the third eye that could scan the entire universe. Seeing this, the invincible Vajra Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at each other. "We can't hide it anymore." Yang Jian opened his third heaven eye and gazed at Neza. Neza didn't look any different from before, but multicolored lights were flickering in the depths of his pupils. Primordial heart devil. Yang Jian snorted coldly. Randang, aren't you ashamed? Dipankara Buddha's expression remained unchanged, and he said lightly, "You're exaggerating." Neza's resentment was too strong, and it gave birth to inner demons. The primordial heart demon took advantage of it. You really can't blame me. If Neza feels unwell and wants to suppress his inner demons, I don't mind. Today's battle can be considered a draw. Dream on. Neza shouted. However, his movements immediately slowed down a little, suppressing and adjusting himself. Dipankara Buddha, aren't you pushing the blame away too cleanly? Yen Jiaoga raised his brows. It's fine if it's other places. However, this is the Western Pure Lands. Without the Amitabha Buddha's approval, without your approval, how could the primordial heart devil do anything? Due to his temperament and hatred towards Dipankara Buddha, Neza's mental state had a flaw. However, with his control over himself, he could suppress these inner demons and slay them without disturbing himself. However, if the primordial heart devil personally took action, it might become a huge hidden threat. Especially when Neza was currently fighting against Dipankara Buddha, the primordial heart devil might take advantage of the situation. After Neza's first tribulation, he was reborn due to the lotus incarnation and obtained the treasured lotus celestial body. With that, he wasn't afraid of most of the evil arts in this world. However, the heart devil originated from within himself. Even Neza's treasured lotus celestial body couldn't do anything against it. He could only rely on himself to suppress it. The primordial heart devil didn't need to make a huge move. Instead, it could silently influence Neza, causing the flaw to become bigger and bigger until it couldn't be mended anymore. That was what he was best at doing. Neza was originally focused on fighting Dipankara Buddha. The primordial heart devil had the secret cover of the Buddhists. Even Neza himself couldn't detect the other party's secret tricks. Now that he realized it, Neza was naturally furious. However, the more emotional he was, the easier it was for him to be invaded by the primordial heart devil. Hence, Neza had no choice but to work hard to stabilize his mental state. Dipankara, it seems like you don't want to fight one-on-one. You want to fight two-on-two? Yang Jian's voice wasn't loud, but the pure land of Buddhism that everyone was in seemed to be about to collapse instantly. Dipankara Buddha smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. From the beginning to the end, I didn't want to provoke a war. Since you've accepted the battle, let's follow the rules." Yang Jian said, quietly, "Now that you're not following the rules, everyone doesn't have to. Neza, go and recuperate. I'll fight with you. I think Amitabha won't mind. There's no need for senior apprentice brother to do anything. I'll recover very quickly." As Neza spoke, he stood on the void and resisted the heart devil's invasion with all his might. He closed his eyes and waved his hand towards Yang Jian, Yen Jiaoga, and Yen Di, indicating that he was fine and could be dealt with appropriately. As expected, after not fighting with others, Neza's strength allowed him to stabilize his body's condition in an instant. His skin was originally as white as jade. Now, colorful colors appeared on the surface of his body. However, the colorful lights flashed and disappeared very quickly. Neza opened his eyes again and stared at Dipankara Buddha. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Faint black qi emitted from his body. The black qi didn't harm or entangle Neza. Instead, it looked like someone was pulling it out from Neza's body. Neza couldn't help but feel shocked. Yen Jiaoga was puzzled at first. Then he suddenly thought of something and came to a realization. "Six-eared macaque," he blurted out. Yen Di, Yang Jian, and Neza also understood what was going on. Previously, they had heard Yen Jiaoga talking about the relationship between the great sage equaling heavens, traveling monk son, and six-eared macaque. They knew that six-eared macaque was formed by traveling monk son's heart devil. That was a miraculous scene that only happened once in a blue moon. It was the result of many factors working together. Even the 9 underworlds devils couldn't do the same. However, today the primordial heart devil wanted to recreate the 6-eared macaques incident. He wanted Neza's heart devil to transform into another unparalleled expert. Chapter 1701. The primordial heart devil's help was equivalent to helping the ancient Dipankara Buddha out of his predicament. Of course, 9 Nether wouldn't do it for free. She was helping the Dipankara ancient Buddha to deal with Neza's challenge, so she naturally had to find a way to get the corresponding benefits. Now, trying to turn Neza's inner demon into another unparalleled expert was one of the contents of the deal. Unlike traveling monk Sun, who was still at the Grand Virtual Realm, Neza was now a top-notch expert in the Grand Heavenly Realm. It was naturally not easy for the 9 underworlds to plot against him. However, Neza's problem inevitably gave the other party a chance. Previously, he was tainted by a thick viciousness and killing intent, something rarely seen throughout the ages. If he truly fell into a sea of blood, then he would be even more savage and tyrannical than the great demons of the 9 underworlds, and even more irrational. Although Neza had already broken free, the source of all this still existed. Li Jing was dead, but Randang still existed. Neza's hatred and indignation were no longer as fierce and violent, but they were more deep-rooted. Right now, they were fighting against the Dipankara ancient Buddha. With the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Western Pure Lands arrangements, the primordial heart devil had the chance to succeed. Neza grunted, and black gas emerged from his body continuously. Then it scattered in the air and disappeared. The black chi seemed to dissipate under the illumination of the Buddha light. However, looking carefully, Yen Zhaoga and the others did not see any collision between the black chi and the Buddha light. Yang Jian stretched out his hand and beckoned at Neza. Neza flew backward and came before Yang Jian. He stretched out his hand and pressed his palm on Neza's back. Neza's eyes were closed, but his body was still surrounded by black gas. With his current condition, it seems like it's no longer suitable for him to make a move. The ancient Dipankara Buddha smiled and said, "Why don't we call it a draw for today's battle? What do you think? Whether you want to stop the primordial heart devil or not, you can leave to deal with it. Forgive me for not sending you off." Yang Jian looked at him. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Junior brother Neza isn't convenient, so let's fight. You can still ask the primordial heart devil to help you. Please forgive me for not being able to keep you company." Dipankara ancient Buddha put his palms together and chanted softly. The unbreakable Vajra Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist venerables did the same. The Western Pure Lands' Buddhist radiance instantly shone brightly. In the vast void, countless Buddhist kingdoms shone brightly. The radiance formed a whole, repelling Yen Zhaoga, Yang Jian, and the others, attempting to send them out of the Western Pure Lands. No matter if it was the Grand Heavenly Realm Yang Jian and Neza, or the Grand Virtual Realm Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di, they all felt immense pressure, forcing them to retreat. That was the entire Western Pure Lands movement. Although it couldn't harm Yen Zhaoga and the others, it formed an irresistible majestic force. Buddha Amitabha did not make a move, but this Pure Land was ultimately the supreme holy land of Buddhism that he had created. Yang Jian's eyes flickered slightly, and all the bones in his body shook slightly. As he trembled, the Buddhist light on his body was being continuously dispersed. Affected by this, the Buddha light of the Western Pure Lands automatically gathered towards him, insisting on sending him out. However, Yang Jian stood on the spot without moving. Without the Amitabha Buddha personally making a move, the entire Western Pure Lands seemed to be unable to do anything to Yang Jian. "Why must you be so stubborn, Taoist?" The Dipankara ancient Buddha shook his head and sighed. Under his control, the boundless Buddha light no longer pressed towards Yang Jian. Instead, it went past Yang Jian and targeted Yen Zhaoga and the others. Currently, Neza's entire body was shrouded in black chi. Under the influence of this, he wasn't even as free as Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di. As the Buddha light descended, it didn't affect the black qi at all. Yen Zhaoge took over Yang Jian's position and went behind Neza. He extended his palm and pressed on Neza's back. Open! Radiance of divinity appeared above Yen Zhaoge's head. As the radiance flickered, numerous runes flew out from within and connected to form a chain-like existence. They intersected with each other and formed a ring, enveloping Neza and Yen Zhaoge within, with Yen Zhaoge and Neza as the center. The rings formed by runes revolved in different directions. From the looks of it, it was as if a temporary spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual had appeared. Compared to the ritual that Yen Zhaoge used to help Chen Xuanzong in the past, the current spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual seemed much smaller. However, it also seemed boundlessly vast. After being suppressed by the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual, the black qi on Neza's body was no longer as rampant as before. With the six-eared macaques incident in the past, it wouldn't be easy for me to do the same thing again. Yen Zhaoge looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha and said, "From the looks of it, you don't intend to help the 9 underworlds succeed." The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual enveloping Yen Zhaoge and Neza with a look of admiration. After hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, he smiled. "Leave it to fate." Ancient Buddha, since when did you become someone who leaves it to fate? As Yen Zhaoge resisted against the Buddha light's repulsion, he sneered. The 9 underworlds wouldn't help you just because of fate. You'll have to pay a higher price to convince them. Yen Zhaoge retracted his smile and looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Is it the water devil or the earth devil? Putting aside the ancestral devil for now, among the 6 extinct devils, the mental devil and the wood devil had always been alive. The current devil of aged metal was reborn in a battle 400 years ago, and the new generation devil of fire was reborn in recent years. The remaining ones were the water devil and the earth devil. They had yet to be reborn and were still waiting for a suitable physique for them to be reborn. The 2 devils' rebirth was extremely crucial to the 9 underworlds. Previously, others might try their best to stop them and suppress the 9 underworlds. However, under the unique circumstances of the current era, with the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Taoist Luya, and the great monk Xiandu having made their preparations, everyone was trying to obtain the 9 underworlds. As such, to other forces, the water devil and the earth devil's rebirth became an important bargaining chip, just like Taoist Luya and the devil of fire. However, to Yen Zhaoge, the 2 devils' rebirth made him feel complicated. Leave it to fate. Towards Yen Zhaoge's question, the Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled. Yen Zhaoge looked at him and suddenly smiled. With your mindset, how would you let go of such a good bargaining chip so easily? The price that the 9 underworlds paid wouldn't just be to help you deal with Taoist Neza's challenge, right? To you, the most important threat isn't Taoist Neza. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, without the green lotus flag and the Buddha Sarira, if Mahamayuri were persuaded by Taoist Luya, you wouldn't be able to stop him, right? The Dipankara ancient Buddha's gaze wavered slightly. Yen Zhaoge leisurely asked, you actually want the earth apricot yellow flag, right? Chapter 1702. The earth apricot yellow flag was a precious treasure of the jade clear lineage in the past, and it was known as the azure lotus flag, white cloud boundary flag, and floating flame flag. Its defensive ability was so formidable that it was rarely seen since ancient times. Even the 5-colored divine light of Mahamayuri could not break it. In the current situation, it could be regarded as something that everyone could rely on to deal with Mahamayuri. Back then, the Western Pure Lands didn't care because they already had the green lotus flag. However, in order to urge Mahamayuri to act, he had been searching for the Buddha's Sarira. However, in the process of searching for relics, they lost the green lotus flag and it fell into the hands of the Tao sect. However, the relic had fallen into the hands of the demon clan, who had always been hostile to them. Therefore, when the Western Pure Lands faced Mahamayuri, they instantly felt guilty. Buddha Amitabha could subdue Mahamayuri, but when he was facing off against Dong Huang Tai or other Tao realm cultivators, he might not have the time to keep an eye on Kongxian. As a result, Dipankar Buddha and the other Buddhist mighty figures had to find their own way out. Either he had the Buddha Sarira that Mahamayuri desired, or he had something to replace the green lotus flag. The yellow apricot flag, whose whereabouts were unknown, naturally became the target of the Western Pure Lands. However, all these years, Yang Jian, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other bigwigs of the Tao Seeking Gate had been tirelessly searching for the yellow earth apricot flag. Everyone had searched for many years, but their gains were relatively limited. Yang Jian had actually found some clues in the past, but when he tried to find the Wuji apricot yellow flag, he was once obstructed by the ancient Dipankar Buddha. If he couldn't get it, then he would make sure his competitors couldn't get it either. Similar things happened everywhere, and it wasn't rare. It wasn't like the ancient Dipankar Buddha family would do this. Thus, everyone was filled with worries and couldn't let go of their hands and feet. While they were constantly on guard against the possibility of others beating them to it, they were also trying to find more precise clues so that they could search for the Wuji apricot yellow flag without being obstructed by others. The ancient Dipankar Buddha had found some clues about the Wuji apricot flag a few years ago. Back then, if he could do the same thing, Yang Jian could do the same thing. How to avoid the eyes and ears of Yang Jian and the orthodox Taoism became the problem in front of the ancient Dipankar Buddha. This time, the Western Pure Lands and the orthodox Taoism had their attention diverted due to the battle between Dipankar Buddha and Neza. The ancient Dipankar Buddha secretly made a deal with the 9 underworlds. One of the contents of the transaction was that 9 Nether would search for the Wuji apricot yellow flag on his behalf. The Western Pure Lands weren't worried that the 9 underworlds would take the treasures for themselves. On one hand, the 9 underworlds had the white cloud-bound flag to begin with. On the other hand, the Buddhist bigwigs had grasped an important bargaining chip that the other party had no choice but to pay attention to. In this way, on the surface, it seemed that the ancient Dipankar Buddha had finally accepted Neza's challenge. However, the two of them weren't the only ones involved in this battle. The true place to decide the victor wasn't in the Western Pure Lands. For the ancient Dipankar Buddha, even if he were to lose to Neza or even be injured, he could accept it as long as it wasn't a serious injury that would cause him to miss the next round of the 9 underworlds. The potential threat of Mahamayuri and the value of seizing the Wuji apricot yellow flag naturally went without saying. Only after being exposed by Yen Zhaoge, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's heart was filled with a layer of gloominess. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yen Zhaoge waved his hand at him as if he was bidding farewell. Let's leave it to fate. The Wuji apricot yellow flag shall follow your fate as well. As his voice resounded, Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di, and Neza's figures disappeared from the void. They were forcefully repelled by the Western Pure Lands Buddha light. However, Yang Jian was still within the Western Pure Lands. Since you've invited the primordial heart devil to greet Junior, apprentice brother Neza, I'll greet you on his behalf. As Yang Jian spoke, he held the 3-pointed, double-edged saber in his hand horizontally. The saber's edge pointed towards the ancient Dipankara Buddha and slashed. His attack was even more ferocious than Neza's. The ancient Dipankar Buddha could only calm himself down and deal with it. He didn't have the time to think about the Wuji apricot yellow flag anymore. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge and the other 2 were thrown out by the Western Pure Lands. What made Yen Zhaoge troubled was that he was separated from Yen Di and Neza due to the Buddha light's influence. When the 3 of them were thrown out, they entered different spaces. Yen Zhaoge was originally planning to use the improved spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual to help Neza suppress the abnormalities brought about by the primordial heart devil. However, the great spatial shift just now had disrupted this process. Fortunately, the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual had been continuously improved by Yen Zhaoge. Now its effects were even better than before. Not only was the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual easy to set up, it didn't require too many materials to support it. Yen Zhaoge could casually prepare it, and its stability had greatly increased. Before Yen Zhaoge was separated from Neza, he still managed to leave the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual on Neza. Even if he wasn't around, the ritual could still display its immense effects. However, after leaving the Western Pure Lands, the primordial heart devil and the other 9 underworld's devils would have an easier time doing things. Yen Zhaoge still had to locate Neza as soon as possible, just in case. With the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual as a guide, it wasn't difficult for Yen Zhaoge. He rapidly traversed through the void and quickly located Neza. However, the scene in front of him made Yen Zhaoge frown slightly. Neza was within the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual, and rings of light revolved around him. Black miasma was still continuously rising from his body. Only it was temporarily suppressed, and it couldn't be released. Due to the heart devil's disturbance, Neza's expression turned ugly. Currently, he was staring at a figure in front of him with an unfriendly gaze. That figure was clearly a Buddha. However, it was different from the Dipankara ancient Buddha, unbreakable Vajra Buddha, and Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Western Pure Lands, who were seated on green lotuses. Beneath this Buddha was a white lotus platform. The Buddha lights imbued with faith power circulating around his body indicated that this was a heretic Buddha of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. He wasn't on the same side as the Western Pure Lands Buddhist Bhantis. In fact, they were even enemies. However, this Buddha appeared in front of Neza, who was temporarily immobilized. Neza seemed to harbor ill intentions as well. Golden Jia, Neza said slowly. No, perhaps I should call you the Lotus Platform Spreading Buddha? The Buddha sitting on the white lotus said calmly, It's just a title. It doesn't matter. Just like how we despise the immortal court heretics, I thought that you and the Western Pure Lands hated each other to the core. Neza said, However, if you didn't collude with each other, how could you wait for me here? Indeed, our das are different. However, there are also traces that everyone wants to erase and karma that everyone wants to sever. The Buddha said, for example, you. Chapter 1703. The Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha, also known as the Sweet Dew Wisdom King, was a blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddha who had attained the heretical Buddhahood. For many years, he had been one of the top experts in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Before he became a Buddha, he was commonly known as the Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha, or perhaps the mystical mountain's guardian, Jinja. He was also the crown prince of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing, Neza and Muza's elder brother. During the ancient era, he was taught by the Taoism's jade, clear bigwig, Manjushri Heavenly Lord. He was also one of the elites among the 3 generations of Taoism. During the Middle Era, he followed his master, Manjushri Heavenly Lord, and joined the Shakyamuni Buddhism. Manjushri Heavenly Lord became the Manjushri Bodhisattva, while Jinja became the mystical mountain's guardian. After the Middle Era ended, the former Taoist ancestor Zhuinti, who later became the Gautama Buddha, transcended. The Maitreya Buddha changed the central blessed lands of Saha's teachings, causing a huge change within Buddhism. During that chaos, many Buddhist experts left and joined the Western Pure Lands, including Guanyin, Samantabhadra, Muza, and the others. The Manjushri Bodhisattva perished in that calamity, while Jinja chose to stay in the central blessed lands of Saha, which was also the current blessed lands of the White Lotus, and converted to the heretical Buddhism. It was hard to say why he made such a choice. Compared to Muza, who remained in the Grand Void Realm, only the person himself would know the difference. During the Great Calamity, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing betrayed the heavenly court's divine palace and joined the Western Pure Lands, returning to the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Neza suffered a calamity and narrowly escaped death. Their family split up and went their separate ways. Now Li Jing was personally killed by Neza, while Muza was killed by the Tai enlightened being. After Jinja entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he became different from Li Jing and Muza. When they met, it would be awkward. If they were to meet in battle, they would have to fight. Strictly speaking, his relationship with Li Jing and Muza might not be as good as Neza's. It was not necessarily true that he was eager to take revenge for Li Jing and Muja. However, the karma from back then still existed. If he could sever the karma, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to his cultivation. The Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha naturally knew that the ancient Buddha wanted to use someone else to kill him. Now that Neza had died in his hands, Yang Jian, the Tai spiritual master, Yen Zhaoge, and the others from Taoism would most likely not let the matter rest. But for various reasons he still came. After receiving the ancient Dipankara Buddha's guidance, he quietly waited in the void outside the Western Pure Lands. As expected, after Neza was expelled from the Western Pure Lands, he landed here. Moreover, after careful observation, the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha confirmed that Neza was in a bad condition, just as the ancient Dipankara Buddha had said. If it was any other time, he would not be a match for Neza even if he ascended to the realm of Grand Luo through the righteous path, much less now that he was a heretic Grand Luo. But now, facing Neza, the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha had a short opportunity for him to display his power. Due to his current predicament, not only was it difficult for Neza to take action, but it was also difficult for him to unleash the power of all his treasures. However, the heavenly devil slaying ritual on Neza was beyond the Buddha's expectations. No matter if it was the ancient Dipankara Buddha or the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, none of them expected Yen Zhaoge's heavenly devil slaying ritual to be this effective. Under the suppression of the heavenly devil slaying ritual, Neza's condition was better than what the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha had predicted. Although he was still troubled by the streams of black cheese, Neza forcefully raised his spirits and told the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha to make no progress within a short period of time. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge arrived following the heavenly devil slaying ritual. Upon seeing Yen Zhaoge, the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's expression turned solemn. Even if Yen Zhaoge had yet to ascend to the grand heavenly realm, the world had already acknowledged his strength. The red Inferno Dhamma Buddha of the Orthodox Buddhism and the Dingguang Joyous Buddha of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, as well as the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, had already proven this point to others. The Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha didn't look down on Yen Zhaoge just because his cultivation was higher. Besides, even if Yen Zhaoge was only an ordinary grand virtual immortal, the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha wouldn't care about the golden body of the great sage that was closely related to him. Although he wished to end Neza, the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha had thoughts of retreating. Unfortunately, before he could retreat, a huge drum suddenly appeared above Yen Zhaoge's head. The drum's sound resounded continuously, shaking the entire universe. Heavenly Ascension Drum. The Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha instantly recognized the treasure. The drum's original owner, the immortal quartz percussion, Heavenly Lord, had many dealings with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Naturally, the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha wasn't unfamiliar with it. Looking at the Heavenly Ascension drum appearing within Yen Zhaoge's hands, the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha couldn't help but feel weird. However, he was even more vigilant. As the drum's sound resounded, it materialized and sealed the entire universe. Under the influence of this grand, heavenly realm immortal artifact, the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha realized that he had lost many of his profundities when facing the grand, virtual realm Yen Zhaoge. Even if he wanted to unleash the grand, heavenly realm's omnipresent divine art, he couldn't do so. As for Yen Zhaoge, he took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha. Then he slammed his palm downwards. The majestic palm force even caused the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha to feel suffocated. as expected of his reputation. Such a thought flashed through the Buddha's mind. How could he care about Neza anymore? He sat on the white lotus and hurriedly shook his avatar. The sweet dew wisdom king avatar with 4 faces and 8 arms was coiled around by crimson snakes and yellow-colored snakes. It was the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's combat stance. Each of his 8 arms held different seals and attacked Yen Zhaoge together. The 8 seals manifested the heaven, dragon, Yiksha, Gandharv, Asura, Garuda, Kinara, and Maharaga's 8 divisions of the heavenly dragon. With the 8 divisions gathered together, a Buddha stood atop them, suppressing and subduing myriad devils. Its might was extremely ferocious and majestic. It was the blessed lands of the white lotus top-notch virtuous arts. However, Yen Zhaoge only blinked his eyes upon seeing this, and the divine splendor above his head lit up. His right palm continued slamming towards the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, while his left hand extended and struck 9 palms towards the sky. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge fused the primordial earlier heaven 3 scriptures into one, transforming into the origin opening 9 forms divine palm. The first 8 palms were outwards, and they seemed like they were slapping and grabbing at the same time, completely shattering the heavenly dragon's 8 divisions. For a moment, dragon scales, python scales, flower petals, porcelain shards, and broken ribbons could be seen flying everywhere. Yen Zhaoge's final palm stacked with the previous 8 palms combined strength and exploded, instantly shattering the Buddha statue into pieces. His right hand continued extending forward. His 5 fingers opened up, transforming into a sky-covering palm, which covered the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha and the sweet dew wisdom king atop its head. As the gigantic palm descended, it was even larger than the sweet dew wisdom king. It directly grabbed the sweet dew wisdom king with 4 heads and 8 arms, as if it was pinching a chicken. Chapter 1704. As Yen Zhaoge's figure changed, his palms blotted out the skies and concealed the sun, plucking the stars and grabbing the moon. He first grabbed the sweet dew wisdom king's battle avatar atop the spreading Dharma Buddha's head. Seeing this, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha looked into the distance, not anxious or impatient. The sweet dew wisdom king avatar with 4 faces and 8 arms actually shattered on its own. The thing hidden in the avatar was revealed. It was a wooden stick that was only 3 to 4 inches long. There were 3 iron rings on the wooden stick. Invisible dragon rod. Yen Zhaoge's eyes flashed. This treasure was refined by Manjushri, heavenly venerable Guang, F.A. in the past. He made a name for himself during the ancient era, and later on he bestowed it to Jinja. After the master and disciple entered Buddhism from Taoism, the invisible dragon rod was also named Golden Lotus of 7 treasures, with outstanding power and a prominent reputation. For the sake of safety, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha did not activate the treasure immediately. Instead, he hid the treasure deep in his Dharmakaya and waited for an opportunity to act. With Yen Zhaoge's overwhelming strength, the spreading Dharma Buddha on the lotus platform decided to lure the enemy deeper, allowing him to grab his sweet dew wisdom king avatar. Then he exerted the invisible dragon rod with all his might, hoping to land a direct hit on Yen Zhaoge so that he wouldn't be able to dodge or block it. As soon as the invisible dragon rod appeared, it grew in the wind and became bigger. The 3 small metal rings on it also rapidly expanded to form 3 rings of light, flickering with 7 colors as they shot towards Yen Zhaoge's body. This treasure was miraculous. 3 rainbow-colored halos locked onto the person, 1 on the neck, 1 on the waist, and the last on the ankle. The more the person moved, the tighter the chains became. This time, if he was really pinned down, Yen Zhaoge wouldn't have it easy either. However, he had long heard of invisible dragonrod. It seemed that he directly reached out to grab the sweet dew wisdom king, but in fact he had been secretly guarding against this move. Seeing the 3 rings of light coming towards him at this moment, Yen Zhaoge did not evade, just opening and closing the fingers of his right hand as though he was playing a pipa, changing them repeatedly. In the eyes of the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, Yanjiaoge's right hand's 5 fingers seemed to be clenched into a fist and also seemed to be opened into a palm. Upon a closer look, it seemed like only a finger was extended out. As the 5 fingers swayed gently, they seemed illusory and real at the same time. It was as if they were both tangible and intangible, as if they were both tangible and intangible. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's entire person seemed to be situated within the silent, formless, primordial nothingness. As he made his move, even though it was still formless and incorporeal, the innate qi could be seen. Then it became tangible, then intangible, and finally it reached the moment when yin and yang were about to be separated, but not yet separated. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Tai Shi, Tai Su, Tai Chi, the 5 pre-celestial manifestations. After all, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha had already become famous since the ancient epic. Moreover, he was once a direct disciple of the Taoist sect. His knowledge and judgment were extraordinary. Seeing Yan Zhaoge make a move now, he immediately recognized that this move of Yan Zhaoge's contained the profundities of the grand, clear, direct lineages, grand cosmos, 5 manifestations. The profundities of the 5 types of grand, clear, earlier heaven supreme martial arts were displayed to the point of perfection by Yan Zhaoge with a single move, describing the process of the changes in the universe before the heavens had been opened. Primal chaos nothingness, pre-celestial qi, Taisha unnamed, Taisha primordial, yin-yang differentiation. These 5 scenes were distinct. They appeared one by one, yet they merged into one, as if they were indistinguishable from each other. This seemingly contradictory scene was perfectly displayed on Yan Zhaoge's body at this moment, causing his body to become indescribably empty. The Tao had returned to earlier heaven, seemingly transparent, seemingly formless. Supreme Taoist form. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's figure was like the void. He directly ignored the invisible dragon rod's grasp. The 3 7-colored halos passed through his body and landed in the air. The Buddha's state of mind that was as calm as water also rippled at this moment. He couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha had seen someone of the grand, clear, direct lineage cultivating in the grand cosmos 5 manifestations simultaneously. However, to have such exquisite attainments in the grand virtual realm was unheard of and unseen. This wasn't just the grand, clear, direct lineage anymore. Instead, it had created its own unique style on the foundation of the original grand, clear supreme martial arts, thus reaching a higher level. Not to mention the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, who was fighting against Yan Zhaoge. Even Neza, who was concentrating on suppressing the surrounding black qi, looked at Yan Zhaoge with a surprised expression. However, Yan Zhaoge's movements didn't stop at all, as if he was doing something that couldn't be any more ordinary. He transformed into the supreme Taoist form. After passing through the obstruction of the invisible dragon rod, he directly arrived in front of the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha. After that, the faintly discernible sword light seemed to descend from the sky. As if the galaxy was flowing in reverse, it poured down towards the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha shuddered and recalled some rumors about Yan Zhaoge. At this moment, he didn't dare to continue fighting against Yan Zhaoge anymore. He hurriedly stepped on the white lotus and retreated. However, the sword light had already reached his body. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha let out a loud cry. Under the sword light's once sturdy golden body, it rapidly turned dim and decayed. At this moment, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's mind was in a trance. His body didn't suffer any actual damage. However, he felt like he was falling down continuously. Falling continuously. No matter how he resisted or struggled, he couldn't stop his falling momentum. The Buddha light imbued with faith power on his body was constantly shining as if it was his life-saving straw. It kept trying to pull him up. However, at this moment, it was all in vain. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's mind was in a trance. He felt that his consciousness seemed to have become blurry, and he couldn't control his own body freely. His understanding towards the great Tao of the heavens and earth became even more ignorant and hazy. In the past, he had entered the heretic Tao and finally attained Buddha fruit. However, at this moment, he had fallen from the grand heavenly realm once again. Yen Zhaoga's fallen deity sword caused the grand heavenly realm's lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha to fall back to the grand virtual realm. This interruption only lasted for an instant. However, at this instant, Yen Zhaoga followed up with another palm strike, instantly shattering the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's body, causing him to vomit blood nonstop. After an instant, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha felt that his understanding towards the great Tao of the heavens and earth had become clearer, and he could control his own body freely again. Under the Buddha light imbued with faith power, he seemed to have immediately surpassed the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly realm once again. However, all of this wouldn't allow him to recover from the injuries inflicted by Yen Zhaoga just now. Under Yen Zhaoga's palm, his golden body was directly shattered, causing him to be paralyzed. He could control his own body freely again, but he could only feel the pain all over his body. The pain was so detailed that it was everywhere. My fallen deity sword, as the name suggests, specializes in dealing with those in the immortal realm. The grand heavenly realm is close to the Tao. Under certain circumstances, they're already like an incomplete incarnation of the Tao and not a pure immortal. It's hard for me to deal with them. Yen Zhaoga smiled and said, however, for heretics like you, who didn't surpass the origin, heavenly tribulation, and ascend to the grand heavenly realm, I can still slay you. After saying that, Yen Zhaoga extended his hand and opened his fingers, grabbing the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha in his palm. Then he turned around and grabbed the invisible dragon rod that had lost control. Then he grabbed the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha and came to Neza's side. He said, Taoist brother, how do you want to deal with this person? Chapter 1705. After capturing the lotus platform spreading Buddha, Yen Zhaoga didn't immediately end his life. Instead, he walked towards Neza. Neza's expression was slightly complicated as he looked at the lotus platform spreading Buddha. Due to his injuries, the lotus platform spreading Buddha was coughing nonstop. However, his expression became calmer instead. It seems like today is the day to end the karma between us, although you're the one doing it, not the other way around. The lotus platform spreading Buddha let out a long sigh and stopped looking at Neza. Instead, he turned his head towards Yen Zhaoga with much difficulty. Young Heavenly Lord, you live up to your name. It's a pity that I didn't know that you created this fallen deity sword. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to grow to such a stage. The Buddha said softly, fortunately, the heavenly Tao isn't too biased. This sword art of yours shouldn't be easy to cultivate, right? If you could expand it further, it would pose a huge threat to both our blessed lands of Saha and the immortal court's infernal devils. Yen Zhaoga smiled. Even without my fallen deity sword, how could you guys have progressed so far? That's right. After obtaining the immortal extermination formation, your 3 clear lineage finally had a chance to recover. The lotus platform spreading Buddha nodded. Moreover, your cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. You're no longer the same as before. He sighed towards the sky. In the past, I allowed you guys to cause trouble for the immortal court's infernal devils. As a result, I've been too lenient towards you guys. Today, you guys have finally grown stronger. If I knew this would happen, I would have suppressed you guys together with the immortal court's infernal devils. However, it's meaningless to talk about this now. The lotus platform spreading Buddha shook his head. Forget it. Yen Zhaoga smiled. If the Maitreya Buddha were to say this, it wouldn't be a problem. However, you're overestimating yourself. No matter if it's the immortal court or you guys, you're too weak in front of the Western Pure Lands and the demon race. It's fine for you heretics to fool the middle and lower ranks. How could a leader like you not notice this? The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha wasn't angered by his words. Instead, he smiled. Our central blessed lands of Saha experienced many changes in the past, and we managed to reach where we are today. Our strength doesn't just depend on our combat prowess. Otherwise, how could you 3 clear lineages reach where you are now when you were so weak? He closed his eyes. However, my end has been decided today. Jinja, now that things have come to this, there's really no need to say anything else. At this time, Neza said, As you said, since you came to me today to end your karma, I will fulfill your wish. After saying that, Neza looked towards Yen Zhaoga. Fellow Taoist, please give him a clean answer. Don't humiliate him. Although the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha is taking advantage of your perilous state, I'm willing to give him his final dignity. Yen Zhaoga looked at the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha and said, Fellow Taoist, please. Then a flame lit up in his palm. Namo Maitreya, the spreading Dharma Buddha on the lotus platform uttered a Buddhist mantra. He closed his eyes, and the Buddha light imbued with the power of faith gradually dissipated. His aura returned to silence and was extinguished within the flames on Yen Zhaoga's palm. The Buddha's figure grew smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. After the flames had been extinguished, only a single saraira remained within Yen Zhaoga's palm. He passed the saraira to Neza. Neza received it, and his gaze changed. In the end, he let out a silent sigh. Ever since the Antiquity era, his relationship with Jinja and Muza wasn't that good due to Li Jing. They couldn't even be considered as brothers. After that, due to various reasons, nothing happened between them. As time passed, the original grievances and entanglements also slowly faded. During the Great Calamity, although Jinja had already entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus heretics, he didn't interfere when Taoism was facing a calamity. Muza followed his 2 masters, Guanyin and Samantabhadra, to the Western Pure Lands. Similarly, he didn't participate in the Great Calamity. As such, Neza only hated Li Jing and the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He didn't hate Jinja and Muza too much. Unfortunately, in the end, a battle still had to end. Muza and Li Jing had always been close. If Neza killed Li Jing, he and Muza would definitely become enemies. As for Jinja, he had already parted ways with Li Jing and Muza. They were even opponents. However, a battle still had to happen between him and Neza. Their complicated feelings caused Neza's heart to be filled with complicated emotions. Yen Zhaoga came to Neza's side and placed his hand on Neza's back. As the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual revolved, it enveloped Neza. As it revolved, the lingering black chi became fainter and fainter. Remain calm, Taoist brother. They can't do anything to us, said Yen Zhaoga. Yes. Neza calmed his mind and nodded. He sat in a lotus position by the void and resisted against the primordial heart devil's technique with Yen Zhaoga's help. The Western Pure Lands didn't expel us only because Jinja wanted to cause trouble for me. Neza said, if the primordial heart devil wanted to scheme against me, the 9 underworlds' devilish Tao should have sent someone to ambush me as well. One of the contents of the transaction between the 9 underworlds and the Western Pure Lands was for the 9 underworlds to search for the yellow earth apricot flag for the Western Pure Lands. Of course, the 9 underworlds could do such a transaction. Firstly, they already had the white cloud-bound flag. Secondly, they had the 9 underworlds' deep-sea seawater, which could suppress the yellow earth apricot flag. As such, it wasn't surprising for them to give this treasure to the Western Pure Lands in exchange for what the 9 underworlds needed. However, if there was a chance to create a Devil Lotus Crown Prince or Lotus Devil Lord that originated from the Lotus Third Prince, Neza, like how he did with the 6-eared macaque, the 9 underworlds would be more than happy to see it happen. In this aspect, there was no need for Neza to belittle himself. A devil lord with the same strength as him might not be any weaker than the yellow earth apricot flag. It was definitely worth it for the 9 underworlds to split their forces and fight for it. After all, with Neza's strength, he could even fight against the Dipankara ancient Buddha in an environment like the Western Pure Lands. If the 9 underworlds used his heart devil to create a great devil, it would be able to possess the murderous aura that plagued him previously. Neza's murderous aura was extremely rare, and it complemented the devilish Tao. By then, the great devil might even be stronger than Neza himself. Due to Yen Zhaoge and the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual, the 9 underworlds' devil's plan failed. However, they couldn't stop the 9 underworlds' devil slaying ritual. As such, when the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha invaded, Neza was also worried that the devilish Tao experts would suddenly appear. Indeed, there's a great devil's invasion. Yen Zhaoge smiled. However, my wife has been guarding outside the Western Pure Lands. We don't have to worry about anything. Feng Yunqing's perception towards the devilish Tao was much sharper than others. The 9 underworlds' devilish Tao had split their forces into 2. On one hand, they had to deal with the yellow earth apricot flag, and on the other hand, they had to take care of the devilish Tao. It would be very hard for them to break through her defenses. I really have to thank you and Taoist Feng this time. Neza turned his head and looked towards the Western Pure Lands. Unfortunately, even though I was filled with confidence, I couldn't take on the Dipankara ancient Buddha. It's fine. Yen Zhaoge smiled. The outcome of this battle isn't decided yet. The real battlefield is at the yellow earth apricot flag. Chapter 1706. Thank you for reminding us. We're already prepared for the 5G apricot yellow flag. Master and Senior Apprentice Uncle, Southern Extremity, are keeping an eye on it. Once the Western Pure Lands and the 9 underworlds do anything, we'll immediately follow up, said Neza. Before he entered the Western Pure Lands to challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Yen Zhaoge had already mentioned this to the Tai cultivated deity. Yen Zhaoge felt that other than the White Xiong's death, there might be other reasons for the Dipankara ancient Buddha to accept Neza's challenge. If Yen Zhaoge brought himself into the Dipankara ancient Buddha's situation, he would want to take advantage of the situation or make other preparations. Otherwise, accepting Neza's challenge would be risky, and the benefits would be minimal. The 2 wouldn't be worth it. Of course, the Dipankara ancient Buddha had many choices. However, Yen Zhaoge felt that the most pressing problem for him was the Buddha's relic. If the relic fell into the hands of the demon race, and the orthodox Buddhism lost the green lotus flag, Mahamiri might pose a threat that was hard to deal with. Regarding this loss, the Western Pure Lands urgently needed to reduce their losses and resolve the troubles and pressure that might arise in the future. As such, Yen Zhaoge felt that the Dipankara ancient Buddha might have his eyes on the 5G apricot yellow flag. Yang Jian wanted to accompany Neza into the Western Pure Lands, while the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was searching for the 5G apricot yellow flag. As such, Yen Zhaoge asked the Tai cultivated deity to make preparations together with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. He even contacted other Taoism bigwigs. If the 5G apricot yellow flag really appeared, they could lend a helping hand. As for him, Yen Di and Yang Jian, they followed Neza into the Western Pure Lands. Feng Yunsheng was waiting for them outside. Only, they weren't sure what the Western Pure Lands would do. Would they secretly divide their forces or seek external help? The arrangements made by the people of the Tao sect were also for the sake of being prepared. When he was thrown out from the Western Pure Lands, Yen Zhaoge immediately contacted Feng Yunsheng. As expected, there were great devils in the vicinity. Not only were they intercepted by Feng Yunsheng, they were also heavily injured. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge also learned from Feng Yunsheng that the Dipankara ancient Buddha's true target was the 5G apricot yellow flag. Although the Western Pure Lands seemed to be distracted by the orthodox Taoism and had to be wary of the demon race, they had no time to spare. But what they carried out was the plan of secretly crossing the sea by deceiving everyone. Through the transaction, The experts of diabolism would help them secretly obtain the Wuji apricot yellow flag. In the end, Perfected Tai and the others, who were already prepared, took advantage of the situation and did not let the other party take the lead. Both sides were currently fighting fiercely for the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Neza was also present during the discussion. As such, after hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, he nodded and said, "That's right. The Wuji apricot yellow flag is the thing that old Diponker values the most in this round. Only when our Taoism retrieves the Wuji apricot yellow flag can we be considered to have truly won this battle. By then, the demon race will use the Shakyamuni Saraira to command Kong Xian to take action. With the Wuji apricot yellow flag and the green lotus flag, we won't be afraid. Let's see how Dipankara deals with it." As he spoke, he still felt a little regretful. "Unfortunately, I wasn't able to take him down. The primordial heart devil's final move was truly out of my expectations. Although I guessed that the ancient Dipankar Buddha had other arrangements, I never expected the primordial heart devil to use the same trick as the six-eared macaque." Yen Zhaoge nodded in agreement. "However, you don't have to mind it too much, Taoist brother." He smiled and said, "With Taoist brother Yang Jian's move, the ancient Dipankar Buddha wouldn't have a good time if he doesn't peel off a layer of his skin. Only the Amitabha Buddha can take care of him." Neza's expression was a little unconvinced, but he was also a little impressed. "If I could kill this demon with my own hands, I would truly be able to vent my frustrations." Yen Zhaoge smiled. Although he had experienced many things, Neza's temperament was still the same as the rumors. As the two were talking, Yen Zhaoge's expression changed slightly, and he started pondering. "What's wrong?" Neza noticed his expression and asked. Yen Zhaoge answered, "I've just received news that your master, the Tai cultivated deity, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the others were in a stalemate with the 9 underworld's great devils. As time dragged on, the news spread and the demon race was alerted. Now, the Yellow Earth apricot flag's battle has implicated more and more people, and the situation is getting more and more chaotic." Neza snorted. "I'll be done soon. We'll head over together later." "You still have to be careful," Yen Zhaoge said. "The primordial heart devil will definitely keep an eye on you." "Don't worry. This time I'm prepared. He won't succeed so easily." Neza was eager to fight against the primordial heart devil. With Yen Zhaoge's help, he gradually dispelled the black miasma surrounding his body, and everything returned to normal. The two immediately went on their way. Neza was fine. However, Yen Zhaoge was bothered by the fact that he couldn't contact Yen Di. As such, Feng Yinsheng didn't meet up with Yen Zhaoge and Neza. She continued waiting for Yang Jian outside the Western Pure Lands while searching for Yen Di, who was expelled from the Western Pure Lands. As the two walked, Neza tried to contact his master, the Tai cultivated deity. According to the latest news, the battle for the Yellow Earth apricot flag was getting more and more chaotic. Yang Jian was making things difficult for the Dipankara ancient Buddha in the Western Pure Lands. Other than the Amitabha Buddha and Mahamuri, the other Buddhas of the Blessed Lands couldn't help him. As such, the Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands finally mobilized their forces and rushed over to fight for the Yellow Earth apricot flag. Since their true intentions were already exposed, there was no need for them to hide anymore. They might as well go all out and increase their chances of winning. The matter that was originally plotted in secret had already developed into another huge battle. The Yellow Earth apricot flag has been lost for a long time. I didn't expect it to see the light of day again. As Neza walked, he sighed. In the past, Senior Apprentice Uncle Jiang suddenly disappeared. In the end, he still perished. Only I wonder who killed him. Since Senior Apprentice Uncle Jiang wields the Yellow Earth apricot flag, protecting himself shouldn't be a problem. It's hard to say how all things in the world counter each other, Yen Zhaoge said. With the Yellow Earth apricot flag in hand, protecting himself wouldn't be a problem under normal circumstances. However, his whereabouts are still unknown. Now, it's proven that he met with misfortune. This means that someone managed to break through the yellow earth apricot flag's protection. However, that person didn't manage to kill him. Instead, that person ran away with heavy injuries and died from his injuries. Neza frowned. The seawater of the 9 underworld's devilish sea's abyss contained the yellow earth apricot flag. However, they're also searching for it based on the clues given by the Dipankara ancient Buddha. This means that they weren't the ones who did it. However, even Kong Xian couldn't break through the yellow earth apricot flag. If that Tao ancestor made a move, how could senior apprentice Uncle Jiang escape? Then who did it? Chapter 1707. If 9 Nether didn't borrow the seawater of the 9 underworld's demon sea abyss to attack, under normal circumstances, no one would be able to break through the defense of the yellow earth apricot flag. After all, even Mahamiri had a headache dealing with this defensive treasure. Unless it was a Tao realm expert, then it wouldn't be a problem. But if a Tao realm expert attacked, normally no one would be able to escape. Not everyone could reach the level of the great sage, heaven's equal, Yang Jian and Kong Xian. They had the chance to face the Tao ancestor and escape. For someone as arrogant as Neza, he wasn't confident either. But if it wasn't for a certain Tao ancestor who would have the confidence to break through the Wuji apricot yellow flag, Neza was perplexed, while Yen Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Did you think of something? Neza asked. Probably. Yen Zhaoge's expression was rather strange. There is someone who might be able to do it, just that there is no proof. We can only be certain after seeing the Wuji apricot yellow flag. When Marshal Uncle Jiang and the Wuji apricot yellow flag disappeared, San Wukong hadn't been born yet, Neza frowned. Kong Xian couldn't do anything to the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Are you referring to the Grand Tianzuan? The person he was referring to was none other than the former master of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, Grand Celestial Jade Emperor, who had the reputation of being the most powerful Luo, the number 1 person below the Tao realm. Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor was undoubtedly a strong candidate to break through the defense of the Wuji apricot yellow flag by relying on his own skills. Kong Xian had already proven that he could do nothing to the Wuji apricot yellow flag, but the Jade Emperor and the Great Sage, Heaven's equal, had never had such an experience. Thus, there was still much debate in this regard. In the early years of the Middle Era, the 3 clear patriarchs had already transcended, and the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had just been established. It was the time for our Tao sect to stabilize itself. Great Heavenly Venerable Jade Emperor had no reason to do so. Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. I am referring to the other, right? Actually, you can also be considered familiar with that person, Taoist brother. It's just that you're familiar with him from the ancient epoch. You probably haven't had any dealings with him from the middle epoch. Neza was stunned by Yen Zhaoge's words. The next moment, he gradually understood as his expression turned rather strange, like Yen Zhaoge's. Fellow Taoist Yen, you can't be referring to the prime clear lineages, Lord of Plentiful Treasure, right? I do think that he is the most likely. Yen Zhaoge spread his hands apart, sighing. Founder Red Essence perished beneath the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's sword. The Lord of Plentiful Treasure was the first disciple of the prime clear Lord of Numinous Treasure. He was one of the top sword Tao experts in the history of Taoism. After the primordial era ended and the Lord of Numinous Treasure transcended, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure inherited the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. The Empyrean of Plentiful Treasure, who was already powerful to begin with, successfully rose to a higher level. It was just that after entering the Middle Era, he rarely appeared in the world and rarely fought in front of people. He had died early because of the great freedom sky demon, the Devil Lord. Therefore, whether it was at that time or in the future, although it was acknowledged that the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's strength after cultivating the chaos-extinguishing energy scripture, it was hard to determine how strong he was. If one had to ask, perhaps only the great freedom, heavenly demon would know. The others could only make guesses based on limited clues. However, regardless of the details, while the Lord of Plentiful Treasure perished due to the great freedom sky demon, he wasn't captured or killed on the spot. He managed to escape from the Devil Lord's clutches and perished due to his injuries. Based on this alone, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure could be considered as one of the top grand heavenly realm experts. While Yen Zhaoge wasn't sure of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's strength, he recognized Yu Yi, who cultivated the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture after the Lord of Plentiful Treasure perished. She could even lay down the incomplete immortal extermination formation by herself. According to Yu Ye's deductions, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure was already one of the top grand heavenly realm experts. After cultivating the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, his strength became even more terrifying. While he might not be comparable in other aspects, his offensive prowess was definitely one of the top-notch existences beneath the Tao realm. The chaos-extinguishing origins doomsday annihilated all things and was especially proficient in offense and destruction. It was hard to say if the yellow earth apricot flag could withstand it. Compared to the Jade Emperor, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure clearly had more reasons to make things difficult for the Jade clear lineage. Yen Zhaoge and Neza looked at each other, and their expressions were slightly awkward, especially Neza. After a while, he said with a sigh, "According to what you said, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure had already perished. Even if he was the one who did it, it would be an unforgivable debt." As one of the leading figures of the Jade clear lineage's third-generation lineage, Neza made a name for himself during the ancient era's investiture of the Gods' War. The grudges between him and the prime clear lineage's disciples were innumerable. Due to his personality, his relationship with the prime clear lineage's disciples wasn't that great after the investiture of the Gods' War, including the Golden Spirit Divine Mother, Wenzhong, Lu Yu, Yin Jiao, Li Xingba, and the others who were on duty in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Their relationship wasn't all that harmonious. However, after the Great Calamity, countless Taoism experts perished, and countless past events were forgotten. Even Neza himself returned after experiencing the tribulation and narrowly escaped death. Now, the Taoism's three clear lineage had forsaken their former enmity. It was time for them to work together and revitalize Taoism. While Neza and the Tai cultivated deity's relationship with incongruence Divine Mother and the Cloud Sky Fairy were still a little awkward. Compared to before the Great Calamity, it was undoubtedly much better. This time, when they came to the Western Pure Lands to challenge the Dipankara Ancient Buddha, it was all thanks to the Cloud Sky Fairy, who is currently in charge of the Immortal Extermination Formation. She used the Immortal Extermination Formation to deter Buddhism, allowing them to reach a tacit agreement with the Amitabha Buddha. Comparing the various incidents that happened in the past and looking at the current situation, Yen Zhaoge and Neza couldn't help but sigh. Let's obtain the Wuji apricot flag first. At the same time, let's see if you guessed correctly, and if Senior Apprentice Uncle Jiang perished because of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, said Neza. The two traversed through the void. The space in front of them was distorted. As a grand heavenly realm expert, Neza couldn't easily teleport around. This reflected the intensity of the battle here. At the same time, within the blessed lands of the White Lotus, within a Buddhist kingdom, the largest white lotus bloomed in the center. As the petals of the lotus bloomed, waves of fragrance emanated from within. Moreover, dazzling Buddha lights imbued with faith power flickered. The Buddha lights condensed into a sword light and soared into the skies, directly piercing through the blessed lands of Buddhism. From the outside world, another white lotus descended upon this Buddhist kingdom. A Buddha sat atop the lotus and congratulated. "Congratulations, Senior Apprentice Brother, for coming out of seclusion." At the source of the sword light sat a young man dressed in monk robes. However, he had long, silky black hair. He was the blessed lands of the White Lotus Grand Heavenly Realm Heretic Expert, the sword son of the Six Paths, Chu Su. Chu Su nodded and thanked the Buddha who came to congratulate him. Then he stood up from the white lotus. "Senior apprentice brother, where are you heading to?" asked the Buddha. "I'm heading to the Taoism Myriad Heavens." Remember the mobile website. M. Chapter 1708. Hearing Chu Su's words, the Buddha sighed. "I'm here because of the Buddha's orders. Please reconsider, senior brother. Buddha is merciful. I have been waiting for this day. I have been thinking about it day and night without stopping. I have thought about it clearly." Chu Su replied, "I must avenge my master." About 400 years ago, his master, the Sword Buddha, perished because Yen Zhaoge and the others of Taoism went to the Jade Spring World in search of the immortal trapping sword. Chu Su himself was at the scene. He could only watch as the Sword Buddha died in front of him, but he could not stop it. Afterwards, when Yen Zhaoge and the others were searching for the immortal exterminating sword, Chu Su had also fought with them and returned after suffering a setback. Ever since then, Chu Su had always stayed in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. He only focused on his cultivation and rarely participated in the battle between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court. "Senior brother, why are you so stubborn?" The Buddha opposite him sighed. "Please excuse me," Chu Su replied calmly. "I'm my master's disciple after all." This sentence had a double meaning. It was not only about his relationship with the Sword Buddha, but also about the stubbornness of the master and disciple. In the past, the Sword Buddha had been obsessed with the exploration and advancement of his own Sword Tao. He had spent his entire life studying it, and in the end, he had joined the heretic path of Buddhism. Chu Su was calm and indifferent most of the time, but on some matters he was as stubborn as the Sword Buddha. The way the master and disciple walked was against the Buddhist Dharma. The three poisons of greed, anger, and delusion were always present. For the Buddhist sects, even if they were heretics, they could be considered anomalies. However, perhaps it was exactly because of this that their Sword Tao was born and developed. The subtlety and subtlety within made people sigh in admiration and unable to grasp it. "Senior martial brother, you wish to take revenge for your master. However, the successor of the three clear ones is no longer the same as before. I'm afraid you won't be able to see your enemy. What can you do if he hides?" The Buddha tried to persuade him. "Let's not talk about Yang Jian, Suan Mingzhang, and Feng Yunsheng. Among the three clear lineages, there's still the great deity of the three seas meeting, Neza, who's still alive. They might also stop you from taking revenge." He only mentioned that there were many Taoism experts, which might even prevent Chu Su from seeking revenge against Yen Zhaoge and the others. He didn't even mention that Yen Zhaoge possessed the golden body of the great sage, which might even allow the great sage equaling heaven's true body to reappear. Even if he didn't mention it, he believed that Chu Su definitely knew about it. He didn't say it out loud because he didn't want to embarrass Chu Su. However, the monk-robed young man with a head full of worry had a calm and indifferent expression, as if he was unmoved. The Buddha paused for a while and said, "Neza went to the Western heretic path to challenge the ancient Dipankar Buddha. The Lotus Platform Buddha also went there, waiting for an opportunity to end the karma with Neza, but Sai." Hearing this sigh, Chu Su knew that the result was most likely that the Lotus Platform spreading Dharma Buddha would fall instead. This is karma, this is fate. Senior brother Jinja is like this, and so am I, Chu Su said calmly, be it Yen Zhaoge's group or anyone else of the three clear lineage. It would be fate if I perish by their hands. The Buddha opposite him advised, even if senior martial brother is determined to break through this barrier, there's no need to be so impatient. Just be patient. Our Buddha will make arrangements for you. There's always a chance. There's no need to wait any longer. Chu Su said and smiled. I can feel it. After completing my seclusion today, I've already reached the pinnacle of the grand heavenly realm. No matter how much time passes, I won't be any stronger than I am now. The Tao realm is hopeless for the current me. If I don't end my master's karma, I'll gradually deteriorate as time passes." He retrieved the long sword hanging by his waist and unsheathed it. Looking at the water-like sword light, he softly said, "Now is the most suitable time." Chu Su turned to look the Buddha and said with a smile, "The Buddha possesses remarkable abilities. Of course, you're aware of my current situation." There was no need to belittle himself. Chu Su was extremely important to the blessed lands of the White Lotus, due to the fact that he didn't care much about matters. His position wasn't the second in the blessed lands of the White Lotus after the Maitreya Buddha. However, in terms of individual strength, he was the strongest among the Buddhas in the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the future Maitreya Buddha. For the past few years, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had been suppressing the Immortal Court. Although the Immortal Court wasn't having a good time, they were still able to deal with the situation. Part of the reason was because Chu Su rarely participated in battles. Otherwise, the Immortal Court would be in even greater trouble. If Chu Su were to perish in the hands of Taoism, it would be a huge loss to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, the Maitreya Buddha also knew that if he were to suppress Chu Su and prevent him from going, the Buddhist sword would naturally wear down and become weaker. It would be a waste. Hence, even though he knew that Chu Su might not be able to gain any benefits, the Maitreya Buddha still remained silent and allowed Chu Su to do as he pleased. The world is unpredictable. Maybe my enemies will fall into the hands of others tomorrow. Maybe I will linger on and live a mediocre life, and one day I will see them die. I might even have the chance to hit them when they're down. Chu Su said slowly, or perhaps they would one day drag me out of my hiding place when I was extremely weak. The Buddha wanted to say something. However, his lips moved and no sound came out. "That's not what I want." Chu Su smiled. "I'll avenge my master. Or I'll die in the hands of the 3 clear lineages' descendants or my enemies. No matter what the outcome is, it's fine. Now, when I'm at my strongest, I'll give it my all and personally end everything. That's what I want." Then he pushed his hand forward, and the long sword returned to its sheath. Then he nodded towards the fellow Taoists in front of him, stood on the White Lotus, and slowly rose upwards. The Buddha looked at Chu Su with a complicated gaze. After a moment of silence, he said, "The one who caused the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha to perish isn't Neza, but Yen Jiaoga." After killing the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, Yen Jiaoga didn't obstruct the Buddha light imbued with faith power from returning to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. For the current him, there was no longer a need to conceal his killing of the heretics, due to the immortal extermination formation. Even if a stronger heretic expert were to descend for revenge, the strongest expert would only be in the grand heavenly realm. It wouldn't be the immeasurable heavenly Lord or the future Buddha. As such, the blessed lands of the White Lotus knew who did it. Yen Jiaoga? Chu Su's eyes lit up slightly. He's near the western heretic Buddhist lands. We don't know where he is right now, but the Wuji apricot yellow flag might have appeared. He's most likely with the other 3 clear successors to obtain this treasure. The Buddha said, "Senior Marshal Brother, why don't you go and take a look?" There are currently many experts gathered there. Still, the situation is chaotic as the various major powers are entangled with one another. It would instead be beneficial for you to directly seek revenge on that Yen Jiaoga. At the very least, it would be better than charging into the strongholds of the descendants of the 3 clear lineages. After thanking him, Chu Su sat cross-legged on the White Lotus and flew out of the Buddhist kingdom on its back. Remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1709. Chu Su exited the blessed lands of the White Lotus and headed towards the yellow earth apricot flag's location. Despite the distance, Chu Su had already ascended to the grand heavenly realm. In an instant, he arrived at the outskirts. However, due to the subsequent battles between experts, space became chaotic. He could only slowly move closer. Currently, Yen Jiaoga and Neza had already entered. Rampant devilish chi, demonic chi, Buddha radiances, and even Taoism's clear chi filled the area. They clashed against each other intensely. Neza couldn't hold himself back anymore. He stepped on the wind fire wheels and raised his fire-tipped spear. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a fiery dragon, rampaging forward. Wherever the blazing flames passed, the devilish chi, demonic chi, and Buddha radiances were all incinerated, turning into the flame's fuel. The domineering aura caused the immortals and devils to temporarily avoid it. However, an unexpected person blocked Neza's path. Rumbling thunderbolts swept over and clashed against Neza's flames. As the thunderbolts and flames intertwined, thunderbolts exploded, and sparks flew everywhere. Amidst the thunderbolts, an old man wearing a crown and a Taoist robe stood above the 9 heavens. Streaks of thunderbolts seemed to have transformed into a carriage that carried him. Fragrant clouds covered the entire area. It was the jade, clear lineages style, yet it was unique. Southern Extremity Senior Apprentice Uncle? Neza was startled upon seeing him. However, he quickly noticed that there were layers of thunderbolts flashing in an orderly manner at a place further away. They were displaying the profundities of the primordial chaos, the transformation of space, the circulation of the 5 elements, the birth of myriad existences, the convergence of yin and yang, and the alternation of day and night. There was another Taoism, grand heavenly immortal wearing a crown and a Taoist robe standing there. There are 2 southern extremity longevity emperors in this world. That's impossible. Shadow Devil, it's you. Neza immediately reacted and was enraged. No wonder when he came into contact with the thunderbolts, he felt that they contained a warped intent. The southern extremity longevity emperor, in front of him was one of the 6 great extinct devils, the Wood Devil, transformed into the Shadow Devil. Unlike Yang Jian's 8-9 mysteries art, the Shadow Devil's materialization of shadows could perfectly replicate his opponent's appearance. Not only could he perfectly replicate his opponent's strength, however, because of the principles of this secret art, when he fought with others, although his strength was at the same level, his foundation was still that of the demonic Tao. It was fine if he didn't fight, but once he did, others would quickly see through him. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Neza. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor smiled and greeted Neza. Then he nodded towards Yen Zhaoga. Taoist Yen, you're here too. Staring at the other party, Yen Zhaoga suddenly frowned. At the same time, Neza also noticed that something was amiss. He noticed that the appearance of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was rapidly changing. From an old man with a stern face, he turned into a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. But this wasn't rejuvenation, because that youth looked exactly like Neza himself. She had the same lotus body and the same heaven and earth ring on her head. She held a fire-tipped spear in her hand, stepped on the wind fire wheels, and wrapped the armillary sash around her arm. Seeing this, Neza was furious. "Demon, you're courting death." He immediately stabbed with his spear. The young man in front of him chuckled. "Fellow Taoist, you're quite skillful. I have no choice but to block you first." While laughing, he blocked Neza's attack with his gun. The 2 spears clashed, and their bodies trembled at the same time. As expected, they were evenly matched. Neza was even more enraged. He stepped on the wind fire wheels, and his speed was inconceivably fast. As if he had transformed into a myriad of clones, he surrounded his opponent and unleashed a barrage of attacks. However, after the Shadow Devil transformed into Neza, his speed didn't seem to be any slower than Neza's. His spear was also faster than the previous one. He countered every single one of Neza's attacks. As the battle reached its climax, the fake Neza raised his hand first. He summoned the heaven and earth ring and smashed it towards the real Neza's head. Normally, the Wood Devil's reality manifestation art could only transform into his opponent's body. It couldn't replicate his opponent's treasures. However, Neza's situation was special. Many of his treasures had gone through life and death together with him. They were existences that had descended into the world together with him. To a certain extent, they were just like his fingernails and hair. This allowed him to control these treasures with greater ease. Moreover, these treasures possessed immense might. However, this had become a drawback now. When the shadow devil transformed into his appearance, he could also manifest these treasures and control them. Their might wasn't inferior to the real thing at all. Neza looked at the shining heaven and earth ring that was smashing towards his head. He was so furious that he wanted to ascend to the heavens. As he gritted his teeth, he summoned his heaven and earth ring as well. The two heaven and earth rings revolved in midair. They clashed against each other and didn't give way to each other. Clanging sounds resounded in the air. Neza first summoned his heaven and earth ring, then summoned his golden brick and attacked his opponent's head. However, the Neza on the other side also summoned his golden brick upon seeing this. The two golden lights clashed in midair. With a loud boom, the entire void trembled along with it. The bright red, mixed heavenly silk on the fake Neza's arm trembled. Like a rainbow, it swept towards Yen Zhaoga. Without waiting for Yen Zhaoga to attack, the real Neza swung his red mixed heavenly silk as well. It whipped towards his opponent's red silk like a whip. As if the red silk had a life of its own, it spun in midair and evaded the attack like a python. The two red silk seemed to have come to life. They continued fighting in midair, and neither of them could catch the other. Fellow Taoist Yen, go and help my master and senior apprentice uncle. Neza yelled, I want to fight against this devil. He was truly enraged. His body shook and 2 heads and 4 arms grew out. He manifested his form of 3 heads and 6 arms. His strength shook the entire universe, and the others who were fighting around him had no choice but to retreat. However, at almost the same time, the Neza manifested his form as well. His aura wasn't any weaker than Neza's. The two instantly engaged in battle, causing the heavens and earth to overturn. Wherever they moved, no one could get close to them. Yen Zhaoga looked into the distance. The Shadow Devil had originally transformed into the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to fight against one of the 4 Imperials. Now that Neza had arrived, he transformed into Neza's appearance and fought against him. Even so, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had a new opponent. The various forces clashed together, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. At the center of the battlefield, everyone was fighting against a blurry and illusory nebula. Due to the battle, the nebula was already close to shattering. At the center of the nebula, a golden radiance could be vaguely seen. Within the golden radiance, a golden lotus and black soil seemed to be faintly discernible. As expected, it's the Wuji apricot yellow flag. As Yen Zhaoga was thinking about this, a layer of gloominess suddenly surfaced in his mind. He subconsciously raised his head and saw many people on the battlefield, including the 2 Nezhas, doing the same thing as him. Suddenly, the void split apart and a Buddha appeared. 5-colored divine radiances circulated around the Buddha's body. It was none other than Mahamayuri. Chapter 1710. Mahamayuri's appearance caused the hearts of everyone present to sink. To be honest, Kong Xian's appearance wasn't too surprising. The yellow earth apricot flag, the green lotus flag, the white cloud-bound flag, and the floating flame flag were the few defensive treasures that could withstand Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine light below the Tao realm. To Mahamayuri, these flags weren't his nemesis, but they were undoubtedly a huge obstacle, especially when he was using himself as the price to obtain the Buddha's relic. These treasures that could obstruct him would naturally affect his status as a super mercenary and affect his ability to obtain the Buddha's relic. The green lotus flag was originally in the Western Pure Lands. Now it was in the Orthodox Taoism. The white cloud-bound flag was in the Nine Nether, and the floating flame flag was in the Tishita Palace. After the yellow earth apricot flag was lost, it was temporarily without an owner. No one could control it and unleash its power. Under such circumstances, Mahamyuri took action and took the yellow earth apricot flag, reducing the number of things that could obstruct him in this world. It wasn't surprising that it was difficult for others to use it. However, even though they had expected it, they couldn't help but feel a headache when they saw Mahamyuri interfere. At this moment, apart from perfected Tai, there was an old man in the nebula closest to the yellow earth apricot flag. This old man looked kind, but he had a bitter expression as he looked at Mahamyuri and shook his head with a sigh. The old man's eyes flickered with a warm radiance that resembled ordinary sunlight. He stood on the spot as if he didn't do anything. However, Mahamyuri's face instantly revealed an irritated expression. Primordial Heart Devil, congratulations on your recovery. However, don't forget that you can't avoid my 5-colored divine light even if others can't hurt you. The Buddha snorted coldly. The 5-colored divine light surrounding his body immediately circulated and swept towards the Primordial Heart Devil. I'm well aware of Taoist Kong's abilities. I've never dared to treat you lightly. The Primordial Heart Devil's position changed continuously to avoid Mahamyuri's 5-colored divine light. I'm helping the Western Pure Lands retrieve the yellow earth apricot flag. Taoist Kong is also in the Western Pure Lands. Why don't you do me a favor? Mahamyuri replied plainly, I respect Amitabha, but I don't worship Dipankara. He is him and I am me. Why bother? The Primordial Heart Devil said as he took out a small flag. He waved the flag, and suddenly dense smoke filled the area. Bursts of exotic fragrance enveloped the surroundings, blocking Mahamyuri's advance. White cloud-bound flag. Mahamyuri was once again blocked by the white cloud boundary flag, but he was not annoyed. He manifested the golden body of Buddha, and the 5-colored divine light enveloped his body. The glazed Buddha light also spread far away, enveloping the surrounding void. Mahamyuri was unprepared this time during the fight for the Buddha and blocked with Buddha. This time he clearly came prepared. The Primordial Heart Devil used the white cloud-bound flag to block his path, and he sealed off the surroundings to block the Primordial Heart Devil. His method was similar to the way Yang Jian faced the green lotus flag during the battle for the immortal execution array. Mahamyuri manifested his Buddha body, and a peacock appeared under his body. The peacock flapped its wings and flew toward the scattered nebula where the Wuji apricot flag was hidden. As he approached the Wuji apricot yellow flag, he suppressed the Primordial Heart Devil that was holding the white cloud-bound flag. Although the Primordial Heart Devil was afraid of Mahamyuri's 5-colored divine light, his secret art was unique and hard to grasp, which affected Mahamyuri's mind. Although Mahamyuri's 5-colored divine light could sweep through anything, it was still extremely vexed by the invasion of the heart demons. This was all thanks to him joining the Buddhist sect after the ancient Great Era and cultivating in the Buddhist Dharma, which helped him subdue his inner demons. Otherwise, it would have been even more unbearable. However, even so, the scene of him advancing while suppressing the Primordial Heart Devil with the white cloud-bound flag in his hand was still rather shocking, and it caused the others on the battlefield to raise their eyebrows. As they fought, they all slowed down their movements and focused their attention on Mahamyuri. Mahamyuri, who had become the target of public criticism, maintained a calm expression and continued moving forward. The powerful divine light of 5 colors was still circulating, causing the crowd to retreat. Only Kong Xian ignored the group of grand, heavenly realm experts as he walked. Instead, his gaze subconsciously landed on the grand virtual immortal, Yen Zhaoge. Everyone knew what Mahamyuri was worried about. He was worried about the reappearance of the great sage equaling heavens. As a defensive treasure, the white cloud-bound flag wasn't afraid of the divine light of 5 colors. However, it could only defend passively. When Mahamyuri's goal wasn't to kill his opponent, the white cloud-bound flag's influence on him would plummet. It was no longer a problem that he couldn't handle. However, The great sage equaling heavens was different. Even if his time of existence was limited, he was still a true opponent that he couldn't advance any further. When Yanjiaoge saw Mahamayuri, he stopped in his tracks and revealed a smile. His expression was calm. He wasn't in a hurry. No matter what, the orthodox Taoism already had the green lotus flag as their foundation. Moreover, while the floating flame flag within the Tishita Palace hadn't been taken out yet, who knew when he would be able to bring it out of the Tishita Palace? With Mahamayuri's interference, the one who was the most anxious should be the one who didn't even have a single flag. If he didn't take out the yellow earth apricot flag now, he would have to face Mahamayuri's might directly in the future. As expected, there was someone who was more enthusiastic than him in competing with Kong Xian. Since the matter had been exposed, the Western Pure Land's Buddhist Bantis were also mobilized. However, they still had to face Mahamayuri's pressure. Once upon a time, this was their trump card when fighting against others. It was something that caused their opponents to complain about. Now they had to experience it themselves. A Buddha attempted to stop Kong Xian's advance. In the end, the five-colored divine radiance turned and instantly swept him away. Fellow Taoists, please forgive me. Mahamayuri acted as if nothing had happened and continued striding forward. At this moment, a rainbow suddenly streaked across the cosmic void and arrived in an instant. Mahamayuri frowned. Lu Ya? The long rainbow pierced through the shattered nebula, and an old man appeared. He wore a fishtail crown and a red robe. His appearance was peculiar, and he had a long beard. He was Taoist Lu Ya. Fellow Taoist, please let me pass. As Taoist Lu Ya spoke, he extended his hand towards the yellow earth apricot flag. Fellow Taoist, give me that relic, and I'll naturally let you have this flag. As Mahamayuri spoke, he immediately released the primordial heart demon and ignored him, flying towards Taoist Lu Ya. Seeing that Taoist Lu Ya was about to obtain the yellow earth apricot flag, the primordial heart demon immediately stopped holding Mahamayuri back and allowed him to compete with Taoist Lu Ya. Facing the five-colored divine radiance, Taoist Lu Ya could only transform into a rainbow again and temporarily avoid it. As more and more top-notch experts joined the battle, the scene instantly became even more chaotic. Whoever had the highest chance of obtaining the yellow earth apricot flag would become the target of everyone. Chapter 17:11. Various forces started fighting against the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Although the situation was chaotic, Mahamayuri was still the most popular one. Most of the time, the others still worked together to fight against him. However, the five-colored divine light was too domineering. It was almost invincible. Even a top-notch expert like Taoist Lu Ya tried his best to avoid facing it head-on. If not for the white cloud-bound flag, it would be hard to stop Mahamayuri's advancement. Yanjiaoge watched from the side for a while. Then he turned to look at the battle between the real and fake Neza and smiled. We still have to depend on you, would devil. The fake Neza smiled. Young heavenly lord, you must be joking. Although I can transform into Taoist Kong Xian's appearance, the five-colored divine light is unique. Without it, what can I do even if I transform? Even now, I can't completely transform into the three C's, meeting divine treasure, celestial bodies, various prowess. The real Neza snorted. Other than his astonishing defensive capabilities, his treasured lotus celestial body didn't fear any evil arts. This was his greatest advantage. When the wood devil transformed into his appearance, he could replicate other aspects. However, he couldn't replicate the treasured lotus celestial body's various prowess. However, it was sufficient to fight against him. After all, Neza wasn't proficient in evil arts. On the other hand, while the treasured lotus celestial body could defend against all sorts of evil arts, it couldn't defend against the Shadow Devil's technique. It was basically useless against the Shadow Devil. Neza felt the Shadow Devil's words were extremely irritating to him. He was already enraged, and his attacks became even more ferocious. However, other than the treasured lotus celestial body, the Shadow Devil didn't lack any other abilities. He dealt with Nez's attacks according to the situation and neutralized Nez's waves of attacks. Speaking of which, young Heavenly Lord, you're the one that everyone expects to win. While blocking the real Nez's attacks, the fake Neza smiled towards Yen Zhaoga. Among everyone here, isn't there only you who can fight against Taoist Kong Xian? He was naturally referring to Yen Zhaoga and the other's reappearance of the great sage equaling heavens. The shadow demon's words were half true and half false. Although he was speaking from the bottom of his heart, he was also trying to sound him out. We'll hold off Mahamayuri, exhausting him to death, then let you take the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Yen Zhaoga chortled. Isn't your plan a little too ingenious? Shadow Demon said, now that so many heroes have gathered, it may not be our generation that will succeed, but if young Heavenly Lord still holds back, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Kong Xian will eventually succeed. That's fine too. Anyway, we have the green lotus flag and you have the white cloud boundary flag. Our two clans don't have to worry too much, Yen Zhaoga shrugged. The shadow demon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 9 underworlds indeed already had the white cloud-bound flag, so the Wuji apricot yellow flag wasn't necessary. However, the reason why they participated in the competition this time was to trade with the Western Pure Lands in exchange for the existences that the 9 underworlds truly needed. Although the ancient Dipankara Buddha plotted against the 9 Nether, and in the end he still had to help the 9 Nether, but if he didn't extract enough benefits for himself, then he wouldn't be the ancient Dipankara Buddha. Without the Wuji apricot yellow flag, the 9 underworlds might have to pay a higher price. Speaking of which, the Wuji apricot yellow flag is of the Jade, clear lineage. Isn't it inappropriate for young Heavenly Lord to say this? Said the shadow demon, feeling both annoyed and amused at the same time. Yen Zhaoga was surprised. According to this, our Taoism's Wuji apricot yellow flag is returning to its rightful owner. Isn't it even more inappropriate for you to mess things up? While the two were arguing, the others were also paying attention to Yen Zhaoga, including Mahamayuri himself, Taoist Luya, and the primordial heart devil. You're making all sorts of excuses. Could it be that you've expended too much energy in the battle for the immortal extermination formation back then? Is that why the great sage, heaven's equal's true body, can't reappear today? A great demon that was fighting with incongruence, Divine Mother, asked directly. Yen Zhaoga turned to look at the great demon and stared at his 9 heads. The matters of the world are difficult. Many wolves and jackals obstruct our path. It's a pity that our Taoism's foundation isn't strong and we're not wealthy. If we want to do something, we have to plan carefully and save as much as possible in case of a sudden storm. For example, someone has been hiding in the Astro Mountain starry seas for all these years, and he rarely comes out. If I want to kill him, I have to consider what would happen if stronger demon race great sages like Taoist Luya or the Rock of 10,000 cloudy miles obstruct me. The 9-headed bug was enraged. He sneered and said, "Ha, you're just bluffing. Let's see how you're going to kill me while I'm standing right here." Yen Zhaoga smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at Mahamayuri, the Wuji apricot yellow flag, and Taoist Luya, and the others. If it weren't for their presence and the Wuji apricot yellow flag, he would have given the 9-headed bug a good beating. However, in the eyes of others, his actions seemed to be a little fierce in appearance, but weak in heart. Everyone couldn't help but think, it seems like during the battle for the immortal extermination formation, the great sage equaling heavens' true body had reappeared. Although he managed to block Mahamayuri, he had expended too much of his strength. Even after 300 years, he still hasn't recovered. Yen Zhaoga is merely bluffing. Or is he trying to deceive us into giving it our all so that he can reap the benefits and deal the final blow? Despite having such thoughts, no one intended to verify their guesses with their own bodies. It would be for the best if the great sage equaling heavens' true body didn't appear. Even Mahamayuri didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, other than the great sage equaling heaven's true body, everyone else was also wary of Feng Yunqing's presence. With Feng Yunqing's current cultivation realm, even Kong Xian had to be careful when he launched a sneak attack. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he might be defeated. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm, and he remained calm. Since Mahamyuri had arrived, there was no need for him to continue playing the empty fort strategy. Instead, he would be helping Kong Xian share the burden. It would be more appropriate for everyone to focus their attention on Mahamyuri. Mahamyuri had been in the Western Pure Lands for so many years, and he had always been unique. Yan Zhaoge didn't believe that the Dipankara ancient Buddha wouldn't be prepared at all. He didn't possess all of the Buddha's sariras. How could he not be wary of today's situation? Previously, during the fight for the Buddha's sariras, the Western Pure Land still had the green lotus flag, so they could ignore it. However, this time, they didn't have the green lotus flag anymore. How could they not be wary of Mahamyuri's sudden participation in the battle? Furthermore, they had come to fight for the Wuji apricot yellow flag for the long term. Their new method would only be able to deal with it temporarily, which was why they placed such importance on the Wuji apricot yellow flag. However, even if it could only deal with it temporarily, it should still be able to play its role now. Facing Mahamyuri, Buddhism, or rather, the alliance of Buddhism and the 9 underworlds this time, wouldn't be able to keep their composure. This wasn't a problem of ability. Taoism already had the green lotus flag and the floating flame flag as their foundation. They wouldn't be flustered even if they had sufficient resources. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge was able to sit there calmly. He wasn't afraid that his opponent wouldn't make the first move. Chapter 1712. Mahamyuri felt that Yan Zhaoge was merely bluffing, and the great sage equaling heavens might not reveal himself for the time being. He had his own pride, and he wasn't afraid of the great sage equaling heavens. However, without such a strong foe blocking his path, his actions would be much smoother. Although the others were working together against Mahamyuri most of the time, this old peacock ignored them and approached the Earth Self apricot yellow flag. Seeing that Mahamyuri was the strongest and was about to obtain the Earth Self apricot yellow flag, the Western Pure Lands Mahasthamaprakot bodhisattva sighed and nodded towards the primordial heart devil. Upon seeing this, the primordial heart devil immediately activated the white cloud-bound flag. This time, when he activated the white cloud-bound flag, waves of fragrance filled the air. He decided to surround the Earth Self apricot yellow flag's scattered nebula to prevent Mahamyuri from obtaining it. Mahamyuri wasn't in a hurry. He scattered 5-colored divine radiances towards the primordial heart devil. Without the white cloud-bound flag's protection, the primordial heart devil immediately dodged to the side to avoid facing the 5-colored divine radiances. If I can obtain it, don't even think about taking it away. Let's just wait here. Mahamyuri said calmly, "Does the vast freedom heavenly devil intend to make a move personally?" The primordial heart devil smiled. The vast freedom heavenly devil has no intention of making a move. Although the other major forces were tolerating and even helping the 9 underworlds in the dark, it didn't mean that the 9 underworlds could act as he pleased. The other Tao ancestors had their own enemies, and they were constantly fighting against each other. If the vast freedom heavenly devil acted as he pleased, he would be unstoppable. Naturally, others wouldn't tolerate it. Although the 9 underworlds had become more high-profile in recent years, the vast freedom heavenly devil kept a low profile and rarely appeared in the world, in order to avoid being targeted by the other Tao realm bigwigs. If the vast freedom heavenly devil didn't make a move personally, as one of the strongest existences beneath the Tao realm, Mahamyuri would naturally be overbearing in this situation. However, the primordial heart devil wasn't in a hurry. He only ordered the white cloud-bound flag to seal the Earth Self apricot yellow flag's location, preventing Mahamyuri from obtaining it. On the other side, the Bodhisattva Mahasthamaprapta clasped his palms together and said, "Wisdom King, I apologize for this offense." He immediately began chanting Buddhist scriptures, and the other Buddhist experts around him did the same. In the originally chaotic void, golden auspicious clouds gathered at this moment. A crack appeared in the clouds, and golden light spilled out from within. Mahamayuri frowned, a premonition rising in his heart. He looked carefully and saw that the clouds seemed to distort time and space, leading to the pure land of Buddhism. In the hazy light mist, the figure of Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was sitting peacefully in the pure land of Buddhism. However, it wasn't that Samantabhadra Bodhisattva wanted to descend here. Instead, he was currently in the western pure land of ultimate bliss and had laid down a huge formation to communicate with the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva and the others. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Suddenly, a streak of flowing light emerged from his side. It flew out from the western Pure Lands and traversed the void through the power of the Grand Formation. It descended and pressed down on Mahamayuri's head. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a Buddhist pestle. Is this thing really in Dipankara's hands? Mahamayuri's expression was a little strange. He was more emotional than surprised and angry. The 5-colored divine radiance went up to block the pestle that descended from the sky. However, the 5-colored divine radiance, which had always been successful in every endeavor, couldn't knock down the pestle at this moment. On the contrary, countless talisman seals appeared on the pestle. As the radiance flowed, they fell continuously, causing Mahamayuri to feel a little overwhelmed. Old Peacock wasn't angry. He said indifferently, "Dipankara is indeed skilled. If he really found this treasure, it seems like I won't be able to obtain the Earth Self apricot yellow flag today." The 5-colored divine radiance rolled and protected the surroundings, preventing others from getting close and taking advantage of the situation. The pestle rose and fell in midair, pressing down on Mahamayuri and temporarily immobilizing him. However, it didn't cause any damage to him. As time passed, the talisman seals on the pestle began to fade away. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for Mahamayuri to regain his mobility. As expected, he's prepared. Yen Zhaoge looked at the pestle and understood. According to the rumors, when Taoist Zhuinti subdued Kong Xian during the ancient era, he used a pestle to strike Kong Xian back to his peacock form. From the looks of it, it's this one. After that, Taoist Zhuinti transformed into the Tathagata Buddha and transcended during the end of the Middle Era. This pestle was left behind in this world, just like Taoism's Triratna Jade Scepter and Green Duckweed Sword. When Dipankara Buddha and the others obtained this treasure, they couldn't control it to do anything. However, this treasure was fated with Mahamayuri in the past. Under the situation where the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss had lost the green lotus flag, it was used by the ancient Dipankara Buddha as a trump card against the old peacock. Now it was working. Only, as Yen Zhaoge expected, this method wasn't as effective as the green lotus flag and the Earth Self apricot yellow flag. After blocking Mahamayuri for a while, it would fall into Mahamayuri's hands. Of course, Kong Xian couldn't control this treasure. However, once it fell into his hands, there would be one less existence that could hinder him. To Dipankara Buddha, this treasure might be precious. However, its greatest value was that it could suppress Mahamayuri once. With this pestle temporarily suppressing Mahamayuri, the situation changed drastically. Taoist Luya, the Tai cultivated deity, the southern extremity longevity emperor, and the others rushed towards the Earth Self apricot yellow flag. The 9 underworlds and the Western Pure Lands actions were even faster. The primordial heart devil kept the white cloud-bound flag and waved it towards Taoist Luya and the others. Waves of fragrance obstructed everyone. Yen Zhaoge suddenly moved. He first used the chaotic origin hammer to attack the 9-headed bug, helping the incongruent's divine mother out of her predicament. The incongruent's divine mother didn't say anything else. She slashed her sword towards the fragrance released by the white cloud-bound flag. The sword light wasn't particularly sharp. Instead, it flowed like flowing water. In the end, a path was opened up within the fragrance. The incongruence Divine Mother was acquainted with the original owner of the white cloud-bound flag, the Western Queen Mother of the Jade Pool. She could dispel the white cloud-bound flag's defense. Previously, when Taoism and the 9 underworlds are fighting, the 9 underworlds didn't reveal the white cloud-bound flag. As expected, the white cloud-bound flag that could even obstruct Taoist Luya's footsteps couldn't obstruct the incongruence Divine Mother. With the incongruence Divine Mother leading the way, Yanjiaoga and the others quickly rushed towards the Earth Self-apricot yellow flag. The primordial heart devil and the great strength Bodhisattva had already expected this. While they split up to obstruct the incongruence Divine Mother, they also rushed towards the Earth Self-apricot yellow flag. With Mahamayuri and the demon race losing the initiative, the situation seemed to have reverted back to Taoism and the 9 underworlds battle. Only this time the great strength Bodhisattva and the other Buddhism bigwigs joined the fray. As Yanjiaoga rushed towards the Earth Self-apricot yellow flag, he also waved his hand, revealing a green flag. In an instant, white qi hovered in the air, with countless golden radiances. It was the green lotus flag. Chapter 1713. Yanjiaoga waved the green lotus flag in his hand. Instantly, white qi and golden radiances covered the void, blocking the path of the 9 underworlds, devils, and Buddhist Bantis. Upon seeing the green lotus flag, the expressions of the Mahasthemaprapta Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist experts changed. This was originally a treasure of their Western Pure Lands, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Sorry for the offense. Yanjiaoga smiled and said, "However, the Amitabha Buddha should be helping the Dipankara ancient Buddha deal with the aftermath. He doesn't have the time to care about us. Allow me to make use of this opportunity." Even within the Western Pure Lands, the Dipankara ancient Buddha couldn't deal with Yang Jian alone. Within the entire Blessed Lands, only the Amitabha Buddha and Mahamayuri could help him stop Yang Jian. Mahamayuri was here. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to help the Dipankara ancient Buddha. In fact, even if he was still within the Western Pure Lands, the Dipankara ancient Buddha wouldn't be able to order him around without the Buddha's Saraira. As such, the only one who could help the Dipankara ancient Buddha was the Amitabha Buddha. If not, Yanjiaoga wouldn't have used the green lotus flag to deal with the Buddhism bigwigs. After all, such an act was too ridiculous. Even the Mahasthemaprapta Bodhisattva and the other bigwigs with a calm state of mind couldn't help but feel annoyed when they saw the green lotus flag in Yanjiaoga's hands. Fellow Taoists of the Buddhist sect, apologies for the offense. The primordial heart devil said, "If we can obtain the green lotus flag, it might be a good thing." The green lotus flag's defense against the primordial heart devil was rather limited. However, with the southern extremity longevity emperor by Yanjiaoga's side, the primordial heart devil wouldn't be able to take another step forward. As such, the primordial heart devil didn't hold back and pointed towards the green lotus flag. The void seemed to have opened up, connecting to the dark and ominous 9 underworld's demonic sea abyss. The pitch-black yet clear seawater gushed out. Under the primordial heart devil's guidance, it descended towards the green lotus flag. The 9 underworld's demonic sea abysses seawater seemed clean and transparent, and it didn't have any stench. However, it was the dirtiest substance within the world. Even a treasure like the green lotus flag would lose its miraculous effects upon being contaminated by the seawater. This situation was more or less within the primordial heart devil's expectations. If the Tao sect's incongruence Divine Mother could break their white cloud-bound flag, they naturally had a way to break the green lotus flag as well. A treasure that could block the demon race and Mahamayuri at the periphery would only result in an explosion for both sides. No one could defend against the other. In the past, it was the 9 underworld's great devils that aided the demon race against the Western Pure Lands. They used the seawater to taint the green lotus treasured flag, which allowed the demon race to successfully obtain the Buddha's Saraira. At the same time, Yanjiaoga and the others from Taoism, took the chance to obtain the treasured flag. Now that so many years had passed, the green lotus flag had regained its former brilliance after being cleansed. On the other hand, the 9 underworlds and the Western Pure Lands, who were enemies in the past, had become allies. Moreover, they were using the same trick to deal with the green lotus flag. The Mahasthemaprapta Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist venerables couldn't help but feel a little strange when they saw the dirty water splashing onto the green lotus flag. However, none of them were slow in their actions. They followed closely behind, wanting to take advantage of the moment when the green lotus flag was unable to function after being stained to take back the flag. If they could take back the green lotus flag, the black young apricot flag wasn't that necessary anymore. Yen Jiaoge looked at the ink-like seawater of the abyss splashing towards him, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He held the green lotus flag in one hand and flipped his other palm outwards. Numerous seals appeared on his palm. They were complex and profound, and vaguely contained traces of evilness and ferociousness within them. When the primordial heart devil saw the appearance of the talisman, his heart jolted. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like the talisman that Yen Jiaoge had written when he used the 9 underworlds' devilish seawater to help Feng Yunqing fight against Nie Jingxin and the Shadow Devil. After that battle, the primordial heart devil and the other 9 underworlds' great devils studied Yen Jiaoge's methods. If the same thing happened again, the 9 underworlds was confident in dealing with it. However, when the primordial heart devil took a closer look at the talisman on Yen Jiaoge's palm, he realized that many changes had occurred. He's also constantly improving, and his speed is extremely fast. The primordial heart devil's gaze flickered. Then, as expected, black radiances flickered from the talisman on Yen Jiaoge's palm. Next, the 9 underworlds' devilish seawater gushed out and rapidly formed seals in midair, which then transformed into a talisman array. The flowing lights surrounded the 9 underworlds' devilish seawater and transformed it into a talisman array, which blocked the primordial heart devil seawater. In an instant, as if a shapeless dam had been constructed, it blocked the surging black water. The black water couldn't touch the green lotus flag, which continued manifesting its abilities. Rays of white qi and golden radiances manifested, which blocked the 9 underworlds and the Buddhist's path. The primordial heart devil's gaze quickly regained its calmness. Without stopping, more and more seawater gushed out from the void, which swept towards Yen Jiaoge and the green lotus flag. After all, the amount of 9 underworlds' devilish seawater that Yen Jiaoge had obtained was limited. The primordial heart devil wanted to rely on quantity to overwhelm Yen Jiaoge's line of defense. While the dam was sturdy, its height and thickness wouldn't change. The unceasing rise of the tide would always surpass the dam's limit. Moreover, the primordial heart devil had been studying Yen Jiaoge's techniques for the past few years. He would definitely gain something from it. Now that he was pressuring Yen Jiaoge with his strength, the talisman array that was obstructing the seawater was starting to crumble. However, Yen Jiaoge wasn't in a hurry. He only needed to fight for a blink of an eye. As such, the primordial heart devil, the Mahasthemaprapta Bodhisattva, and the others could only watch as the Tai cultivated deity and the incongruence divine mother took the chance to rush towards the Wuji apricot yellow flag. The Tai cultivated deity directly extended his hand and grabbed the Wuji apricot yellow flag. As the golden lotuses bloomed, one could vaguely see a human corpse under the flag's protection. It should be the Wuji apricot yellow flag's previous owner. However, as soon as the Tai cultivated deity touched the flag, streams of ferocious sword chi surged around the golden lotuses. The incongruence divine mother unsheathed her sword and received the sword chi. She looked at the Tai cultivated deity and shook her head. Her expression was a little sorrowful and disappointed. The bigwigs present were all familiar with the sword chi. It was the Taoism's prime, clear lineage. Upon seeing this, Yen Jiaoge and Neza sighed in their hearts. Their previous guesses had become reality. It seemed like the prime clear lord of plentiful treasure was the one who broke through the jade, clear Wuji apricot yellow flag's defenses. After the incongruence divine mother dismantled the remnant sword chi, the Tai cultivated deity waved his sleeve and swept the Wuji apricot yellow flag along with everything else. At the same time, the southern extremity longevity emperor flicked his finger thrice. Grand illusory spatial thunder, eternal thunder, and an instant's thunder exploded at the same time, instantly creating a gap within the universe. The incongruence divine mother immediately followed up with a dangerous immortal sword, creating a deep hole within the gap. The Tai cultivated deity extended his hand and pointed. As white radiances lingered, they continued going deeper within the gap. The three Taoism bigwigs who were proficient in spatial transformations worked together and created a path within the chaotic battlefield. Then everyone from Taoism rushed within. Chapter 1714. The incongruence divine mother was well versed in the immortal trapping sword manual. The Grand Unity Spiritual Master was well versed in the Aeon Light Heavenly Tome and the Void Heavenly Tome, while the Southern Extremity Longevity Monarch was also well versed in the Void Heavenly Tome. Moreover, he could wield the Grand Void Spatial Thunder, Eternal Undying Thunder, and the Instant Thunder of the Nine Heavens Immortal Thunder with ease. The three Tao sects Grand Heavenly Immortals were proficient in the Tao of time and space transformations. Their speed was not slow at all. As the experts fought, the space here was chaotic, and it caused even Golden Immortal Realm experts to find it difficult to move freely. However, with the help of Yen Zhaoga's green lotus flag, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others immediately joined forces and opened up a path. Before they came here, they had already made some preparations. That was why they were able to succeed in one strike. However, the opponents that the orthodox Taoism faced this time were not simple. Not to mention Mahamayuri, who is still fighting against the Pestle, Tao Lord Luya, and the Primordial Heart Devil were the first to catch up. The green lotus flag could barely stop the Primordial Heart Devil. Although he didn't have the time to stop those people from taking the yellow flag and running away, he still chased them into the space crack as soon as possible. As for Tao Lord Luya, he transformed into a streak of rainbow light and moved even faster than the others. He was almost as fast as Primeval Heart Devil. Currently, Taoism had already taken away the yellow earth apricot flag and became the temporary winner. They were also everyone's common enemy. Naturally, the Primordial Heart Devil didn't need to use the white cloud-bound flag to obstruct Taoist Luya's path. The two started working together to pursue Yen Zhaoga and the others. The other experts from the Buddhist sect, the demon race, and the Nine Nether race hurriedly followed. Neza got rid of the Shadow Devil and entered the spatial crevice together with Yen Zhaoga and the others. Seeing that the pursuers were endless, he said, "You guys leave first. I'll block them for a while." "Don't worry, Taoist brother. I've long since made preparations." Yen Zhaoga smiled as he sent a sound transmission. Before he finished speaking, a saber beam suddenly shone in the already unstable void. Tao Lord Luya's speed was extremely fast. He had already surpassed the Primordial Heart Devil and was about to catch up to Yen Zhaoga and the others. However, right at this moment, the saber light suddenly lit up without any warning and silently slashed towards Tao Lord Luya's face. Luo Yuan, Doomsday, Celestial Sovereign. Even with Tao Lord Luya's abilities, he was unable to detect the ambush in advance. He only sensed it when the saber light was about to reach him and his entire body turned cold. Although Feng Yinsheng did not catch up with the battle for the Wuji apricot yellow flag, she arrived at the place where perfected Tai and the others had prepared in time to receive them. This sudden saber strike caused Tao Lord Luya's heart to instantly be filled with the shadow of death. Thankfully, Feng Yinsheng's reputation had spread far and wide. No matter how careless Tao Lord Luya and the others were, they were still wary of her ambushes. Thus, Tao Lord Luya was able to react in time to the sudden ambush. The terrifying saber edge tore through the rainbow light. But Tao Lord Lu had already manifested his Vairocana form in time. At the same time that the Golden Body's defense was raised to the extreme, a perfect Great Sun Buddha's light shrouded his whole body. The saber light still forcefully broke through the Great Sun Buddha's light, and even split the top of the Buddha's golden body. However, the slight delay allowed Tao Lord Luya to transform into a streak of light once more, retreating in the opposite direction at high speed. Finally, he managed to narrowly avoid the attack. Only the fishtail crown on Tao Lord Luya's head was slashed apart, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. After Feng Yunqing's attack, her momentum didn't stop as she continued slashing downwards. The spatial crevice that was already unstable to begin with instantly showed signs of disintegration. Seeing that Yen Zhaoge and the others were about to leave, and his group was about to lose track of them, Tao Lord Luyi couldn't care less about his sorry state anymore. He continuously waved his palms. Rays of multicolored light interweaved in the void, causing the originally invisible space-time passageway to look like a real existence at this moment. Seeing that Feng Yunsheng was about to destroy the passageway with her saber again, Tao Lord Lu gritted his teeth and intersected his palms. The all-encompassing summer radiances instantly shattered, causing the entire passageway to shatter. While Tao Lord Luya and the others were within, Yen Zhaoge and the other Taoism experts had yet to leave. The shattered space transformed into a chaotic flow, causing it to become unclear. Everyone was swept within, and then they scattered. Those from the 9 underworlds, the demon race, and the Western Pure Lands scattered as well. They started searching for the Tai cultivated deities' whereabouts with their own abilities. The Taoism experts knew of the primordial heart devil and Tao Lord Lu Ye's capabilities. They knew that it wouldn't be that easy to escape. Now, they calmed down and tried to break out of the chaotic space, searching for their comrades. The situation became more chaotic, and the affected area became wider. Yen Zhaoge's expression was serious, but he wasn't nervous at all. As he was thinking about searching for Feng Yunsheng, the Tai cultivated deity, Neza, and the others, Yen Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted. He turned his head and saw devilish qi forming within the chaotic space. Then, a youth with red lips and white teeth appeared. Although he looked like Neza, his gaze was filled with malice, and devilish qi was overflowing. Shadow Devil. Yen Zhaoge looked at him with interest. Although the Shadow Devil still had Neza's appearance, the universe ring on his neck, the wind fire wheels beneath his feet, the mixed heavenly silk on his arm, and the fire-tipped spear in his hand had already disappeared. Not only that, but his body was also becoming more and more blurry, as if he was losing his human form, turning into a blurry shadow. In the end, there was only a shadow in front of Yen Zhaoge. Without his actual body, he existed within the void. I wanted to look for Taoist Tai, but I couldn't find him. Never did I expect to meet the young Heavenly Lord. As the shadow swayed, a voice resounded from within. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, "If you really can't do it, just give the white cloud-bound flag to the Western Pure Lands. The Western Pure Lands would be more than happy to exchange for it with what you want." "Young Heavenly Lord, you must be joking." The Shadow Devil said, "You used the Amitabha Buddha's possession to obstruct the Western Pure Lands Taoists. Even if the Amitabha Buddha isn't able to leave for now, he would definitely retrieve the green lotus flag afterward. Do you intend to fight against the Buddhists to the death just because of this? Speaking of which, I'm also troubled. If the Buddhists retrieve the green lotus flag, how are we going to trade with them?" The Shadow Devil's tone was calm, as if he was chatting with Yen Zhaoge as an old friend. "Stop it," Yen Zhaoge snorted. "The Amitabha Buddha didn't make a move at that time, and he most likely wouldn't make a move after that. If it's the vast freedom Heavenly Devil, I would have to be more careful." The Shadow Devil's tone didn't change. "That's naturally for the best. If that's the case, even if we can't find the 5-self apricot yellow flag, we would still be able to help the Western Pure Lands retrieve the green lotus flag from you, young Heavenly Lord." As he spoke, the shadow's appearance started changing. The originally dim shadow also gradually gained color. In the blink of an eye, a young man appeared in front of Yan Zhaoge. The young man was dressed exactly the same as him and had the same appearance. Chapter 1715. He was dressed in white with a blue robe with black edges. Although his hair was neatly combed and tied up, it was much shorter than an ordinary person's. His facial features were handsome and his demeanor was dazzling. There was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Just now, the green lotus flag should have been more or less contaminated by the water of my 9 underworld sea. Before it is purified, it shouldn't be able to be used, right? The other party said. Even his voice was no different from Yan Zhaoge's. Looking at the person before him at this moment, Yan Zhaoge felt like he was looking at a mirror. Become real. He couldn't help but chuckle. I'm just a grand virtual immortal, and you're a grand heavenly immortal. There's no need for you to do this, is there? Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, Young heavenly lord, you should say that to the red inferno Dvajra Buddha, Lord, and the Dingguang joyous Buddha. I won't treat you as an ordinary grand virtual immortal. That's a pity. Yan Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly. Actually, I'm rather interested in whether you have any other methods other than resembling shadows becoming real. I've never seen you use it before. Since young Heavenly Venerate has become a fellow cultivator of the 9 underworlds, you will naturally know many things, Shadow Devil replied with a smile. That's too troublesome. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he strode forward within the air towards the Shadow Devil. I'm still used to using this method to speak to people. As he moved forward, he raised one of his palms up high. As he took a step forward, he chopped down on the Shadow Fiend's head. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, 2 streams of qi intermingled unceasingly beneath his palm. The two interweaved together, expounding the profound principles of the separation of yin and yang. This single move seemed to simultaneously contain the principles of the jade, clear lineages, yin-yang heavenly scripture, the grand, clear taiji yin-yang palm, and the prime, clear, bright, crimson tribulation sutra. These 3 supreme martial arts. Then they were all integrated into the cyclic heavenly seal. However, the 2 streams of qi were neither black nor white, nor were they red and white. One stream of qi was dim, while the other stream of qi shone brightly. A supreme martial art that had never been seen since ancient times till now, executed by Yan Zhaoge. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Shadow Devil secretly sighed in admiration. The simultaneous cultivation of the 3 pure ones is indeed marvelous. The great demon thought to himself, not only is this person talented, he is also calm and experienced. He isn't as frivolous as he looks. While Yan Zhaoge had taken the initiative to attack this completely new palm art, while tyrannical and vigorous, also contained within it was ingenious, having infinite variations. It was like painting on a piece of paper, splashing ink boldly, but the painting was full of white space. While it was full of aftertaste, it also left room for one to continue changing. Although it's said that the 3 pure ones are one, the principles of martial arts have been developed to this day. Even if one were to cultivate the supreme arts of the 3 pure ones at the same time, how difficult would it be to master and integrate them? Looking at this palm of Yan Zhaoge's, a thought instantly flashed through the Shadow Devil's mind, not to mention something like this, actually seeming to have fused together, regenerating a new transformation. Wonderful, truly wonderful. But while the Shadow Devil was full of praise, facing Yan Zhaoge's attack, his movements were not slow in the slightest. He did not make any other movements, just mirroring Yan Zhaoge as he struck out with a palm. Still, while it's hard to understand how you did it, in my eyes, it's something that I share with you. In an instant, the scene of yin and yang intersecting shockingly appeared on the Shadow Devil's palm as 2 streams of qi, one bright, one dark, coiled and merged. The palm that seemed to be exactly the same as Yan Zhaoge's directly met Yan Zhaoge's palm. The two completely identical palm arts clashed amid space at this moment. The majestic, terrifying aura alone seemed able to compress the space here into a primordial yin and yang, everything being crushed into dust, no longer existing. The shadow devil was fully focused. What he was concerned about was actually not Yen Zhaoge's palm. He concealed a supreme treasure of the devilish Tao in his hand, guarding against Yen Zhaoge's chaotic essence hammer, heaven ascending drum, and other grand firmament immortal artifacts at all times. After all, other than those special treasures like Nez's, it was hard for him to replicate other people's items. Still, when their palms truly clashed, the shadow devil's expression suddenly changed. Yen Zhaoge's grasp of yin and yang remained unchanged. However, a change suddenly occurred beneath his palm. The two qis of yin and yang that had originally circulated, one bright, one dark, shook as they suddenly changed form, splitting into 6 even smaller streams of qi. 2 black and 2 white, respectively representing the jade-clear lineages, yin-yang heavenly scripture, and the grand, clear taiji yin-yang palm. 1 red and 1 white represented the prime clear lineages, bright crimson tribulation scripture. The palm art that was originally exactly the same as Yen Zhaoge's had suddenly been split into 3 different supreme martial arts of Taoism that had the same principles, not to mention fusing them together and creating a completely new scene. Even the connection between them that they had gained mastery over and comprehended them had become fragmented. What caused the shadow devil's heart to palpitate even more was the fact that these 3 supreme martial arts of Taoism that had been split up were actually rapidly dissipating as well. The 3 intersecting yin and yang quickly dissipated, vanishing like snow in an instant. The shadow devil could not feel the resonance and trembling of the principles of the heavens and earth for a time, as only emptiness existed. It was as if he had really only imitated Yen Zhaoge's actions as he raised his hand and struck out with a palm. However, this palm was merely an empty shell that only had a superficial appearance. As the wind blew, it would shake because of this. However, what he was currently facing wasn't a gentle breeze, but Yen Zhaoge's shocking palm. With a misjudgment, the shadow devil had no intention of dodging or defending himself. He had suffered this attack for nothing. He originally intended to use the Devil Tao's treasure to suppress Yen Zhaoge's grand heavenly immortal artifact. Now, he was forced to use it to defend himself. However, the heavenly ascension drums drumming resounded above Yen Zhaoge's head, restricting the shadow devil's treasure instead, allowing Yen Zhaoge's palm to land solidly on him. Fakes are fakes in the end. Yen Zhaoge laughed softly. The shadow fiend let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying backwards. The traits of Yen Zhaoge that were imprinted on his body quickly faded away, and he reverted back to a dim black shadow. He was struck back to his original form by Yen Zhaoge's palm. Even if he had ascended to the grand heavenly realm and couldn't be harmed by grand virtual realm attacks, he was still seeing stars. Previously, when he replicated the grand virtual realm Yen Zhaoge, to a certain extent, he had lowered part of his traits to the grand virtual realm. If he had perfectly replicated Yen Zhaoge's combat prowess, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when facing many grand heavenly realm experts head-on. However, when Yen Zhaoge's palm came crashing down, not only did it cause the shadow devil's attacks to crumble, but it also caused his defenses to crumble apart, like paper. The shadow devil might not be in such a sorry state if he transformed into Yen Zhaoge's appearance. However, with this transformation, he had done himself a huge favor. The shadow devil staggered backward. However, Yen Zhaoge didn't let his guard down. After one palm, another palm came crashing towards the shadow devil's head. The shadow devil looked over, only to see the scenes of creation condensing around Yen Zhaoge's body, forming the foundation of the world. His raised palm manifested the opening of chaos and the stabilizing of the heavens and earth, explaining the profundities of chaos opening. At this moment, the primordial earlier Heaven 3 scriptures and the later Heaven 6 scriptures combined perfectly, vaguely showing signs of merging as one, with all arts returning to their roots. Chapter 17:16. With Yen Zhaoge's performance during the fight for the Wuji apricot yellow flag, the Shadow Devil wasn't worried that the great sage equaling heavens would appear. The Shadow Devil felt that he had already placed himself very low, already placing Yen Zhaoge as highly as he could. He had already made up his mind to transform into Yen Zhaoge's appearance using illusory manifestation, then fight a battle of attrition with Yen Zhaoge with a strength that was close to similar. What was being exhausted was not endurance, but who was more durable. While replicating Yen Zhaoge of the grand virtual level would cause many of his attributes to be lowered to the grand virtual level, he still had the foundation of the grand, heavenly, undying embodiment body. If he were to trade blows for blows, no grand virtual immortal would be able to fight him to the end. Yen Zhaoge's strength was astonishing, and his defenses were so strong that even many grand, heavenly realm experts couldn't hurt him. But what about his own attacks? The Shadow Devil was thinking of using his spear to attack his shield, making use of this to frustrate Yen Zhaoge. He did not even have any hopes of killing Yen Zhaoge by himself, as he only hoped to end the battle within the shortest amount of time possible, wresting away the green lotus flag in Yen Zhaoge's possession that had been contaminated by the seawater of the deep abyss of the 9 underworlds. If he could gain more, it would be a pleasant surprise. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he didn't succeed, Shadow Fiend would still be able to escape unscathed. No matter how shocking Yen Zhaoge's strength was and how he could defeat a veteran devil lord like him, one of the first few ancient devils in the world, could he defeat another him so easily? However, after exchanging blows, Shadow Fiend realized that he was ridiculously wrong. At this moment, seeing Yen Zhaoge's figure, seeing that scene of the primordial earlier Heaven 3 scriptures and the later Heaven 6 scriptures vaguely combining as one, the Shadow Devil's body that resembled a dim shadow involuntarily shook slightly. His gaze was fixated on the top of Yen Zhaoge's head. In that place, there seemed to be an indescribable, auspicious cloud existing, hazy and chaotic. It was similar to Yen Di's grand simplicity splendor cloud, yet different as well. This primal chaos, auspicious cloud was faintly discernible. One moment it became concrete, the next moment it became blurry, and the next moment it disappeared. The shadow demon didn't really care when the outline of the magic cloud was clear and concrete, or when it disappeared completely. However, when this auspicious cloud was hazy and blurry, seemingly illusory yet real, seemingly boundless, yet also seemingly collapsing into an indescribable point, Shadow Devil's gaze immediately became sharp. It's not complete yet. It's only in its embryonic form. However, the Shadow Devil took a deep breath and retreated to avoid coming into contact with Yen Zhaoge. As one of the 12 devilish gods, he was being forced to flee by a grand virtual immortal. But there's already the shadow of the everlasting jade purity. The shadow demon's face turned ugly, gathering the 9 scriptures and cultivating the 3 pure ones at the same time. Could it be that I can return to Wuji and see the beginning? It was common knowledge that even though the last 9 volumes of the primordial heavenly scripture had been gathered, it was impossible to obtain the first volume of the primordial heavenly scripture, the peerless heavenly scripture. However, the other 9 scrolls all originated from the peerless heavenly scripture. Before Yen Zhaoge, there had never been anyone who could cultivate the 3 purities to such a high level. The 3 purities were one, and they were interconnected. Although they were already categorized, Yen Zhaoge, who cultivated the 3 purities at the same time, might be the person who had the deepest understanding of the relationship between the 3 purities' supreme martial arts other than the Elder Lord. Although he didn't cultivate the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, he had read through its contents and was proficient in the grand, clear Tai Fist. As such, in recent years, many people had been guessing whether Yen Zhaoge, who cultivated the 3 purities and pushed open the immortal door, had hopes of using the last 9 scrolls to reverse engineer the peerless heavenly scripture of the 10 scriptures. He really succeeded. Seeing the vague primal chaos auspicious cloud above Yen Zhaoge's head, The shadow devil's heart was filled with doubts. At the same time, he felt shocked. Did he possess the complete, peerless heavenly scripture and kept it a secret? Or did he really succeed in deriving the incomplete, peerless heavenly scripture? If he was given some more time, would he be able to derive the complete, peerless heavenly scripture? Just now, when he performed shadow becoming reality to copy Yen Jiaoge, he had already noticed the abnormality. When copying others, such as Neza and the others, after the shadow devil had succeeded, he would be able to execute their supreme martial arts immediately. However, when he copied Yen Jiaoge's appearance, although he had succeeded, he had to wait for Yen Jiaoge to make a move before he could replicate it. It was almost equivalent to learning a move after seeing a move. If Yen Jiaoge didn't make a move, the situation might even become the two of them staring at each other. At that time, the shadow devil had thought that Yen Jiaoge's simultaneous cultivation of the three purities had affected his shadow becoming reality to a certain extent. However, from the looks of it now, this might be part of the reason, but it was far from being the only reason. Another important reason was that Yen Jiaoge seemed to have gradually reversed engineer a portion of the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture, just that it was still incomplete. Therefore, he couldn't be like Sua Mingzhang's heaven, severing scripture, and stop the shadow devil's shadow becoming reality from the start. Shadow becoming reality could still be used to a certain extent, but it wouldn't be as powerful as it looked. The moment the real and the fake came into contact with each other, the fake would be completely beaten back to its original form. To the shadow devil, he might as well have failed the replication right from the start, like how he had faced Sua Mingzhang. At least that way, he wouldn't look like he had a card up his sleeves. But he wouldn't stupidly send himself to suffer Yen Jiaoge's attack. Previously, the shadow devil who had lowered himself to the grand illusionary realm in order to replicate Yen Jiaoge had suffered Yen Jiaoge's palm. Even now, he could still feel the pain in his heart. If not for his foundation being that of the grand overarching devil lord, he might have been beaten to death by Yen Jiaoge on the spot. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Currently, the shadow devil was at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed by Yen Jiaoge. If he wanted to rely on his cultivation to suppress Yen Jiaoge, it would be extremely difficult for him to contend against Yen Jiaoge. Meanwhile, Yen Jiaoge was getting more and more relaxed as he fought. He controlled the chaotic, auspicious clouds above his head, which were bright and dim at times, appearing and disappearing at times. At the same time, he continuously stepped and slashed the universe with his palms, chasing after the shadow devil and fiercely attacking him. As the heavenly ascension drum resounded through the heavens, he also wielded the chaotic origin hammer with his other hand and smashed it towards the shadow devil's face with a sneer. The shadow devil sighed helplessly and could only turn around and flee. Just like when he was facing Sua Mingzhang, he no longer had any thoughts of escaping. If he were to continue fighting, he might really die under Yen Jiaoge's hands. The previously chaotic space gradually showed signs of calming down. When space returned to normal, a grand heavenly realm expert, like the shadow devil, would naturally be able to teleport through space much more efficiently than a grand virtual immortal. However, Yen Jiaoge chased after the shadow devil. With the help of the heavenly ascension drum and the chaotic origin hammer, the shadow devil couldn't quickly escape and could only be chased by Yen Jiaoge. This was all thanks to the shadow devil being proficient in movement techniques amongst experts of the same realm. Otherwise, he might not be able to outrun Yen Jiaoge, who was proficient in movement techniques. Traces of other people gradually appeared within the void. In the end, everyone was dumbfounded as they saw one of the world's most ancient devils, the Wood Devil, being chased by a grand virtual immortal.